Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Aru, for the raid. Welcome in, guys. We were just about to get started, so you came in at the perfect time. Just in case you've never been here before, my name is Prince Devi. I'm going to have three lovely gentlemen today with me on our podcast. We do this bi-weekly where we discuss games and gaming-related topics generally. Today, we haven't yet announced the topic, so stick around if you're interested. My chat, don't forget to follow Aru, an incredible friend of the channel. Really sweet, awesome person. But welcome in, everybody. Happy New Year. First stream of the new year, first podcast of the new year, first guest of the new year. So many firsts. But nice to see you guys. Once again, massive thank you to Aravan for the tier 2, Uncle Sewa, and Skyfall for the tier 3s. I appreciate you guys. Give me a big fat mwah. Does this podcast go on like Spotify? Jeez, I'm already stumbling over my words. I do not have the ability to put it on Spotify yet. We bumped into some complications trying to do that. They are on YouTube currently. But all right, I just wanted to say hi to everyone and thank Aru for the raid before we officially began. I'm going to go ahead and jump into this and announce our guests and everything. Let me swap the music over from something slightly less distracting into the lo-fi. You get a smooch when you get a sub. You try to sub, Sir Grandpa? I'll give you a fat one. Alrighty, you boys ready?
Yep.
Hello.
All right. And now officially, welcome to the podcast. Featuring our guest, our first guest of the new year, Drew-san. Yeah, cheering sound effects. So this one's kind of a weird podcast just because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you and Jamie came up with the idea for this episode together, having an off-stream conversation, and then you pitched this to me, and now Jamie's not here. So...
yeah.
Okay, so it seems like you and Jamie started a conversation and we're finishing it. Also, one more big update. We have Twitch chat. Oh, wrong side. We have Twitch chat in their own little chat box now. So welcome to the conversation chat. You guys are just as much a part of this conversation as we are.
So the way.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, sorry. Doing all right like that?
So I have been having a pretty hard time trying to define the exact genre you wanted to discuss. Do you have a simple way that you could explain the purpose of today's conversation?
So I have a history lesson for you.
Okay.
So it's actually just genres in general is what we're discussing. So back in the day, video games were just one thing. Pong was just sport, you know? The weird shitty ET game, it was like just an adventure game, you know? Video games were just one thing. But like over time, and especially when like Mario came around and Nintendo, video games started to become two things. They were a composite game. So like Mario, for instance, is an action platformer. Mega Man is a platformer shooter. They slowly started to evolve to be two things rather than one thing. And over time, that morphed into more. But I want to reference something that you guys said prior. So, a couple months ago, you guys did a show on game mechanics, right? Mm-hmm. And at one point throughout that show, you guys talked about Portal 2. And you had a little brief argument of whether or not Portal 2 is a platformer or a puzzle game. That was an argument that you had, and the reason why that argument happened is because it's both. Portal 2 is a composite game. It switches between platforming and puzzling back and forth throughout the entire game. So the reason why that was such a debate is because it's both, and that's how most games worked for a long time, of just swapping back and forth. But again, over time that morphed, and games started to, even genres themselves started to be composite genres. Like the genre of RTS is a composite genre. It's a genre made of two different genres. So it's like, over time that morphed and started to be, genres are based off of other genres, games are based off of other games. The games were no longer just two genres, but they were rather four. Like it morphed into its own thing, where now we have things like roguelike or roguelite, which are based off of the Rogue video game, which the Rogue video game itself is an adventure RPG. So now you're taking a genre and basing it off of a game that was based on genres or Souls-like, and this is where Jamie and I's conversation came in.
Metroidvanias as well, and
Exactly. Dark Souls itself, like if you really boil it down, if you boil Dark Souls down to its base levels, Dark Souls is a Metroidvania RPG. That's what Dark Souls is. Now you could argue that it's not a Metroidvania, and honestly, I wouldn't argue that with you. Like it's really not. But like that's what it's based off of. You could say that it's an action RPG. That's fucking everything under the sun. Everything is an action
That's
RPG.
true.
yeah.
So like then we boil that conversation down, and this is where the conversation is today. We boil that down more of what is an RPG? What do you define an RPG as? What is a JRPG? Because JRPG used to mean like Final Fantasy or Chrono Trigger, where it's like a turn-based tactics kind of game. Like it's a turn-based RPG, right? That's not what it is anymore. Now like Final Fantasy 15, which you guys also talked about in that same video, it's no longer a JRPG, or rather podcast. It's no longer a JRPG by those standards, but it's still classified as a JRPG. So like it's a conversation of what are, in the modern day, in 2023, I almost said two, in 2023, what are these video game genres? What are they anymore? How do you define them? Do you and I think an important point here that I want to put forward before we even go any further into this is keep in mind that video games inherently are art. So we are not we are not making genres to then corral the art inside of, but rather having the art create the genre. That's something that you need to keep in mind as we go forward. So that it's a hard conversation to have, but I thought it was perfect for this podcast.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I think it sounds incredibly fun as a conversation to have, and specifically, I didn't expect you to bring it up in the opening description of this discussion, but specifically the debate between like where do you draw the line and what is and isn't an RPG is what I was really excited to get into for this podcast. And then I talked to my girlfriend about it, and she's a gigabrain genius, and I think she figured it out perfectly, but I'm gonna withhold her answer and see if you guys come to the same conclusion today.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. So where are we starting? We wanted to start with RPGs as far as like trying to figure out.
Actually, do you mind if I slightly interject just from like I was just inspired by something Drew just said. So you said like we video games are art, and then we derive like the video game out of it type beat. It's like, when do we consider something that's created for the act of fun art? Because like, are sports art for exercise? Like, as you said, Pong is just a sport. So it's like, what?
So actually, if we were to think about it, would you say that television is art? Would you say that? Like television shows.
Yes, reluctantly, yes.
Yeah, reluctantly, I think is the correct answer. Yeah.
Depends on the show.
So the sport itself, like let's just say football. Like it doesn't matter what football. Let's say football. The sport of professional football is not art. The production of professional football is art.
Oh, so
when they create it and put it on television, now it becomes art. So media is inherently art.
Okay.
But the sport itself, you wouldn't consider art.
No, but of course, art varies in different ways. Some like even history, like a history book, that's art in a way.
But like why would you not consider it art? If video games are art and like NFL or like 2K is considered art because that's also a video game, why would the base resource it's like based on not be considered art?
It's hard to define that because I feel like you can boil almost anything down to art because at that level you're just saying that art equals creativity. And someone at one point in time took these like rules and like made this game and like put everything together in a coherent fashion. and you could call that art if you're like going down that road. I feel like we're gonna keep chasing down further and further down that path if we don't set like a standard of what we think it is.
That's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find where that is.
So,
okay, so
if we're going to start by defining art, we could do that. Because that's very easy.
Okay.
Art is just it's just like I think the definition is that it's the application of like human creativity and skill. So
That sounds
humans
like
being
sports.
creative
think
and
that-
applying skill to something. Well, I guess strategy in a form is being creative and applying your imagination in a sports game. So in a sense, that could be considered art in a way. Although I don't know if
think
that's
that
art in
it's
the way
within the eye
that
of
we
the
would be
beholder.
using it.
I think
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
it really depends on who's looking at it. Like if you tell somebody that this can is art, then it's art. Like if they
does
believe
match your
that it's
shirt.
art, then it's art. It's intentional. Then that's art. But like I think that for me personally, if let's look at something that is art, painting, right? Like the painting is art. Like would like you gonna tell me it's not? Like it is. So like you look at you look at a palette of like
Should I? Do you
paint,
want to have
right?
that argument?
You look at like a palette of paint, right? And it has like little paint splotches on it, like that they're painting with in the paintbrush. That's not art. That palette of paint in the paintbrush, that's not art. That's the tools that they're using to then create the art.
So you're suggesting
You
that
know
the
what I'm
sport itself may be the tool in this example?
In the sense of like putting it on television and stuff like that, that's the tools that the production are using in order to create their art.
So
To put it in my own sense, I make a gaming news show. That's something that I do, right? The gaming news itself isn't art. The gaming news show that I put out, that is art because that's a show that I created. So now that's art.
but doesn't that kind of disprove
The
your point,
document, the article that they're creating is art, but the news that they're taking that from isn't, because that's the tools that
Yeah,
they're using to make that article.
think this feels like an air vent. If you're coming to the same conclusion,
What do you
I think
think?
this sounds like you're saying that what this would come around to is that the video game then becomes the tool instead of the art.
Yeah,
for
exactly. So it's
content.
no longer art. Like
But-
I can play Overwatch for
Okay.
20 hours and that's not art, but I make a video out of that, and then suddenly that's art. But it's like, but you just said video games inherently are art that we derive fun from. So it's like,
Well, I think this is a very specific
I'll
situation
fall down
in
the
which the
rabbit
video
hole.
game itself was entirely constructed, whereas the sport itself, like football,
You're
that we
making
were
art
using for an
based off of
example.
art.
Yeah, I think football is, it's a fun game made for enjoyment. I don't think it was created with the intention of other people spectating and enjoying it originally. So yeah, I think
True.
in this exact situation, the video games themselves were created artistically and are art. The sport itself gives rise to the possibility of art.
But
I think we
then
went on a
you're
long
putting
look to...
limitations on. But then you're going on a limitation of saying it can't be interactive, and that doesn't make sense to me because it feels like you're saying the speculation of it is like different than like the actual use of it, right? You're saying like football isn't art because of this. It wasn't made and bred to be like spectated, right?
Okay, so I think I'm gonna pull from chat. Uncle Sawa said, "Football game is an action. Video game is a created experience." I think that is a very simple way of phrasing it. Where
You could
the-
say that the creation of football isn't
There's
art,
rules.
but the playing of football itself isn't.
That's true.
interesting.
Gosh,
That's where I was kind of getting at.
This
It's like
isn't
the
the debate
creation
I
of it
expected.
took like well, yeah, because now we're in the base form of like
Yeah,
the
we
heart
gotta
of the
set
argument,
the
right?
ground
Before we
rules. We
can
gotta set
go
the ground
from there.
rules.
So it's like, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Is that like someone had to take the football or whatever, like create that form of football, the laces on it, how it's like thrown, the rules of like speculation of like you can't throw it backwards, you can't do this, you can do this. This is how like how many players are supposed to be playing at one time. That is a creative process of like creating this thing for people's enjoyment, right? For like people, either it's like kids in a neighborhood or someone like doing that and playing the sport originally. That to me is art because it's a creative like process and there is like effort being put forth to bring that to life. I don't know.
I
Maybe
think it
it's
depends
just
on the
me.
person.
I
Like
want
I
to
said, I
represent
agree. It
Chad's
depends on the
opinion
person.
really
I think
quick.
anything can be art if
Yeah.
somebody looks at it. You know.
So-
If I look at something, if I look at this bottle cap and say that it's art, then it is. Like I think it depends.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I wanted to represent what chat was saying with their highlighted messages. E. Valkyrie said, a sport absolutely is art. It has rules. It had to be created. Every time it's played, a new game is made and experienced live as it's happening. And then Skyfall T, in response to Sarah's message that I referenced, said, but couldn't you then say that ballet is only an action instead of art? So yeah, I think you're right. I think just everything is art. But
It's
for
just
the
subjective.
point of what we were discussing, I think we all universally agree that video games inherently, without the application of like someone making a video about it, is still art.
Yeah, like without a doubt. And I think the biggest problem with this question is just like because art can be created from art, it's just an infinite rabbit hole.
Mhm.
It's just like where do you draw the line of like there's some people who consider modeling art, and that's just existing as a human. So it's like, is the human body art? And it's just like, yeah, it's too much.
So we've established art. What other fundamental do we do we have to call in our fundamental understandings of the universe to proceed our conversation tonight? Was there a specific I actually, this was Aravan's little tangent. I think do you think that we've satisfyingly answered your question that you
Yeah, I was just confused where the line was, but now I know there like kind of is no line, so we can because this entire conversation is about our preconceived notions of what a genre is and how we categorize things in that genre, and even that changes per generation, per game. Like literally a single game can define an entire like generation's example. Like Mario was the generational example of a platformer for a long time. Before that, it was like what, Mega Man? I'm sure some people consider Sonic their platformer.
Yeah.
I don't know what the first platformer was.
But regardless, for different generations, there's different like games.
Yeah, so I think that's a good place to start. I think RPG is something that we should build up to. Because that is going to be a big conversation. I think
that's a lot of combinations of moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
A good starting point would probably be the platformer, because that's the first thing that people inherently think about when they think about video game. You know, like that's the first place that people
go. Like the defining genre almost because of Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first Donkey thing I can think of as far as platformers is Donkey Kong. Is like the earliest example of like jumping over barrels, but that's probably not actually the first one.
I googled it. It turns out the game accredited for being the first platformer is called Space Panic, which was an arcade game from 1980. But the game that popularized the platformer was Donkey Kong in '81. So
yeah.
Yeah, well, you can categorize Pac-Man as a top-down horror platformer, but like I'm not going to do that.
I don't know that if you could argue that Pac-Man was a platformer, I'd be really impressed. You don't jump, you don't do anything.
Yeah, I guess it could also be considered a top-down horror maze game, but
I think Pac-Man is actually just an action game.
Is that the only genre they gave to Pac-Man is action?
I think. I mean, think about it.
The action is consumed.
You don't platform, you know, you don't really do any puzzles. All you do is eat bean, eat ghost. You know,
I mean, there is puzzle strategy to the game.
You eat bigger bean,
of course.
And map knowledge is important because like as you go up in the levels, the map changes, and like how you play around the different ghosts AI like really matters.
Did the map change in the original Pac-Man? I think the original Pac-Man was only one map, and then it just sped up.
Yeah, it sped up.
Oh, that's I didn't know that.
Also,
I thought it was like
I also googled the genre of Pac-Man. Google says action. Wikipedia says maze.
I don't think maze is a
genre.
I mean, I would say maze is a puzzle.
Yeah, I would agree. I definitely haven't seen a lot of representation of the maze genre in 2022. That's for sure.
Yeah. But you're not like going to a destination in Pac-Man. You're just going.
You're fragging.
I don't know. That thing's going to hell, whatever it is all I'm saying. So it's going somewhere.
A pizza?
Is that what it is?
Oh, he's a pizza in my heart.
Oh my gosh.
I think that Pac-Man is just an action game. So if we're saying the first platformer is Mario, then like I would say that like even today, the platformer genre has kind of remained the same. You know, I think that the original Mario, or even further than that, like Super Mario Bros. I think that they kind of perfected that genre. And then from that point forward, everything going forward, even the 3D games, are largely just Mario with different paint, or rather Mario with a different subgenre. I think that the platformer genre has pretty much remained the same.
So are you saying we should ignore dimensionality when it comes to games? Like 2D and 3D are
That's what I
the
was about to
same
bring
as
up.
long as the base is solid?
So you're pointing out something that I forgot to mention in my little intro thing because I was doing it off the dome. So there's different kinds of genres.
Celeste is a Mario game. Confirmed.
So like eventually I would like, if you want to get down to it, Celeste is a precision platformer, which is technically a different genre. That is
Yes, true.
We'll have that
so
conversation.
that's the core of the conversation. But so there's different kinds of genres within games. Like there's genres of storytelling within a game if it's something that has like cutscenes and stuff like that. There's genres of the kind of dimensions there are. There's 3D or 2D, or there's even genres within the open world genre, which is a genre for the setting, but not the game itself. So it's like there's a weird there's the genre that encompasses the entire game, then there's the genre that encompasses the story if it has one, and there's the genre that encompasses even the art style. Like there's just so much that goes into one single 2023 video game.
The more I thought about it ever since you and Jamie brought this topic up to me a few weeks ago, the more I have come to realize that I think we are shifting into a direction where genres are becoming irrelevant and it's just becoming tags. I think all genres at this point are just like Steam tags. And
Hentai Haven was ahead of the game.
Yeah,
Finally, something I can relate to.
So you find like one game, like you know what? I'm gonna pull up Rust's Steam page, and I want to look through the tags on that and see how that differs from like the genre listings of what we would define as Rust. What would you guys define the genre of Rust as without knowing what Steam
Survival
says?
as a base get as the
Survival.
Base of it,
Yeah.
So
PvE,
just survival.
PvP.
Multiplayer, probably like massive multiplayer online.
Building, open world.
Survival
Yeah,
action.
Survival
Yeah,
action.
those are two good ones.
Or
Fuck
you
the
could
Rust.
say survival shooter.
FPS?
You
I
could
guess
say
like it's
survival
Yes.
shooter.
Well, then you get into
You
like the
could-
bad territory where you get like GTA 5, which is like an FPS and a racing game and like a boat racing game and a plane racing game and a heist game. It's just too much. It's open
See,
world.
that's what I'm saying. Video
I was gonna
games are
say-
like so many things nowadays.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna
on-
say, is GTA an FPS? But I was like, yeah, you can't switch to like
You can
different,
switch.
Like,
Yeah,
toggle
I have
switches.
friends who literally only play GTA for the racing, so it's a racing game to them. Where
I'm
it's
gonna
like,
read all
Insane.
these. I'm gonna read all these. These are all of the tags that popped up on Steam for Rust: survival, crafting, multiplayer, open world, survival craft, building, PvP, sandbox, adventure, first person, action, FPS, nudity, co-op, shooter, online co-op, indie, early access, post-apocalyptic simulation. And I feel like that's just becoming necessary for games
That
at
i-
this point.
I mean, those
of-
are all accurate though.
Yeah, they're
Except
all
for-
accurate.
What was
Also, would you
nudity?
That's what genres are becoming. Is like all
Would-
of
yeah, I was
those,
saying, would
half of
you-
those were just
Is
genres.
genre a nudity? Is nudity a genre? I didn't know that was.
Okay, that one's more of a tag.
Do you
for me, man.
think so,
Yeah, it's just
so,
a tag.
So what? Two of the tags in there,
Mhm.
actually multiple, but regardless, two
Yeah.
of the tags in there were survival and crafting. Would you say that you can have
Actually,
a survival
three were.
game without it having crafting? That's what I'm saying. Like, can you have a survival game without crafting?
Ooh,
You could say
interesting.
survival horror, but that's a different thing. As survival horror is a different genre. Like it
Well,
just
I
has
would
the
still
same
say
name
that
of
it
survival.
is
in there.
technically a survival game. Still, it's just now
It's a
it's got
different
a
kind.
second suffix tacked onto it.
It's not survival and horror. I would say
think-
survival horror is like survival dash horror. You know?
Yeah, I think you could have a survival game without crafting. It would be boring, but I think you could. It would just be like almost like a looting system, right? Instead, like where it's like
Yeah, I'm trying
enemies
to
have
think of
drops,
that.
things like
So
that.
survival
So-
games without crafting would necessitate some sort of essentially a timer, right? Like that's what the thirst system is. That's what a hunger system is. It's a timer. They have to keep resetting.
True.
So if you stretch that, you could technically call a bunch of like time-based horror games survival without crafting. Like it's fucking Slender Man can go in that category, where it's like you have to play the game within a certain amount of time, otherwise your cooldown
Okay, I have
of survival goes away.
I have another weird pitch
Interesting.
for survival without crafting or horror. Hear me out. Journey. Survive is the only goal of the game. There is no other gameplay but walking around and living. So for the purposes of being an idiot and calling this into the discussion of genre specifics, I'm gonna say that is one example of a game that someone that could just go, nah, you have to survive in that game. That's
the last mission
game.
of Halo Reach.
Just
is
like
literally
those people that are like, oh no, you
So then
play
you
a
would-
character in that game.
Yeah,
That's an
so
RPG, you know?
Yeah, so you would include stuff like Inside or any of those kinds of games like Limbo. where you
Personally,
literally
I
you're just
wouldn't,
walking
but
through
for
and
the
it's
sake
just
of the
to live.
conversation, I am.
I would say that
That's-
Journey is an adventure platformer. Because if we're saying that the only thing you have to do is survive in a game, that encompasses so many games.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good point. So what
Outer
defines a
Wilds.
survival game? Without crafting?
Yeah, exactly. How would you define a survival game?
That was
If
kind of the point of
crafting
me
is a
being
separate
stupid
thing.
and bringing that up.
I
is
think
that question.
this is the point of the conversation, though, is that I think we're getting to a point where we have too many of these like tags and like subgenres that are added on to everything. When the point used to be that these like platformers had lots of layers, especially over time. But it's like it was an all-encompassing thing of what you expected in a game. You had a platformer, so you expected like maybe like a certain type of graphics because it's what you're used to from Mario, or like a certain like level of like skill, like based thing. Like there's no like skill tree or anything. You don't expect certain mechanics to be in the game. Things like that. But I feel like if we just break down survival to living and like things like that, we're gonna have a hard time of like getting the core. So what is the core of this argument? I guess at the end.
Well,
of
I
the
think
day?
that's what
Or
it
we
is. Just like we're just kind of trying to bring. I don't think that we're trying to find a single like an answer. I don't think we're traveling to a
Okay.
destination. I think we're kind of discussing the nuances of like how genres have evolved and gotten to this point,
Oh,
and where
okay.
we personally divide lines. Unless you had a specific destination in mind.
I think I mean, I don't know if Drew did or not. Based on him and Poppy's topic, it just seemed like they were just kind of talking about the history of it, right?
Well, okay. I mean, I know that the one that probably would be the easiest to discuss if we wanted to, if it would be easier to open up with, would be the like Souls-like as a genre.
Yeah.
Like
Really? Because I think that's the hardest.
Really? I think that like once you get into
So-
those really specific, narrowed down genres, it becomes way easier for me to discuss why that is the case, as opposed to something like trying to argue for or against calling Mario a survival game.
So two things. One, what Jamie and I were talking about was the Dark Souls, because like we're both Dark Souls fanboys, so that's what we were talking about. We were talking about what is a Souls like. I said something along the lines of like it's a Metroidvania, and he disagreed, and that's what started this conversation. That also branched into roguelikes. But what it boiled down to in my brain is what are genres in general, and that's when I started going on the tangent of art. Of this is subjective. Like anything that we say here is subjective. What do you think is a survival game? And then see if we can come down to an agreement. And we started with
Okay.
platformers because I feel like platformers is pretty simple and we can all agree on. You jump, you land. It's platforms, it's like
I have a thing that
then
I
you
think
get the
throws a weird
more
wrench
minute
into
things
that.
with like double jumps and stuff, but like that's the platformers themselves are simple. It's but it's all subjective. We don't need to come down to an agreement on it. It's just what do you think an adventure game? That kind of thing.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
One fun wrench that I'll throw in for platforming, when it comes to a game like, let's say, God of War or in God of War Ragnarok, the platforming in that game is not you, like, carefully managing your jumps or jumping carefully anywhere. The platforms are all very carefully constructed that it will automatically platform for you. You just hit the platforming button and it will climb up a rock wall and you'll be there. Or you hit the platforming button, you jump across a gap and you'll be there. It's very rare that in a game like
So
that
would
you
you call
actually have the
Assassin's
ability
Creed?
to mess up platforming.
Would you call Assassin's Creed a platformer?
That was actually the next one I was gonna think of that I was gonna bring up. I don't know. That's something that I like. Specifically, God of War and
Mirror's
Assassin's
Edge.
Creed in this situation are weird for platformers. Mirror's Edge, I would 100% consider a platformer because that's way more on you and your skill. There are no super glued points for you to jump to. You have to run and
Well-
jump to those locations. Assassin's Creed will glue and drag you up walls to certain points, or
Well, that's
you
just
can't jump
kinematic
that way.
at that point. That's just like how the animations roll for place to place. Because like if you think about it, the red box system in Mirror's Edge is kind of the same thing. Whereas like there's certain points you literally have to go to.
I think
like every
the
platformer has
distinction
that.
I'm personally making is the distinction of you having to precision aim and think about your jump, when and where and how to jump and where you're going to, versus a game like you hit a button and it takes you there. Like you can't fall off a cliffside in Assassin's Creed, or actually I guess you can jump off the map in Assassin's Creed pretty intentionally. You have to be trying, or the game has to fuck up for it. And in God of War, you like literally can't. It won't let you jump unless you.
Okay, so that's more of like
capable.
a quick time event or like a cutscene. Then it's definitely not platforming.
Yeah, so that's
like
what I'm
Uncharted
saying. Where's the
has-
distinction between that?
Mhm.
Yeah. Also,
I
what
guess just
Adby
how much
said, the
control.
red box system in Mirror's Edge is meant to guide you to show you what objects are interactable. It's not like the only option, right?
Yeah, I
and
was
you
just
can-
confused. I didn't know in Ragnarok you literally couldn't. It's basically a cutscene. Like, that's not even-
No,
that's
it's
not
you
platforming.
walk to the edge of a jump, you hit the jump button, your character leaps you over to where you need to be, and you're good. You just keep going.
That's not. That's a QTE. That's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
no,
that's not
that's
quick,
yeah.
I
I think there
that
has to be the
games-
freedom of control.
Mm-hmm.
I think that games can have, I can't think of the right word, like subsets of genres within them.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
if we were to go back to Dark Souls, like Dark Souls has Blighttown, which is like a platformer,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't say Dark Souls is a platformer.
God,
know?
no.
Mirror's
Fucking-
Edge definitely 100% is a platformer, but to go even further than that, I would say that Mirror's Edge is a platformer puzzler. Meanwhile, Dying Light is a platformer action.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can see that.
Okay. I mean,
Like-
well, where would you divide that as well? Because in Mirror's Edge, you can also pick up gun and kill all the enemies and be action.
True.
So.
You're not wrong. I didn't think about that. But it's also like so the way that composite games work is they swap back and forth. So like give or take like a little elbow room. Mario, like going back to where this started, Mario is equally a platformer and an action game. It has a level that's based on platforming, it has a level that's based on action, and it swaps back and forth. I think that like in reality, Mario has, I could be wrong on this, Mario has more action than it does platforming. But like give or take, it's like in the same like elbow room of like having equally the same amount. So like if we're talking about, rather than talking about broadly the genre in general, and just talking about a game in general, it's not like back to God of War. God of War has platforming in it, sure, but that's not what you're primarily doing in the game. Back and forth, you're swapping between, I guess, adventure, because exploration could be its own thing if you want to go down that conversation. But like it'd be an adventure action,
I don't know that
because
any
that's
of
what
us
it's
would
swapping back and forth.
argue that adventure wasn't a genre.
Yeah.
No,
I was saying that
definitely not.
exploration, like, is exploration different than adventure? Is that a different thing, or is those the same thing?
I'd say so.
'Cause
I think
people say those.
exploration is more user-driven. Adventure is more narrative-driven.
Like I
That's
would
fair.
call
Interesting.
adventure like a cinematic game, but I would call exploration like Outer Wilds, like a place where you
So you would-
need to go.
Great game. So you would say that,
Devin
like,
just-
what Remains of Edith Finch is an exploration game, but not an adventure?
I just
That-
bought that game for one of my
That,
mods.
I would say it's probably both, because then like that's like saying like The Witness isn't a puzzle and adventure game,
And,
even
like,
though
so,
it
like-
is an exploration game.
So like, is it like music where like you have rock and roll and then there's the subgenre of metal? Like you
Yeah.
have adventure and then there's the subgenre of exploration?
Well,
Is it
there's
like
there
that?
always has to be an umbrella, right? Because like if you
Yeah.
think of like Breath of the Wild, what's the first tag everyone always puts there?
Adventure.
Open world. Everyone always
Yeah,
says
open
open
world,
world,
adventure,
etc. Open
action.
world something. So
Oh,
like I
is that
think there
adventure
has
too?
to be an umbrella, and I think that umbrella is what's most important. Because like let's say like The Witcher, there's a lot of people who played The Witcher just for Gwent. So much so that they made an entire
That's
game
true.
called
Dude,
Gwent.
Gwent got a slab
I-
though, not gonna
I
lie.
play Genshin Impact, and they added a TCG to it recently, and like I only play Genshin Impact for the fucking card game now. So it's like even though like there's so much of a game, even if it's the
True.
main point of you playing something, that doesn't make The Witcher a card game.
Mhm.
So like I think that the umbrella genre of intention is the biggest thing we have to focus on.
Well, the card game in Witcher is inherently a mini game, right?
Yeah, well, not necessarily, because Fortnite. The original reason that was created was for Fortnite Save the World. Yet the majority of the user base plays the online battle royale version. So even though that wasn't the
played
True.
Fortnite Save the World.
yeah,
You played-
absolutely, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
A different
Yeah.
mode.
But a different, but like even though that's the majority of what people play, that's not why the game was created, nor the original like dream for the game. Hell, Fortnite battle royale didn't even come out until like 4 months after the game did.
True.
But like that's what people know Fortnite for. So I think that the umbrella of intention is even kind of broken there.
I think that to go back to what you said earlier, because Fortnite is another like big can of worms because that game's everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
It's
I think-
concerts. It's music. It's everything.
Honestly,
it's
yeah, the
insane.
performance art in Fortnite is like as an outside spectator is the only thing I care about in Fortnite. Every time I see these big events they host, I'm like, man, I wish I cared about that game.
Very cool, honestly.
It's really cool.
Let's talk about open world.
Sure.
So like I said, video games are multiple things. They're not just two things anymore. There's different settings for different conversation, or different genres for different conversation. Open world is a setting. It's the setting in which your game is placed. So I want to put forth this. I think there should be two different kinds of open worlds today.
Interesting.
I can't think of the word for one of them, so you're gonna have to ride with me a little bit.
Okay.
I think that pointing to something like Red Dead Redemption 2, or Grand Theft Auto, to stay on the Rockstar train, or God of War, I think that those games should be called, going forward, linear open world. Because the story and the missions, whether they're side quests or not, are, for the most part, linear. Anything that you're doing within the game that like the devs have put forth, you're doing linear. You can explore in between, but the quest lines themselves, the missions, the goals, are linear missions. You might have like a choice in there that's like a branching path,
If I
but like
may
they're still
interject,
overall linear.
I would argue that like I don't think that Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead would be great examples of a linear one, but I think I would agree with like God of War, because in God of War you tend to it's almost like you unlock hub areas and then there's secondary exploration along the way and then you can backtrack for exploration, whereas in games like Red Dead and Grand Theft Auto, I guess if you're only following the main plot, it might feel linear, but those games do give you free unlimited access technically from the moment, and you could go play those in any order that you wanted, just not the specific main quest line.
So like
right?
you're saying there should be like a true open world, which is you're dropped into a
That's
world
where I was going.
and you
Yeah.
can go anywhere
yeah.
at any time immediately, and a branching open world that starts with you somewhere and then slowly the world opens up to you, sort of like a
So-
Far Cry.
Yes. So the reason I pointed out Red Dead and God of War and GTA, but we're throwing that to the wayside. Who fucking cares? So when you start a mission in Red Dead, even if it's a side quest, for the most part, not all of them, because there's like the hunting missions that are like different, but like for the most part, when you start like a bounty, you start doing a bounty hunter mission. The second that you start that, there's a linear track from that bounty hunting to finding the target to bringing them back. It's a linear line. You can explore in between, but like it's still a linear mission. You go find target, bring target back. With the main missions, like think about the breaking Micah out of prison side quest. It's pretty early on, so it's not a spoiler. It's you start the mission, you have to go break Micah out, you have to leave town. So it's enter town, break Micah, leave town. That's it. There's nothing in between that's like, go find Micah. It's like it's pretty linear back and forth, right? Meanwhile, this is where I was going, is exactly what you said, Aravan, of a Breath of the Wild or an Outer Wilds is a true open world. You can do anything in any order that you want. The quests are kind of not really super there. Like, you can do anything in any order at any time. Just go. And I don't think that existed before Breath of the Wild, or I guess Outer Wilds, because that was before. Wait, was it? I mean, 2018.
You have like OG Legend of
the
Zelda
Wild
that would like
first.
just drop you in the like world, and there was literally no direction.
True.
Like Legend of Zelda Awakening, literally just you start the game, you just go do whatever, you start exploring the
You're not
map,
wrong.
and it's kind of so it's like
So-
to me it's been done. It's just people forget it because it's not
Well, the
as
issues
massive.
with even those games as
True.
well,
You're
while
right.
they don't feel that way, that is still very much like, I would still consider that a linear open world, because even in those older Zelda games, while you have a lot of access, like 80% of the game world is not available to you until you have done a very specific thing. And while it doesn't feel like it, they have an order that they expect you to do that in, and you have to do that order to
So what
get the
about
correct
Elden Ring?
upgrade to do the next thing, and then the correct upgrade to do
Elden
the
Ring
next
is a
thing.
true open world.
Is it though? Because you need to beat certain bosses to get to certain parts of the map. You can't beat the final boss straight away.
So does this matter on like percentage basis of like how much does it have to be 100%? This is the map. You can go anywhere. There's no limitations. It's pure unadulterated exploration. Or is it like even if there's like a final boss segment that you can't get to and it's like 1% of the entire game, does that like keep it from being a true open world game? Like where are we drawing the lines? And I feel like if you look at any game like this, there will always be some kind of like hidden thing that's behind another door,
Yeah.
that's behind a boss that you want you to get through that thing first to get the rewards. Unless you count Skyrim hopping above mountains and like doing all the goat hopping or whatever and
Yeah.
getting across mountains.
I would
What
call
would be
Skyrim a true
considered-
open world.
Would we consider Skyrim true open world post
Yeah,
tutorial
for sure.
anyway?
Yeah, I guess. I want to pull something from
You
chat
seem
real
like
quick
that one was
before
conceded.
Yeah, I don't know. The original Legend of Zelda can be done in any order, but the point of, except for like I think like two things, but the original Legend of Zelda blocked that off with difficulty, I feel. So like
Yeah.
maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know, because like the stuff that you're meant to do later in the original Legend of Zelda is definitely way more difficult than the stuff you're supposed to do early on. Like there is a I don't want to say correct order, but a optimal order
Yeah.
to do the original Legend of Zelda that isn't present in like Breath of the Wild. I guess it is.
I was saying, the Breath of the Wild, I knew you can beat the last boss.
In a
like,
technical
from
sense,
the
yeah, I mean,
get-go,
like, it is
but-
just the last boss that would be too difficult. But it's
Yeah,
still
but you're
technically
definitely supposed
possible.
to do Midna first. Like
Midna,
you're
we
like
talking
if
about
you or sorry.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
Milfa.
For a second, I was
Milfa.
like, wait, hold on, am I
Um,
thinking of the wrong
I
Zelda?
knew
Did
what he
miss a
meant,
line
but
somewhere?
yeah.
I got
Yeah, you're definitely supposed to do Milfa first. But you can go do the desert area. Just it's gonna be harder than like I don't think that matters. I think that Adventium is right. I think that the original Legend of Zelda and Chunk. I think the original Legend of Zelda is a true open world. I think that
Mhm.
Elden Ring is riding the line. I would call it a true open world. You only really need to fight like I think it's like 6 bosses total in that game if you're not doing glitches. Like it's super small.
Okay.
And it's like the first. I think you need to fight 3 bosses to get past like the first like checkpoint. I'm not gonna say what that is because I don't want to spoil. But like the first like checkpoint to continue the game,
Yeah.
you need to fight 3 bosses. But like you get to choose what those 3 bosses are. You don't need to fight every single one leading up to it. You get to choose out of those 3 bosses. You can explore at will at any time. There's not a direct line to a lot of them. There's a couple that there is, but there's not a direct line to like most of them. It's very much like you do your own thing in between. It's not mission start, go do objective, end mission, you know?
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Am I on track?
Yeah.
I think that you're very much right, and I think that Elden Ring rides a line.
Well, so one thing I was going to argue as well in favor of Elden Ring being more open world is that you'd think of things like Margit blocking your progress into the upper halves of the map, but there is a path to take around Margit and skip Margit. You would also think of like the fact that you need to kill Radant to get one of the pieces for the Dectus lift so that you can access the final section of the map. But there's also a way around the Dectus lift so that you can avoid that as well.
I didn't know that.
The only thing that is, as far as I'm thinking, someone can correct me, the only thing that you are like physically required to do something beforehand is the Elden Beast, the final boss. Like I think you do have certain requirements leading up to that you can't just skip to the Elden Beast. But everything else is fairly open.
And stuff at this point?
Actually, I guess if we're including bugs, unintentional bugs, but I think that goes outside of genre. I don't think we.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing.
I was thinking that you had to do the 3 bosses before Margit. I didn't know that you could skip that. I didn't know.
Yeah,
that
there's a passage through like a mine, often some weird cave, and you have to kill some
100%
dragon.
your open world.
Yeah. So something I would like to define, since we're defining genres and we're on open world, which I feel like is a pretty relevant and big genre right now, I want to know what we would consider as like what is the minimum requirement to be considered open world now? Like, there were all these old video games. One that comes to mind is Okami, where it had a pretty open world, where all of the sections were linearly attached to one another with a loading screen between each one. Was that open world, or was that, like, hub-based? Or, like, what would we consider that now?
Somebody said in chat, I see it multiple times, what about Pokemon? And they're talking about Scarlet and Violet and Arceus, which is the same format as Okami.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I actually have not played any of Scarlet, Violet, or Arceus, so I didn't feel very educated on that.
Yeah, I think that was my thing. I was just thinking of like Pokemon in general, and I don't know if it's the same format in the newer games, but there's always like
very much more open.
Okay, I was going to say, because there was always that, like, you know, you try to go out in the wild, you're stopped by, like, dialogue or something, like, keeps you from doing it. You have to go get your first Pokemon. Can you just blindly, without getting your first Pokemon, go out into the world and just do whatever? Or is there, like, story-based events that keep you hubbed in that, like, world and limit your progress of, like, true open-worldness? Because to me, that is a factor. Like, in things like Breath of the Wild, you can just go, like, immediately after the doors open. So, to me, that's a big thing.
I think the original Pokemon's up until Sword and Shield, and it depends on who you ask whether or not Sword and Shield is. But I think that those are linear, 100% linear.
Yeah, like linear
I
to
think
the
that
point
you're right.
that you can't level your Pokemon past a certain point until you've beaten the next gym. Like,
oh wow,
yeah,
I
stop being able to control.
I've never played a Pokemon, by the way, Drew. If you didn't know.
I do not like them.
If it doesn't have a
I
gun
think
in it,
that,
I haven't played it.
They should add guns to Pokemon.
They are adding guns to Pokemon. We're gonna play Pal World together.
Let's
Yes, so good.
I think that Pokemon Sword and Shield, sorry. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and Arceus are open world. And I think that those are the same as Okami. I think that they are I don't know. Because they are like, you are limited by sections. You're not given access to the entire game, but what you do within those sections are open, like completely.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Is it just your main goal and your mission is, of course, to catch them all, but also to do the objective that is blocking you off, you know? To do the passage for like Okami, it's fighting the dragon or whatever, right? So like, I think at that point it would be linear open world because you're locked off by segments. You have to do that to progress. At that point, it is.
My like childhood game that I always think back to is probably the game that defined my tastes in video games is Jak and Daxter, and I think in my opinion that is the best example of a linear open world because the way that game works is like. You start in an area and you have 4 different paths in front of you, and those 4 paths lead to, you know, classic PS2. Oh, here's the space level, and here's the warehouse level, and shit like that. And it was just like in each level, just like Mario 64, you had to collect stars, and you needed X amount of stars before you were allowed to proceed to the next hub area and access more of the world. And you could always backtrack if you wanted to the last hub area and get stuff from there to make the next area easier. But like, I think that, in my opinion, was the that is the easiest example of linear open world that I can think of.
Yeah. So Okay.
Also, Jack 2
So
is fucking better than Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto sucks. Jack 2 was amazing. Let's go, baby.
So then we're saying that
I
the
haven't played
things
it
that like I need to at some point. I've always wasn't allowed to as a kid, but I want to
I've
go
been
back
told
and play
they
them once
I've been told they aged horribly, so I'm not.
They
looking
did
not
forward
age
to it,
well
but
at all. Yeah, no.
I still need to do it.
Damn.
But so I think what we're coming down to is, especially for like linear open worlds, is like backtracking is a huge thing that needs to be like a part of it, right? Otherwise, you can't truly consider it open world. But it also has like either like blocked off, checkpointed-esque segments that keep you from truly progressing in the game as openly as you want to. But there are certain areas that you are free to explore to your extent.
As a refresher, the question that I raised here was, I'm trying to find the bare minimum of what we would consider open world.
Like true open world.
Yeah, like what is the feature or like the line where you're like, this isn't open world anymore?
I'm trying to think of a game example equivalent
Yeah.
for what it's not an open world.
There was a point in time where my baby
Honestly-
brain used to think that if a game had loading screens, it wasn't true open world.
Honestly, I think the bare minimum is probably The Legend of Zelda. The original Legend of Zelda.
Yeah.
You think so? Where it's just difficulty that's barring your progress, or
Yeah, like
Yeah.
there's definitely like you're being suggested to not going that way, but it's just a suggestion. There's like a few points throughout the game where like you need I think it's like the ladder in that game to progress. But it's a very, very few points where that's a thing.
How about Stardew Valley?
God, I don't have
True.
enough experience with the late game of Stardew Valley. I think the furthest I've ever made it is I took the train to like a desert place and was like, whoa, there's way more to this game than I realized. And I got really excited about finding out what more there was and never opened it again. Not really by design,
So,
that just kind of happened that way.
When you
I think
say
that's
bare
true,
minimum,
Philip.
are you wanting it like the bare minimum of like what is like the purest form of it? Or are you wanting like at what point does it cut off and it stops becoming an open world?
That
game?
one. That's what I want.
Okay.
What is the cutoff point
To
where you would
me,
say, I don't think this is open world?
I
really?
would say, and this is maybe a little bit of spoiler, but it also comes from Legend of Zelda series. I think Wind Waker is a good example of this. And the reason I say that is because it has like the open world aesthetic, but a lot of times it locks you into like cutscenes and it'll automatically shift you from one island to the next. And
Mhm.
even though at certain points you can backtrack, a lot of times certain areas become like unavailable and like you have to have certain items to actually truly get past it, but you may not have the items yet. So it's like even though you have access to get to these islands, you don't have access to get into the island, to the things that you should be able to explore.
So you're saying
right?
basically Wind Waker gives you the open world access. You just can't actually do anything until you're supposed to
Yes.
be doing it at that
Yeah,
time.
I think that's
agree
where it
with
starts
that.
being a world, because it's like even if you have like the open world, feeling of it, it's not the same if you don't have actual access to the content of it.
I'd agree with that. I think that yeah.
Yeah, I think
that,
that's actually an incredible example. Also, Legend of Zelda franchise, just in general, slaps. Go on, Drew.
I think that Wind Waker is very much linear inside of an open world format. Like as much as linear as you can get within an open world format. So yeah, I agree.
God, I want to play
I
Wind
agree.
Waker again. I brought up Wind Waker the other day, talking to someone
Dude,
about how bad Arceus looks.
I want to play Wind Waker so badly, dude.
I was
I've
using
been
Wind
thinking about
Waker
it.
from 2002 as my example of video games look this good on the GameCube.
I know it's
Like,
beautiful, dude. It's such
so
a good
beautiful.
looking game.
Stunning game. Ugh. All right, well, you also brought it up. If I could drive the conversation again to the topic that I wanted to, I was really excited to get into the definition of like where you guys draw the line on what is and isn't an RPG.
So here's another history lesson. When RPGs started out, the bare requirement for RPG was leveling. That's it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I
it's
think I was
level.
gonna say. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's,
A lot of like roguelikes and roguelites would be considered RPGs just by default because of that.
Mhm.
The original Rogue game is an RPG. Rogue
Mhm.
originally was based off of D&D. So like in D&D is as RPG as you can get.
Yeah.
So like that's where it started. Where it is today, I don't know. But like when it started out leveling. So if you want a crazy thing for you, just like a crazy bonkers thing, Katamari Damacy is an RPG. You level up the
Oh,
whole. Like that like
I don't know if I like that.
That's the original RPG definition. The original definition of RPG, Katamari is an RPG. It's not. I agree 100%. It is
I
not
don't
a
like
fucking
it.
RPG.
yeah.
But with the
I get
original
what you're going for.
definition, it is. So, yeah, just a little thing for you.
I think
to
this
think
argument
about.
comes around a lot to obviously just the name role-playing game is like one of the most vague things you could possibly have as a genre in a video game. Like I would challenge you, any of you, to find a game that I couldn't argue as a smartass was an RPG.
Moss.
Moss?
So, in the VR game Moss, you don't. I could be wrong. I haven't like played it. I've only watched it.
Okay.
You don't, and it was like years ago at this point. You don't play as the little mouse in Moss, but instead you play as like the narrator, which would be, I guess, yourself, directing the mouse. So you're not playing the role of the mouse, you're playing the role of yourself, but like you're directing the mouse. There was another game where like he climbed like cardboard boxes or something that I might be confusing this with. That was the same thing where like in VR or in these VR games, you're not playing as the mouse or the player character, you're just directing the player character.
I see. So it's almost like it's a second person game instead of...
It more vague. Okay, this is something that's easier for people to understand because it's not a very vague VR game. The Sims. You're not playing. You're not, unless you choose to. You're not playing as the Sims. You're playing as the character that's managing the Sims in the house in the storyline. But you're not playing as the Sims.
If
themselves.
the whole point of not being an RPG is not being a person, then like Rocket League is considered that. Then
you're playing as the car. The car is your role. You are
the
the
car
car.
is a person.
Become as car.
I think it's just perspective based, right? Does that have to actually be?
No, you see, in
a
Rocket League, you play the role of
person,
first
per
man
se.
until you whiff the ball, then you're third man, and then you're second. So you're always you always have a role to play.
True.
So if we're saying that role playing game is playing the role, then like yeah, there's games that aren't in it. But like I agree. Like I'm just being a little shit. Majority of games are role playing games. If that's the requirement that you are as a role, pretty much every game.
That was
is
my
a role playing game.
very intentional smartass, like, because of the phrasing of RPG, it can be argued by someone in this way, and I don't like that, but that was how I wanted to open that discussion. I think, again, I think my girlfriend gave the correct answer for what actually defines an RPG now, in my opinion, that I would agree with, but I'm curious of what that is still for you guys, so moving on.
It's
from
almost
my
dangerously vague.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think that it is vague even to what I'm about to say, but I do think it's still the leveling. I think the leveling is what makes an RPG. I think you need the leveling system. It doesn't matter if there's like a class system that you choose between in which you're leveling. That doesn't matter. If you have a leveling system, then like it's a role-playing game, which unfortunately, once again, encompasses a majority of modern day games at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, when you draw the line, because then like Cult of the Lamb or City Skylines, that's a better one. City Skylines, you have like a tech tree, or a civilization. You have a tech tree that you're leveling, and you're getting through that tech tree. So would civilization be an RPG? Because I wouldn't consider it that. So even then, with that vague of its leveling, I just like shot down my own statement. So
what it
it's like,
kind of feels like is like saying a game must have leveling is like saying a movie must have a main character.
Yeah.
Where it's like it's so universally obvious and so commonplace that it's almost comedic.
I agree. I think the way that the leveling is displayed is probably what you have to look more at, right? Like specifically, because there'll always be like tech trees and stuff like that you like see. To me, and maybe this is just me as like a purist like JRPG RPG player, that like the leveling is always like dealt with like experience gain from beating a boss or like a level or something like that, and that experience then goes into the character or the thing that you are role playing as, and then that increases your stats.
So
or
it could
whatever.
It could only be one thing. Like let's say it's like multiple things, like a XCOM or something, where you're leveling up multiple characters at once. Is that still considered because it's leveling? But even though it's multiple people, are you still role playing as multiple people, or?
I don't think you're role playing as those people. You're role playing as the command. That's so weird because XCOM is like it's like Fire Emblem to me, and Fire Emblem is an RPG in that sense. But you're always role playing as like the head character. There's always a main character in Fire Emblem. XCOM doesn't have that. You're like the commander.
That's why I chose it, because it's like you're like overlooking people who are getting leveled up.
Yeah.
So does it depend on who's leveling up?
I guess that's the thing, right? This is what I'm trying to figure out.
Because
now.
in like Civilization or any game that's along those lines,
you do have the like soldiers.
Kind of game, you're leveling up the soldiers, or you're leveling up your town. You're not leveling up yourself. But then, are you not the town? I mean, I don't know.
It's weird.
I had something to say. Oh, if we're saying that it's leveling, then would Minecraft be an RPG? Because you level up in Minecraft.
We've discussed Minecraft a lot on this podcast. We all agree it's not a game; it's an engine. We don't have to talk about Minecraft.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It's gone above and beyond any kind of game at this point.
We no longer. It's like the forbidden game. We don't talk about Minecraft.
That actually happens a lot. God of War. It was originally just an engine. It's Kinetica from like 2001 or something. Like it was originally just an engine.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to pin this message and bring it up really quickly so we can talk about that. Toasty Tub asked, "Can you have an RPG without a narrative?"
Would you say Vampire Survivors is an RPG?
No.
It's got a leveling system.
Okay, so but here's the I think here's the thing. I think that we have to concede that it needs multiple parts, right? We can say that it needs leveling, but it also needs other things, right? It can't be one simplistic factor that you hone in on, and that is the only thing that makes an RPG. Because I don't think that's possible to do with almost any genre. I think everything has gotten so wide. So like RPGs, I think have to have a narrative. They have to have a leveling system.
What
I think there's too many
is that a leveling system has nothing to do with it from my perspective.
Okay. Do you have any examples of that?
The discussion I had with my girlfriend, and I also want to point out that my girlfriend is not a huge gamer, so I always enjoy having conversations with her about this, because she basically only games because I do, and I introduce her to video games now. But she is someone who has her doctorate in psychology and is a very smart individual.
Yeah, she's incredibly smart, beautiful, amazing. Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway, I'll stop bragging about my girlfriend now. Anyway, enough about my girlfriend. We had like a 20-30 minute long conversation about this, and what she finally came up with as the answer was that it's about agency. That role-playing games are more about you having the ability to have an effect on the world around you and make choices that impact the game, versus a game like God of War, which is more of like you are just controlling Kratos. He will make the same decisions regardless. You are just playing as Kratos while he does the role-playing. So she argued that role-playing is more about having a choice in the matter and having some sort of impact on the game or its systems.
I'm not understanding.
I kind of get, but so then that would be, you're saying that like God of War isn't an RPG, right?
Correct. That God of War would instead, I would say, be classified as an action-adventure game instead of a role-playing game. Because you don't really role-play as Kratos. You just kind of play as Kratos. And Kratos makes the same narrative choices. The game plays out in the same way. You are not assuming the role of Kratos, making his decisions for him. Kratos makes the decisions for you. You just play the combat.
So going back to the rock I'm dying on, or the hill I'm dying on, Civilization, I launched nuke, I destroy Russia. All that was real. That was too real. Either way, I launched nuke, I destroyed Russia. Russia is now gone from the world. Is that a role-playing game? I had an effect on the world. I had an effect.
I would say that from my personal experiences of playing RTSs and civ builders like Civilization, I think those are distinctively more role-playing focused than a game like God of War.
Okay.
because I personally enjoy playing a role as my civilization. Like, if you've played Stellaris, I feel like half of Stellaris is role-playing as your weird alien species that happens to be a bunch of xenophobic assholes. Like, that's just part of the game. That's, like, a huge part of the game, I feel like.
But if we're saying that, like, at this point, what you're suggesting is that we are completely ditching the original RPG, because like that's the original RPG is like the class system and the leveling system from D&D.
I
So
would
if we're
also argue,
taking that, then we're completely leaving that behind and saying fuck you D&D.
I would
don't care
also
about you,
argue-
and focusing on this.
Uncle Sewa
Yeah.
said this in slightly different phrasing, but they said as in something with leveling trees and customization. I think that the choices that come from leveling up are also a part of that decision and choice factor. Because, like, we brought up games like Minecraft, but you don't really get to choose anything from, like, a talent tree or build your character when you're leveling up in Minecraft. It just has a leveling system that you
No,
spend on other
but
things.
okay. So I think I was saying, but you spend that experience. Yeah, the leveling
level
is
up
like
my
weird
axe.
because the level. Yeah, you level it up by like enchanting it, which you spend that experience on, right? So to me, that's like just a different way of customization. Instead of leveling up in the truest sense of just watching numbies go up, bigger number, better person, you're just like actually expending it on a specific thing. And I feel like that's different, but I feel like that's a bad example of one, in my opinion.
Okay, fair enough.
In God of War, I level up my axe or my chaos blades. I level them up, and I'm getting new abilities that is affecting my gameplay as a whole.
Does that mean idle games are RPGs?
Maybe it should be limited to narrative choice then, for this specific argument that I'm making here.
So
that
you're saying
narrative
something
choice
like
is the
Until
most important.
Dawn is
Yeah.
an RPG.
You're playing the role of those characters. You make the choice, not the character making the choice.
But-
I think
but
that's
you
the
only
distinction I'm
make-
trying to make.
I can
But
get
you only
behind
made the
that.
choice for those characters when you're in control of those characters. There are times that those characters are doing things outside of your realm that you don't have any choice in, right? So does it like
I mean,
the
your role
amount of
is
time you
swapping.
control over them? Yeah, but it's like then they make decisions without you having any input on it. Like, you know, like there are just things that happen in the thing around you, like in the game. I'm trying to think of a good example in it.
I
So,
haven't
like-
played
I get
Until
what you
Dawn,
mean.
so I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
Life is
focusing really
Strange.
heavily on the role-playing part of this, and as
Yeah.
someone who has played D&D for years, role-playing to me is like an intrinsically narrative thing. I feel like you can't role-play without some sort of plot or narrative driving
I
your
agree.
role-play
I do
forward.
agree.
I think
Uh,
you won me over. I think it's a narrative choice.
I think I
And
agree
then
with
that would remove things like Katamari or roguelike games for the most sense. That would remove them from the situation where it doesn't really make sense if it's a narrative choice.
Yeah.
I was blown away 20 minutes into a conversation when my non-gamer girlfriend was like, "This is the answer," and I was like,
Yeah.
"Holy shit!"
Well, she is
The
extremely
only-
smart
She
and
is-
beautiful and amazing, as we addressed.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
you
yeah,
do.
yeah,
We can go
of
ahead and go
course.
over that like one or two more times before we insert
Here's
this
my,
out,
my
but-
my only other thing though is that like I don't think we can. So how much of a narrative does it have to have, right? Because I think if you look at games like Rogue Legacy, if any of y'all played it, it's a roguelike. But it does have like a story to it. Basically, the whole story is that like you were the first king. You go into this castle and you're like trying to like take it back from these monsters. You die, and then your predecessor or you're the person who inherits your stuff is the next person to go in. So like your son, or like and then their son, and then their daughter, or whatever, and they keep going, and it's like a narrative of you like find these journals that have entries about like the devolvement of like his like going into chaos and stuff. So there
But
is
you're
a
not making
storyline
choices.
there.
But you're not making choices within that storyline.
Does that story play
I
out
guess
the
that's a-
same way no matter what? Regardless of how the
storyline,
end
yeah.
is,
Yeah,
do the
I guess
middle
that's
bits of
fair.
the story change
That's
at
fair.
all? Because I'm thinking
No, I guess
games
that's
like
fair.
Mass Effect. I think Drew
Actually-
mentioned Life is Strange. Those are games that, like, even though the endings might be relatively set in stone, your decisions impact the gameplay all the way
Yeah.
through significantly. So you are in the role of this character making these important
Mm.
decisions.
I
And
think it only matters if you beat it in the first run. I think outside of that, and I think that's too small of like a. It's more of an actual game thing of like the story changes if you beat it. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it other than like
So
basically you never get the journals of like him devolving into madness and stuff like that. But that's like a whole thing.
I think
I don't
that,
think so. I think I agree with you.
I think that this is, and I didn't realize this until just right now when Arbiter said idle RPG as a genre. This
First
I
sentence,
think
honestly.
that we are going into there's a difference between gameplay genre and movie genre. So like what I call personally, and this is not like an accepted term or anything, what I call games like Life is Strange or The Walking Dead or Until Dawn or any like narrative choose your own adventure kind of game thing. That's what I call it. It's a choose your own adventure game. You're choosing your own adventure. Which is based on the books of like the choose your own adventure book where you turn to page 152 and it's a different story.
Yeah.
That's what I've always called those. Because you're making the narrative. I think that saying that an RPG is specifically the way the narrative is told is kind of, it's breaking the barrier between video game genre and movie genre. Which honestly, like, it kind of makes sense in modern day when you think about it, because that's what video games themselves are doing. God of War Ragnarok is a fucking movie. You know?
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 4 is like more movie than game. But it's still a game.
Solid 4, though. Like,
It's a great game, but like it's also a great movie. Like it's both. So I don't know. I think that it makes sense what you're saying for the modern day, but then at that point we need like a different word for like the leveling trees and stuff like that.
Yeah,
because that's what
I
people
agree.
consider an RPG.
And that's another thing that I think this whole topic's going to come down to, is that at one point that would have been a good enough description, but now that games have become so nuanced and so complicated and there's so many of them, we need better categorization to find the games that we want.
But here's the thing: I think this is an interesting message.
Hideo Kojima makes great movies.
That's true.
He's actually making a movie right now.
Yeah,
he's making a Death Stranding movie.
All of Hideo Kojima's inspiration for making games came from being a big movie buff. So makes sense. It all tracks.
That makes sense. Yeah. I think. Okay, so I think one of the things I wanted to talk about at some point in time is like, do we think that genres are good as they are now, where they've slowly become these multiple layering of like tags and like descriptors more than actual genres, or do we think we need new like genre words to define like these multi like compiled things to be more specific?
So what some people use to like figure out what games they're into, or movies, shows, whatever the fuck, is like saying that this is like a dumb one, but like I'm just using it as an example. Outer Wilds is like Breath of the Wild. If you like Breath of the Wild, you're gonna like Outer Wilds. Now, obviously, that's not fucking true, but like that's what people use as like comparisons to other things rather than using the genres themselves.
Gotcha.
So like I think that genres define games, but tags define games. That's a weird thing. I don't know what I was trying to say. I think that when you're making a game, you make the game with the goal of a genre. So the genre comes before the game, usually, not all the time. But tags come after the game. So like genre is kind of what you're aiming for. Tags are what it is in a way.
Yeah. Okay.
And then comparisons are inevitable.
Yeah, I think that's why it's like so interesting that Souls-like, because it's obviously a comparison to the Souls game.
Yeah, it's a
like
direct comparison.
that's so it's like that becoming its own genre. Is that what like we're entitled to? We're just gonna say it's a Zelda-like game.
Does
or
that
it's like
you are
we've
like
been doing
leaning, like you have to hard lean a direction, because it comes back to the, is Portal a puzzle or a platformer? It's like if it's equal parts both, then you're fucked. It doesn't matter what the intention is.
So, like I said, Portal is unique because it doesn't fit into modern day things. Portal is very much like, for all intent and purposes, even though it's nowhere near as old, is a retro game just like Mario, where it is strictly a composite game. It is either platformer or it is puzzle, and it swaps back and forth. Now, obviously, there's other elements in there, like you could say it's a shooter because you're shooting the things, or you could say that it's a first-person game, first-person shooter, like because people combine those. But first-person shooter is like a perspective genre. Like any game can be an isometric game. Like that's not. It's a different kind of genre. So like Portal itself is the same thing as classic games like the original Legend of Zelda or Mario, where it's a composite game, swaps back and forth, back and forth. So Portal is like, it's kind of separate from this conversation because very like it's strictly that. That is its definition. Meanwhile, something like Dark Souls is not strictly Metroidvania or strictly action RPG swapping back and forth. It's not. It like
Well, the
it's
thing
everything. It
is,
just
like,
does everything.
when we don't have a way to describe what a game is, we use a game as an example. Souls-like, roguelike. So why don't we have Portal-likes? If
And
it's
that's
its
kind
own
of- that's-
composite thing, like, why don't we just use that as what it is, like we do with other games? Like, what makes it so unique that we can't?
Why does roguelike fucking exist? Let's call it permadeath.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I'm
roguelike
saying. Like,
shouldn't exist. That's what it should be called. It should be called permadeath, and roguelite should be semi-permadeath. Like that's it. We shouldn't even use the comparisons, in my opinion. I think that the comparisons are fucking stupid and they're degrading to the game that they came from. I think it's disrespectful to the game that it originally came from. I think it's disrespectful to say that something is a Souls-like because you're boiling down the experience that was Dark Souls into like one specific thing, which is like, I don't know, the death mechanic where you
Well,
drop your money. You're boiling it down.
the only reason that's used is for marketability, right? Like, it's not
Yeah,
used
I
to
agree,
actually
yes.
define. It's just used for
Well, no,
for
the
advertising.
The community will actually define a lot of games as
But that's how
Souls-like and leave it
marketability
there.
works. It makes people think they're the ones thinking of an idea. It's how, like, it's why that thing in Australia is illegal, where you put something out for sale for the first time for 35% off, even though that's the actual cost. It's like, because people think they're getting a good deal. It's the same thing with like when something's a Souls-like. It's like, oh, it's a Souls-like? It's for me. I should describe it as to my friends as that as well, because it's for me. I like Souls, therefore I like the Souls-like. So it's like, it's purely marketability, which is the same thing with like roguelike originally, because Rogue was such a, you know, a high like people don't remember this because it's so old now, but originally first-person shooters were called Doom-likes.
Yeah,
They were called
I do
Doom.
remember that actually. Yeah.
So
now
it's
they're
like,
called boomer shooters.
yeah, exactly, yeah. So it's all about marketability. It's all about like what people attract themselves to. If they can relate to
Okay.
something, they go towards it.
I think that's. I agree. I think that saying if I say again back to what if I said that Outer Wilds was like Breath of the Wild and you're a big Breath of the Wild fan, then you're more likely to play Outer Wild.
Yeah.
You know, I think that it's that same conversation where like comparisons are separate from genres. They're kind of different things. And a lot of the times
Until
comparisons
the crossover
are
happens.
bad. Yeah, it's still definitely a crossover, but they're also bad. I'm sure, like, even me personally, I played God of War Ragnarok. I, like, just beat it before I went on break. And I legitimately think that because I played God of War 2018, but right directly before I started Ragnarok, my opinion of Ragnarok was lesser. Because I was comparing it. And I think that that's with any game. Like, you go into a game, whether you actively try to remove your bias or not, that bias is going to be there and that comparison is going to be there. And in turn, if you're comparing something to Breath of the Wild, which a lot of people consider a 10 out of 10 game, you're going to go play Chia, which is coming out at some point, that is like very much inspired by Breath of the Wild. And you're going to come out of that like thinking that it's trash because it's not to the same level of Breath of the Wild is, when in reality it's an indie studio and it can never hit that caliber of Breath of the Wild. Or you're playing the shitty Ubisoft game Immortals, or what was it called? Immortals, whatever the fuck. And it's like, it's very much supposed to be Ubisoft's shitty version of Breath of the Wild, but it was never going to be Breath of the Wild. So when you're making that comparison, it very much has the potential to lessen your experience for that game. I don't really know what point I was trying to make there.
I know you
I think-
basically just said expectations of the thief of happiness. Like
Yeah.
that is like
Yeah.
how most of it rolls. And it's like, if you the thing is, especially about games, is because people so heavily lean on that marketability, it can, as you were saying, like lessen the experience. Like a good example, like I bring it up a million times, I know, fuck off. Genshin Impact was originally marketed as an MMO. Like, that is why most people started that game. They started jumping into it. It is not, and see,
No,
is it
not
not?
really.
It is not an MMO at all. So people came in and got pissed because they were like, "This isn't a fucking like this was
I would
straight
say
marketed wrong."
Genshin is half as much of an MMO as Warframe is an MMO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about as much as an MMO as GTA 5 Online is an MMO.
Yeah.
But like legitimately, like because it was
Actually, way
marketed so
less
poorly.
because you can only have like 4 people in a lobby, right? So I don't
Yeah,
know where
exactly.
MMO ever came from at all.
So you wouldn't. Okay, so let's go to MMOs. You wouldn't say that Grand Theft Auto Online is an MMO?
I would say it
I
is an
would.
MMO, but it's a lesser caliber MMO, like sort of like what Warframe, where it's like not quite of
I
like the
wouldn't.
World of
So
I wouldn't say that Grand Theft Auto is an MMO.
really.
this was a leading question. So I think
I'd say it's
that-
just a multiplayer game.
I think that Grand Theft Auto Online, or maybe Genshin Impact, but obviously I don't know. I think that maybe they're MMOs within a linear open world.
I think GTA 5 Online
Maybe.
is an open world MMO equal to how much Call of Duty Zombies is a roguelike. Like I think they're both stretching the definitions of what they are, but they're still in there.
I have a personal opinion that's not bound by any real law or fact other than my own experiences and opinion. But I think I have this personal limit of like anything sub 100 people on one server is not an MMO. That's not massive
Interesting.
in my opinion. If you have 16 people in a lobby, that's a Halo round. Like that's not a massive multiplayer game. That's
could have-
just
I
a
could
I
have-
believe
multiplayer
that
game.
in GTA though, right?
I believe
Like,
you could have a few hundred people on a single server.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay, that
because
changes
it's there's
things. I
the
thought there was a
specific
16 limit cap.
games. No, that's only
no,
the
it's
specific.
definitely not 16.
That's the specific games that you can go
Those
into
are the
and
mini
like, break
games,
off
yeah.
into. Yeah.
Oh,
So you
it
can break off
allows
into
up
like
to
the
30.
custom lobbies.
Up to
Yeah.
30.
Oh, it's only 30? I thought it was more than that.
I used to. I could have swore I saw
Interesting.
like
may
GTA
be
RP
mods?
servers with like like modded
Yeah.
like
Well,
GTA
those are
RP servers.
modded.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, we
The base
can't
game
really
is up to
use
30.
that.
That doesn't count then.
I-
Yeah, you're right.
That's in the same area as like glitches. Like it's
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
intended.
So
I
why
think-
100? Like why that number?
I have only really seen like one game that I wouldn't consider an MMO that has gotten more than 100 players in a lobby, and that was a game called Mag, and that had 128 versus 128, so 256, and that felt like what I would say is the maximum top end of what I would not consider MMO. Because that was like 256 players on the same map, but to me, the way that the game felt, it still just felt like a 16v16 Call of Duty lobby.
Okay.
Because everyone's
but
so
then I think
evenly spread. I know that,
Interesting.
again, I led this with this is a personal opinion, unfounded
Yeah,
by
yeah,
anything
yeah.
solid. This is just how
So-
I felt the MMO genre.
I also was just thinking that like I feel like MMO has kind of become like people don't really think of MMO as just massive multiplayer. People start to think of MMO as MMO RPGs like automatically, like World of Warcraft, anything like that. I don't know. I think I disagree. If you had a game that had 126 or 120 whatever people like versus 120 people, and if all those people are actual people and not filled like automatically with like bots or AI or whatever, like then I feel like that's a massive multiplayer like online game.
So
Is
is
it
Planet
MMO?
Side an MMO?
Yes.
I don't know enough about Planet
You
Side.
consider
Really
Planet Side an
quickly.
MMO?
I
I
would say PlanetSide is an MMO.
And
Interesting.
PlanetSide's up to 6,000 people playing on the same map at the same time.
Oh,
but really,
yeah,
really
absolutely.
quickly, before I jump into that, I want to say, CB, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. If
Hey,
you've never been here
Siebes.
before, welcome to Joysticks and Mouse Clicks. We've got
Chunk.
myself, Big Chunk, Aravand, the other way, normal people on the show, and Drew Sun, a surprise guest for the show tonight. So welcome in, everybody. Chill, enjoy the conversation. We're currently discussing the nuances of genres.
Chunk,
So if
no.
you have anything you want to say,
Other
make
way
sure to
around,
highlight
Chunk.
your message so we definitely
fuck.
see it.
Hold on, we'll figure it out. I'm bad at this. I'm bad at this. Figure it out. Is it? It's a fucked up part.
What if I
Hold on,
ruined
I
it?
can do this.
What if I ruined
Okay,
it
it's
by
good.
just
It's
going?
great. No, don't do
We
it. Don't do
just
it.
made a circle. We made a circle. No.
All right.
Fuck.
So let me bring up a hypothetical.
Sure.
So y'all have you guys played Dark Tide?
I have.
No, not yet.
Okay.
I saw some gameplay though.
Yeah.
So in Dark Tide, you have like the hub world lobby. You might be able to see where I'm going now. You have the hub world lobby where like the players are all together, but like the missions are like individually just the 4 people. Let's say hypothetically, instead of being limited to like the 20-something people that are in there, let's say hypothetically that there's over 100 players in there, which I feel like is going to be a thing in like 10 years.
Mhm.
Is that so? you're in the hub world with 100 people, but like when you're actually playing the game, it's only the 4. Is that an MMO?
If there were 100-ish people in that area, I would be way closer to saying that that were an MMO, exclusively because it provides you an avenue to get all of that social experience out in a specific area. I would even argue that that is more of an MMO than something like PlanetSide, which is just, it can be 6,000 people fighting, but it's just a shooter, and there's not as much of a social element. Because I also feel like MMOs are driven by the social element of their games.
So is Tarkov an MMO? If there's 100 people, like we're going on the line of like hypothetically
I
saying
know
there's
this is
100
my
people.
hypothetical of 100-person
Yes.
limit. I know. I don't think Tarkov, and again, this is all based on a feeling basis, not like a predetermined definition that I have, but based on the feeling of how Tarkov feels to play, I wouldn't consider it an MMO. I think if the out of game, and I'm basing this on a very old beta version of the game, by the way, because I haven't played Tarkov in forever. But if there were like an out of lobby experience where you could safely interact with players outside of the normal base gameplay loop, then I would say it's an MMO.
Well, like Destiny 2?
Sure. Yeah, Destiny is an MMO.
Okay.
I wouldn't question that one at all.
Destiny is different because once you get into like based on like the planet and stuff, or at least it used to be. I haven't
That
played.
one goes
God knows
against
how
my
long.
player limit rule that I fake made up earlier as well. That one
True.
doesn't have like 100 players in an area, but
No,
because
it's
of the
usually, like-
nature of how that game is designed, it feels like there are other players walking around doing their
It
own
does,
shit,
yeah.
sharing a communal world with you, as
I
opposed to
think
just.
And also, there can be over 100 people in like the hub world like
Can there?
lobby, or at least there used to be. I don't know if it is anymore. The servers
I
have
shouldn't
done
have
worse
made
or
such a
what.
hard distinction on 100.
I think that you can have multiple genres within a single game, or
Very
really
true.
anything, without it being the defining factor. Like I think that you could, like, I personally wouldn't do it, but you could make the argument that Darktide in its current format is an MMO. I don't think it is, but you know, but I
RuneScape
don't
is an MMO.
even if you were to say that it is an MMO, I don't think that that's the defining factor of the game. I think the defining factor of the game is the first-person shooter aspect. I don't know what other genre that would be other than first-person shooter, but like, yeah, I don't think that that's the defining factor. Or even like Warframe.
I think
like
a lot of
is
games-
would Warframe's defining factor be an MMO? Like the missions in Warframe are like overall individual with like a small
It's definitely
party.
a movement shooter.
Yeah, it's a momentum shooter. I would call it a co-op sci-fi shooter. And co-op sci-fi shooter comes with the teeny tiny asterisk that says, and there's also like 6 places you can go and play an MMO. Because there's like 2 planets you can go to, and then a bunch of things called relays, which are basically hub areas for all the players to meet up and trade and interact with one another. But that is, as far as Warframe is concerned, that is the extent of MMO in that game. Because when you're
Momentum
actually
shooter.
interacting with the game and its systems, you can
Yeah.
only have a maximum of 4 people with you.
Momentum shooter isn't something that I've heard before. Would you say that Mirror's Edge is a momentum platformer? Or would you say that momentum is
I think-
inherently a subgenre of platformer?
It was movement shooter.
Movement? Okay. Well, like movement
So,
is broad.
Movement shooters are essentially it's a subgenre of shooters in general. It doesn't have to be first person. That the majority of the time you're shooting is during movement. So
Okay,
like
so it's a subgenre of shooter.
yes, it is
Okay.
it is gaining popularity. It started to gain popularity I think in 2015 or 2016 when Titanfall 2 came out.
I was gonna
Essentially
point to sliding.
yes, sliding became really big in games, and then all of a sudden all the Call of Duties were jumping on wall climbing, and Titanfall kind of pioneered this whole rebellion against like we hate CS:GO type shooters where you stand still and all you do is like. So a lot of people started
Agreed,
making
fuck
movement
those
shooters.
shooters.
I agree, fuck those shooters. And I think that it's really easy to define a movement shooter because it's so literal. It's so like you move a lot and you shoot a lot. Movement shooter. It's not quite as vague as something like a roguelike or like adventure, where it's like anything can be an adventure, realistically.
So the original adventure games, or exploration, if you want to say that again, they're kind of subgenres of the same thing. Was like text-based adventures. When you would type out the text-based adventure, that was the original adventure game.
Right.
That then later became like what I would say is the defining adventure game that like all games from that point are like based off of is again, we're going back to this one, The Legend of Zelda. I would say the original Legend of Zelda was like the foundation of all adventure games going forward. Now, obviously, like a game like Journey, which is an adventure game, I would say, is so vastly different than The Legend of Zelda. That genre has gone so far up and beyond past that point. But I would say that The Legend of Zelda is the basis for adventure game. And I also would say that pretty much every game is an adventure game, but like that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the core gameplay mechanic. You know?
Yeah, which is why I like subgenres like movement shooter so much, because it's like you know what you're getting into when you play like Ultra Kill.
Hold on, I think Forks just busted this whole fucking conversation. There is a game from 1980 that was made on the Atari called Adventure. Does that mean that all adventure games are now roguelike because they're all based on the game Adventure?
They're all adventure-like.
True. So to go,
God, this game looks awful.
There was, I forget exactly what it's called, but like way back before video games existed and stuff, there was a management game that people would do in school where you would basically on typewriters have to manage a village and like be able to upkeep your peasants. So you'd have to like manage food or resources and stuff. And that's what later became like the city builders.
Banished.
I mean, yeah, kind of. That's what later became the city builders and stuff like that, or management games in general that we know today. And that's where it all started, of like the video game kind of craze was that. That's like the basis of all video games. Then from there, we started to get more stuff like text-based games or text-based RPGs. And then we got more into like actual graphics, and that's when we got like the Atari or arcade games like Pong or Tetris or whatever the fuck you want to say. Like that's when we started to get more and more advanced. And then we had a video game drought, and then the Nintendo came out, and then that redefined everything in Nintendo. That's why Nintendo is so big today, is because like Nintendo created the modern game. That's why I keep going back to Nintendo games, because like that's
there's
where,
also
like,
that fancy little symbol, that nice little Nintendo seal of approval originally that made people feel more confident in purchasing video games and really launched the game industry forward. Yep.
Yeah. As
but
much
even
as
then, there was a lot of shitty games.
Yeah. It's like New York Times bestseller, where it's like you just buy the sticker basically.
Yeah, basically. I don't think is that really a thing anymore though. Do you think that like kind of
I'm sure it's
notoriety falls off?
Yeah, for sure.
Really quick, I wanted to point out for today's when we're nearing the end of the stream, I think I'm just gonna ask chat for game suggestions, and we're gonna try to label those games ourselves first, and then compare them to the actual genres.
I like that.
I like that as well.
So chat, start thinking about games for the industry that you want us to try to determine the genres of. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Forgot where I was going.
Prince Devi, you have to go into the overworld areas in Warframe to get and use some of your equipment now, and unless you're practically OP, you have to work with more than a group of 4 to kill enemies required to get said equipment. How does that make Warframe, where those events are required, not an MMO versus Destiny 2, where the public events? I think it's the limitation for me. The fact that in Warframe you click Q into mission and you are given 3 teammates, or you already have 3 teammates and you go, and it's a 4v4 versus an area where in theory dozens of people could show up to an event and help out, as opposed to the pre-selected 3 people loading into the generated level with you and you all going on that mission together. Again, I think that social experience of like the openness. I don't know. I feel like there is like a genre in itself almost for co-op games where you predetermine form a party and work together versus having the natural ability for people to just move in and out of your gameplay.
So, I think we can all agree that World of Warcraft is an MMO, right?
Yeah.
Now wait a
Wait,
minute. No, okay.
World of Warcraft or Warcraft? Those are two different games.
Different things. So in World of Warcraft, when you do, I don't, do they call them raids still? I don't.
Yeah,
they're
dungeons and raids
Yeah.
are content separated from the main game that are no longer MMO
Okay.
content.
So you would call those like mini games.
Maybe something of the sort. I would say in Warframe it's like flipped around though. If that's
So
where
what
you're
if
going with that.
we? So what if we like did? So when we were talking about roguelikes, we didn't focus on it. But I said that instead of saying roguelike, we should say permadeath. Instead of saying roguelite, we should say semi-permadeath.
Sure.
What if instead of saying MMO, we still had MMOs, but then we had like hub MMOs, like hub-MMOs, where it's like you have a hub world that is an MMO, but the actual game itself isn't.
Maybe because I played MMOs too long, I would personally lean for something more like instanced MMOs because I feel like that's a term that's
That's
very
fair.
very familiar with the MMO community. But
That's fair.
I think that I wouldn't mind that descriptor, like an MMO where there's only a select area or areas where the MMO tag would be applicable, but otherwise
like-
it's a different game.
Already, like when you said area or areas, I was going to say that doesn't feel scalable. Like I feel like there needs to be some like I feel like such an easy fix would be to make it instead of MMO, it's like massive is a size. Massive's like 1,000 plus per server, and then you have like BMOs, big multiplayer online, which is like 100. GMOs, giant massive multiplayer, which is like so each one is like scalable to a number. Like
Humos is a whole different thing.
Boiling it down, why is it even called fucking MMO? If you're a massive multiplayer online, why have the online there? Why not just have it be massive multiplayer? Why isn't it MM? Why is it called MMO? I mean, I guess it could be like, I doubt
I
that
think
there's
at the
a
time that
massive
genre was
multiplayer
coming in.
local.
Interesting.
I think at the time that the
Yeah.
genre of MMOs were coming into play, online wasn't a given. When multiplayer was mentioned in a game, it was like, oh, I'm gonna go to my friend's house and bring my controller and we're gonna play
Yeah,
multiplayer.
I guess that's
So
fair.
I think
yeah,
I think
counts
just
go up.
given the time period, I think adding
Chat.
online to the end makes sense.
Chat, find me a massive multiplayer local. Find me an MML. Because, like, I doubt that.
No,
it-
I'll-
We got it. We got it.
Mario Party 7, there's 16 players.
Let's
You have,
go!
16 players.
There you go.
And the reason is because literally they let you have half a controller and they have an additional add-on to let you have 8 more plugins or like 4 more plugins. So then each
My-
person uses. It's stupid. It's bad, but like
Yeah.
you know,
My
it's an
question
option.
is, would it technically be possible? Okay, actually, I would say, again, this doesn't go with my definition of MMO. This doesn't feel massive enough to be my definition of MMO. But think about like Unreal Tournament was even a really old game
I
that had
wouldn't call
quite a
that.
few people in it. That was like a multiplayer online game. I know
See,
that
your
would
brain
be
went to the
massive,
same
but-
place as mine because I was thinking of the original Halo.
Yeah.
But like that's just a multiplayer game. I wouldn't call it that.
But then
It's not massive enough.
I think there are multiplayer games that could be made massive online with a ridiculous amount of effort, but there were none that were intended, right?
Yeah.
Let's
Not
start
really.
let's start a convention where we just have thousands of computers lined up and they're all connected to the same LAN network, and we just play a massive multiplayer local.
Honestly, let's
We
just
just
call
do
it
we just
the
do WoW
LAN.
Classic.
Just call it the
Yeah.
LAN. It's a week-long adventure. Every day is a different game. All right, chat.
Perfect.
When are you guys coming to the LAN? Summer?
That would be a cool convention.
Honestly, it would. Yeah.
Honestly, it'd be
Giant
sick.
LAN party. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a
We need
fucking
some-
stinky convention.
we
I'll
need some
tell you what.
crazy air
Hey,
conditioning.
hey, look, that's just a convention.
Look,
okay?
it would
Like,
be
we've
no
all
worse
been to
than
at
a
least
furry
one, right?
convention. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you say massive multiplayer local, I was thinking like a battle royale tournament. Oh, true. Don't they host battle like BR tournaments locally?
You have to.
Yeah.
'cause then you
True,
have
yeah.
zero ping.
True. Fact. So would you call it? Ah, there you go. Would you call it battle royales MMOs? Is battle royale a subgenre of
I would.
MMO?
I would. Ooh, yes, actually. I think it would be.
If you put that into that category, then technically battle royales are roguelikes.
I'm changing it. I'm changing my feel. I'm changing my feeling.
We're going everywhere.
I'm changing my
Everything.
feeling. I originally based it on
I
player
would say
count, but I'm changing
roguelite,
it.
but yeah.
Multiplayer roguelikes.
The player count is still
roguelites.
important, but not as important, I think. I'm no longer going to hold hard to the 100 player count thing. I'm going to instead say that I think it's more based on the social experience. Because I think with the implication of MMO, generally, those types of games, you're expected to not be playing the game the whole time. And a lot of your game time is dedicated to like downtime, communicating, socializing, interacting with other people.
I disagree. I think I think of that and put that with MMORPG specifically, not necessarily MMO.
Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe, but I don't know. I still think that like I'm starting to think games that I were considering MMOs I wouldn't anymore. But now all of a sudden,
yeah.
This is a specific game. I haven't played Fortnite, so I don't know if they do it. I know Apex Legends doesn't do it. But like in the battle royale genre, Warzone is a battle royale. Inside of Warzone, they have proximity chat.
True.
So if I press the talk button in game and I'm not using Discord, the enemy parties can hear me talking and I can communicate with them. So is that an MMO?
So
because
now
I'm
we
having
come
the
back
social
to-
interaction of talking to somebody and be like, "Don't shoot."
I think that comes back to developer intentions. That comes back to developer intentions. When they designed the voice chat in the game, did they think, are people going to beg for their lives and have a cool roleplay situation in this? No, that's not at all what they were thinking. I don't think one developer on the Call of Duty team thought that two people were gonna have a conversation and part ways.
I think that's exactly the reason why that's there. And I think that's why that's there in Tarkov.
I think I
Tarkov makes more sense to me for this example.
But to me, it's like I think any game with proximity chat nowadays, everyone is always thinking and keeping in mind that like content creation is like such a big thing nowadays, whether that's YouTube or Twitch or whatever thing. So it's like you always leave that open as like I feel like there's something on someone's head, right? It's like the interactions that could potentially take place. I don't think
stupid
necessarily
thing into my head.
Yeah.
Twitch plays Pokemon as an MMO. that's a stupid fucking thing. But
I would agree with that. I would agree
truth.
with that. Yeah, I cannot argue against that. Holy shit.
The thing is, it wasn't even the first Pokemon MMO.
Holy fuck.
Pokemon Go.
No, that wasn't even the first Pokemon MMO.
Wait, what? There was another one?
It wasn't official or licensed, but someone made it, yeah.
I think Twitch Plays Pokemon was before Pokemon Go. Because that was like 2014.
I thought Twitch Plays Pokemon was like 2016. Am I get my timelines off?
My skew of time is fucked.
I've thought of a better way to...
I'm with Drew. I have no clue. After like the past 3 years, I have no clue anymore.
2020 ruined my sense of time period forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I wanna okay, I've got it narrowed down a little bit better now, my feel. I'm going to specifically use World of Warcraft as an example. I think World of Warcraft, playing the game normally, if you were to just play that game and level up, that's not an MMO, you're playing an RPG. But the moment you start to interact with the player base, the moment you start to form your own raid group and manually meet people and form a group, to me, that was the moment that it stopped being a regular RPG and became an MMO. But I don't think that's universal.
This topic is bigger than I thought because now you're bringing up a different thing.
Yeah.
Is genres defined by developer intent or player intent?
I think developer intent still applies to what I was saying too, because I think what the direction I was going to go with that is the reason that I think MMOs are kind of dying. Like, they're not dying, but, you know, they're not as big as they used to be. I think everyone can agree on that. MMOs have kind of taken a backseat.
The modern MMO needs to change.
Yeah, the modern MMO needs to change. And I think the difference right now is that what used to be an MMO, or what I am describing as the experience that used to be an MMO, is not there anymore. There is no go out and look for a party. It is now click, this is the dungeon I want to do, click button, now you have a party, go do dungeon. You don't socialize, you yell at the tank once for fucking up a pool, and then you leave. It doesn't feel like an MMO anymore.
I don't know if any of you have played it or anybody in chat has played it. I personally am not an MMO fan. I think that, so I'm saying this from the outside, I think that Final Fantasy XIV is probably the direction that MMO should go. Like, it is, the MMO aspect of Final Fantasy XIV is over-encompassing. It's throughout the entire game, but it takes a backseat from the RPG. I remember hearing a long time ago that somebody said that World of Warcraft is an MMO RPG. Final Fantasy 14 is an RPG MMO. Like the MMO takes the backseat to the RPG. Or like if we were to use Warzone, which we kind of addressed that isn't like super an MMO. Warzone would be something like it's a momentum shooter with the MMO taking the backseat. Like it's not it's the secondary genre.
So it's going back to like Breath of the Wild thing, where there's the umbrella genre, and then there's what you're specifically getting yourself into.
Yeah, so like the game is going back to the composite genre, like it has two composite genres, but it also happens to be an MMO. That's just not the focus. The two composites are like the primary.
Mm-hmm.
So like if you're Super Mario Maker. Like Mario Maker is I don't know why I added the super. Mario Maker is the action platformer it's still those two things. But it has the multiplayer aspect as the backseat. It's still a multiplayer game. In fact, it's a co-op game too. And those are the backseat to the action platform. So I'm saying that my point here is I think that MMO going forward in game development, and I'm just a dude on the internet. I don't know what I'm talking about.
We all are.
MMO should be the backseat. It should be two primary things that the game is aiming for, and it also happens to be an MMO. You know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, here's how I describe Final Fantasy. I'm a big MMO fan, by the way. Basically, any MMO that's come out since like 2000, I probably have tried it. I played World of Warcraft for 11 years. I am still desperately hoping for another MMO to come out that is good to me. But I think, in a way, that God of War Ragnarok wasn't Game of the Year. God of War Ragnarok was, in my personal opinion, the perfection and finalization of a genre. They took the Sony action-adventure storytelling game that they've been making for years and were like, okay, here's all we have learned on this game, here you go. There were a few mistakes, sure, but I think ultimately that's what that game was for me. In my mind, that is the ultimate narrative storytelling experience. I think Final Fantasy XIV is the ultimate stage 1 MMO experience. Like what we knew as MMOs for the year 2000 to 2020, Final Fantasy XIV is everything that we ever wanted in all of those MMOs, but that style of MMO is struggling to stay afloat, and something has to change, or that will be the last big MMO. I think that's the situation we're in my opinion. I don't like 14, but I think it did everything every MMO before it has done really well. But I don't think it's long-term sustainable. I think it's like the end of the current era of MMOs.
I kind of disagree with what you said on God of War Ragnarok, but that's a different conversation.
I know. We disagree on that.
I can tell because as soon as he said it, I just watched Drew go.
Drew knows that I'm a big God of War stan. I'm a big God of War stan.
It's a different conversation.
We can get to that if we want to.
It was so weird last year because I had people like Debbie who were like, I don't know who's gonna win, God of War or Elden Ring, and then there's people who are like, why is God of War even in the run? Like this game fucking blows. And I'm like, what is this dichotomy?
Okay, let's get into it a little bit. I think that
if we're getting into it, I need a bathroom break.
Go for it.
Okay.
All right. Lead up to it. I can still hear you.
Well, I was going to say, if we went
likes
to
to listen.
I wanted to address a side thing real quick. Would Pokemon Go actually be an MMO game if none of the interaction actually happens online? Because it all happened in person. There's not like anything like chat or anything you can communicate with the people online, right? I mean, it's been a while since I played it, so maybe there is like additional things now.
I don't know.
Back in the day, there wasn't.
If you go by the definition of just interacting with other people, then that would make Earth the MMO, and Pokemon Go like the objectives, which I don't like.
I don't like that at all. Like, is that like a thing, right? Like, I feel like if we have to draw the line of it being online or on a computer or on like some kind of electronic console. If we start going with MMOs are real life, then I can't do this anymore.
I think that this is once again an argument of player intent versus developer intent. Yeah. Because personally, if I were to play Pokemon Go today, it would be a single player game. Because I live in bumfuck nowhere, Indiana, where nobody's playing Pokemon Go right now. So if I were to play it, I would be playing it alongside nobody.
Same, I'm from Arkansas.
It's like
so I
Iron
feel
Man's
that.
on RuneScape.
So it would be single player for me.
Pokemon
Welcome
Go
back.
is an,
Anyways, back to-
an
back to God of War.
MMIRL.
Is it what? Is it what?
Pokemon Go is an MMIRL. It's a massively
Oh my
multiplayer
God.
in real life game.
I think that God of War
Like tag.
Ragnarok is two different games. I think that without spoiling anything, obviously, game just came out.
I'm gonna have a really hard
I
time
think-
defending myself without spoiling things, but I can go on.
I think that, and I'm going to go back to it and do more of the side content, so this opinion might change. I think that the single player story game of God of War Ragnarok is the perfect video game. I think that it's gonna be like, even against like Elden Ring or something other, Breath of the Wild, whatever other game you want to consider a 10 out of 10 video game. I think that the single player story game that is God of War Ragnarok is the perfect video game. It doesn't get better
That's high praise.
so far.
Jesus.
However,
Uh-oh.
then there's a bunch of this side content. All of the side stuff is a different video game.
Yeah, I think that's
From looking at all of the side quests, regardless of what you're looking at, even the best side quests that are in the game, and there are some really quality side quests in that game, they're different. I think that, for me, I think that the story game that is God of War Ragnarok is a 10 out of 10 video game. But because of all the side content as a whole, over encompassing, is like a 5 out of 10. And then combining those two together into one video game that is God of War Ragnarok equals out to like a 7 or an 8.
Okay, my question to gauge how much side content you've done to see if we had the similar experience. How much have you done in The Crater?
I spend like 2 sessions in the crater,
Oh,
and my
okay.
streams are like 5 hours, so like
So a
A
good
little bit
amount. Okay,
less
I
than
really
10.
enjoyed The Crater a lot. Like I
Probably
think
like
all
7.
of Anaheim was like really good side content for me. But I
the
think
crater
everywhere
is
else was okay.
exactly what I was like. I'm gonna go back to that.
I thought
Yeah.
his name was
I-
Kratos.
yeah.
I guess for a reference without spoilers of what The Crater is, for those who didn't know, and I know most of my chat has a vague idea, but if you're familiar with the YouTube channel Girlfriend Reviews, they did their own game awards this year, where they made up their
Hey,
own
I'm doing that right
categories.
now. I'm writing that.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm excited to see it. They did their own game awards, so they came up with their own categories and shit, and one of their categories was Best Hole Up a Minute. And by their definition, a hole up a minute was something that happens in a video game that forces whoever's playing it to step away from the main story for a prolonged period of time to do something else. And
So,
they gave
I
the
watched
award to
a,
The Crater in God of War Ragnarok.
Of course.
Yeah. Because that's like an 8-hour side quest step aside.
Of course.
Like an hour before the end of the game. They're like, here's the second game. Enjoy.
So there's actually a story in relation to that. I'm researching everything Ragnarok right now and everything God of War to write this award show. And IGN did an interview with Eric Williams, the director of the game. I couldn't remember his name. And he said that he went on a vacation to Africa. And in Africa, there is a place that, like, I guess got hit by a meteor. And it's just a giant crater in Africa. I think it was Africa. I could be wrong. And inside of that, all the animals can't climb out. So any animal inside of the crater was born in the crater and dies in the crater. And after he went on that like 2 or
Looks like
3 week
Batman.
vacation,
Like Made in Abyss.
after he went on that 2 to 3 week vacation, he came back to develop Ragnarok, and they just put it in the game.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, clearly that
And
sounds
he
so fucking
basically
cool.
he sold it to somebody, and he was like, I think it was the art director, somebody in the art department. He sold it to them, and even though he was like the art director or whatever, he made it his passion project. He went off on his own and created, like, majority of the crater in God of War Ragnarok, which isn't really a spoiler that it exists, is developed by one person. He just went through and passion projected the whole thing.
That's like That
And it
is
was so-
ridiculous to me because there's so much fucking content in that trailer. It was basically another game. Like, that could have been
Yeah.
like a $40 DLC for that area.
And that's why that area has so much, like, it's so different from the entire rest of the game because it was one person doing it. And then later, like,
can
I'm sure
see
that the writers
passion
went
too.
in
That whole area is so
and
cool.
wrote in some of, like, the main story ties. I'm sure that there's more work in it. But majority of it was a passion project for one person. And he just went through it and did it. And then people on the dev team, other people, came in and they played it, and it was so good that they had to put it in the game. This is my alarm that I need to let my dog out.
If
Okay.
you need to step up and step away, that's fine.
Yeah,
Nah, it's
absolutely.
fine.
That was a really fine natural segue into that. I felt like that was part of the speech for a minute.
I was sitting there like, oh wow, he's let his dog out. Okay.
He's like, and this is
Keep
my
going,
alarm
right,
to go and throw my dog in the pit. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's actually really fucking cool to know. That definitely changes my opinion about how I feel about that section of the game.
That section of the game, again, is still victim to what I'm talking about of having these side quests that are, or rather side content, not quests specifically, just side content that is lackluster. There are some that are good, like that crater does deal with some ties to the main story that I will not talk about at all because, like, play the game, experience it. And there's some side content in the main game, like one that I am willing to talk about because it's small. The game in a side content, in a side quest, explores a little bit of Mimir's backstory and Mimir's life. And that at the end of the game, they bring up that side quest that you did that. If you did it throughout the game. So there's like little tidbits here or there that like are good, and that's what brings it up to a 5 for me, which is like average, instead of pulling it down. But majority of the side quests are like, go find this thing, go get that thing. It's just fetch quests, and it's like that's why for me I tie that game to like it's two separate video games in one video game. One being a 5,
We'll
the other
see.
being a 10. It reaches down to 7 or 8.
That draws in the question of developer intentions versus player experience again, because you experienced it that way, but maybe the developers intended for, okay, you have reached this area. Now we have an NPC tell you, hey, there's a bunch of stuff to do right here, a little bit of a distraction. Here's a shit ton of content to mix into the story a little bit, and they expected it to blend in together. That's not how it worked for me. I barreled through the story and then did all the side content, but so I probably had a more similar experience to you.
This is another developer thing that I learned while researching them.
Sure.
Eric Williams, he's been working for Santa Monica since forever. I think he stepped away at one point, but he came back because like 2018 was like the getting the team back together situation. And he said, is his words, his ideal video game development is everything should be an 8 out of 10. Nothing should be anywhere above or lower than an 8 out of 10. Everything should be consistently 8 out of 10. And if you can hit everything at 8 out of 10, then when people review it, they'll give it a 10. And as like a perfectionist, personally, like you can see, like earlier in this podcast, I went out and switched out the background for my own. Because I was like, I had an idea of how to do it, and I was like, this looks better than having what it had before. I did that at one point because like I am.
Change this? Can I fix this?
You can go do whatever you want. I very much am a perfectionist. Like I think that aiming for an 8 is aiming low. I think you should always aim for the peak and then it lands somewhere in between. That's just very much what I am, and that's just how I am. You know. It's okay if like Eric disagrees with that. It's okay if any of you did. It's just how I am.
I don't think you can disagree with that. It's just that's literally just who you are. I was only giggling because like that's so not me. I'm like man,
That's
good
fine.
enough.
Yeah, that's right. Like in reality, your life is so much fucking easier than mine. Like, you know, I'm losing my hair. It's going away because of all this. I have grays in my stash that you can't see.
I aim for like a 9 out of 10, and my biggest downfall is when I can't reach it. If I only hit like an 8, I scrap it. So I'll like waste a shit ton of time putting a bunch of effort into something that anyone else would look at and be like, wow. And I'm like, nah, delete.
I was an engineering student, and this is just a good way to live, honestly. I was an engineering student, and they taught us to, when you're writing down ideas in notebooks and stuff, failed engineering student, by the way. When you're writing stuff down in like notebooks and stuff, use a pen instead of a pencil, and then just put a line through it. Don't like scribble it out so it's not readable. Put a line through it, because those ideas can always be reused. So instead of being like, this isn't working, delete, put it in like a back burner kind of thing. You know, put it on your little Trello that you could have. Put it in like the recycle. You know, like have it there for later, so that like maybe you're gonna have an idea that makes that work. Like I did with the background, where I was like, I have an idea of how to make this work. I did it. Like put things things in the trunk. You know, put a pin in that. Because, like, you never know if you're going to have an idea that's going to make that work. So, video game genres.
Yeah, I was about to say, I just thought, like, mid-sentence of your last sentence, like, wow, we really detached, didn't we? We really went far.
I'm going to go let my dog out real quick, though.
Yeah, go let your dog out. Chunk, why are you using a green screen today? I thought the same fucking thing. So when Drew joined chat earlier, I told Drew, like,
I was insecure.
I said I don't use a green screen for the podcast because no one else uses their green screen for the podcast. And then Chunk and Airman pop up like 5 minutes later, both with their green screens down and ready, and I'm like, oh, it's just Jamie that doesn't use a green screen.
I'm not using my green screen.
You're not using it, but you have it down.
No.
Put that shit up.
Same.
What's your background? Give us something to look at. How dirty is your room?
Okay, I got you. Hold up.
Oh yeah, you have. Oh
There you
yeah.
Pretty dirty.
Wow.
So no.
Wow, it's green back there. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Double layered.
I don't like people see my chair.
It's fair.
My s'more.
You have s'mores?
No, what the fuck, dude?
Chad, I hope you guys are thinking of games for us to categorize later. I'm assuming when Drew gets back, I'm gonna try to start up the Souls-like conversation. You can use the green screen to get Sleeping Poppy Eric into the background. I really thought about like 3 or 4 different ways to have Jamie on the stream. But mostly because of how much shit he was already having to manage behind the scenes with the subathon, I figured I'd let him deal with that, and I would handle everything on this end without him having to give me weird footage of him sleeping or whatever.
Okay, I found the s'more.
Opinion on Pokemon Stadium's minigames? The reason to play Pokemon Stadium. Oh, that's a cute s'more.
He fell. He's cute.
Oh.
So, of the average score you'd give a Pokemon game, let's say 10 years ago, do you think that Pokemon still matches that today?
The score I would give Pokemon 10 years ago
Yes,
versus
like,
the score I give
where-
Pokemon today?
Or even 20 years ago, like where Pokemon sat in the game market, where its value sat. Do you think it's
Are we
still
talking about
holds
the
that
same
value?
game or just the
In the
gaming
games industry? No.
I'm talking about like where it sits with everything else specifically.
In the gaming
No,
industry?
absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Do you think that they could have and didn't, or do you think they're just trying to make
could have
games
and
for the
didn't.
old audience? Okay.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
think that actually, you go ahead, Chuck.
I was just gonna say, like, they definitely had like the resources and like backing to do like something different and use those resources appropriately. They just never did. They never messed with like the algorithm more than like adding in like, you know, like pageant shows or like little dumb things that like not a lot of people use. Like a little side content. Like I remember in Diamond and Pearl, I think it was, there was like underground bunkers that you could
Yeah.
have, and you could like play capture the flag, but nobody ever did it. So there was only ever like I did it one time with like a friend, and that was it. It was a very interesting like, but they never put any love or care into those kinds of things. And it always felt like the same game with different Pokemon, and maybe like a slightly different bad guy doing bad thing for different reason. But like,
I do
As
think
a person outside of Pokemon, because I fucking hate those games, I think that the Pokemon are cute and I like them, and I'm sure I kind of want to binge the anime now that Ash is over. But like, as a person outside, I think that Pokemon needs to grow up.
Yeah.
I don't think that they need to go through and like kill off characters or anything like that. You know, it doesn't need to be drastic
do.
adult content. I mean, it'd be cool.
Murder
But I think
Pokemon.
that Pokemon needs to stop trying to sell games to kids and instead sell games to like 20-year-olds. You know,
I
like,
think
like not,
Nintendo
you know.
needs to experiment with leasing out the Pokemon IP to other developers instead of just giving it to Game Freak and being like, yeah, just make us another exact clone of what you made last year and it'll sell. To be fair, I'm very, very proud of Game Freak for not making a clone this time. Scarlet and Violet genuinely looks like they have made strides to move in a new direction. It doesn't look like the same game they've been releasing for 20 years, so I'm proud of them for that. I just think that the stage where the Game Freak is at right now with Pokemon should have been where they were 10 years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Pokemon is the highest grossing franchise in human history, and they do not have a money problem. So it is just them being like, well, we don't need to spend more money on it because we already know everyone will buy it. So
Yeah, basically.
Do you think if there was
So-
more competition in that like monster collecting space?
that's why I
Then-
supported Temtem so hard. I was really hoping that Temtem would give Pokemon a run for their money and make them actually
Interesting.
have to try.
Yes. So before we get into like the Souls-like conversation, I wanna talk about horror. So inside of first off, so horror, which is an extremely hard word for me to say, horror, is extremely hard to nail. Horror and
Come on, Drew.
comedy are what?
Horror is
are-
extremely hard to nail. Like,
Horror.
set yourself
Uh,
up, bro.
I think that horror and comedy are like the two hardest things to like get because people are afraid of so many different things. People think so many different things are funny. Some people think High on Life is the funniest thing ever made. Some people think that the fact that he turned himself into a pickle is stupid. It's like as subjective as subjectivity can get. So in video games, I would say probably the first horror game was like probably like text-based adventures, you know. Yeah, Pac-Man. I would say that it was probably text-based adventures, and then that later came into Pac-Man and other games going forward that became
It
like
was text-based
modern
adventures
horror.
into Pac-Man into Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I think that was the
Yep,
that
the
was the
direct
linear
line.
progression.
Yeah.
the direct descent.
Yeah.
I think that so now today we have like a genre. We got two subgenres of horror mainly. Obviously there's exceptions. We have psychological horror and survival horror. Psychological being like the Dollhouse specifically from Resident Evil 8. Survival horror being the entire rest of Resident Evil 8. Like, you know, it's you know, they're two separate things. So like how do you define what would you define as the modern horror genres? They can be those two things, they can be something else. Just your brain coming from your dome. What do you think is the modern horror genres?
I would call it haunted
Not the
house.
horror genres. That's a different conversation. It's a different
Orc
podcast.
massage.
Actually, okay, never mind. I thought Sky was about to fucking quote me, but they're apparently referencing a game called Haunted House. I'm going to say the current horror genre is Haunted House. And I'm going to say that, like, most of the horror games I've seen YouTubers play within the past decade, so maybe I'm a little outdated on this. It feels like most horror games are, here's a spooky location. We're going to introduce a spooky enemy and let you know that they're theoretically there, and then we're going to force you down some very specific, scary, narrow hallways where triggers will happen at certain moments, and then very predetermined things will happen, and you will be scared. It's just... It's you are guided through a linear haunted house of jump scares and pop-ups is what it feels like to me. My most recent experience that I'm referencing this to being Visage.
Okay, so what about Resident Evil or Silent Hill?
In my brain, And to be fair, I have not played the recent versions of any of these games. The most recent version of any Silent Hill or Resident Evil game I played is Resident Evil 4. So it's been a long time because I don't get scared by horror games very easily. So it's really hard for me to even want to give one a try. Visage was one that stood out to me and looked actually scary. So I played it and I thought it was okay. It was pretty good. It actually didn't creep me out at times. But anyway, I think I would break up horror games very similarly to you, but what I would classify them as is I don't have a good word for it immediately on the top of my head, but it's always separated between the runaway defenseless horror and the you actually have a function to defend yourself, like Alien Isolation. You're giving a flamethrower, and that feels more like an action horror game as opposed to like an atmospheric horror game. But I feel like most horror games would be lumped into those two categories, but I feel like a majority of the ones that get really big on YouTube are the atmospheric ones where you can't defend yourself. You just have to be sneaky and run.
Airvan and Chunk, I want to hear you before I say anything.
I was actually going to say I need to take a back seat in this because I know you don't know me very well, but I actually essentially
you're
don't
into,
play
like,
horror
shooters.
at all. Yeah, I don't really touch horror whatsoever.
You're more of a multiplayer guy.
Yeah, I like shooting. I'm good at shooting, so I like doing it. But I've always avoided the horror genre, specifically because my least favorite genre of movies has always been horror. And like I never understood the Markiplier, the PewDiePie, the Jacksepticeye, that whole side of YouTube. I always kind of like thought it was cringe, so I stayed away from it. So I thought like myself playing those games would like put myself in this sphere. I've only actually played like a few what would be considered horror games, but they're like on the line. It's like Alien Isolation, BioShock, Prey, stuff like that, where it's like
Are those on the line? I feel like those are pretty distinctive horror games.
Those are horror games, right? But like they aren't like the stereotypical like running away from big scary monster thing. They're just kind of like but those ones I have played, I have enjoyed quite a bit. But I want to take a back seat because that's basically it. Like those three games are my entire experience with the genre. And they're all kind of not dated, but they're all kind of like using a similar recipe of like you're going from area to area, you have ways to defend yourself. And I don't know if that's the modern way games are going, because like, you know, you look at like Poppy's Playtime and like Five Nights at Freddy's, and there's just so like horror games have to be, I feel like they have to be two things nowadays. I feel like they have to be marketed towards children because children are easier to scare, and they have to be short because you can't be scared for that long, really, especially when you're playing a game for like a long period of time. Everyone's done that thing where they've played a game enough that they could fucking speed run the part and not be scared anymore, or like they've played a game with friends and it's no longer scary. Like Phasmophobia is a good example, or like the first 10 hours of Phasmophobia, mint, but after that it's like it's an annoying game. That's my opinion though.
I hate horror games, but that's for a different reason than Airvan does, and that's because I'm a fucking bitch and I don't handle them well. So, I think a lot of my
very much have to expose yourself. It's an exposure therapy kind of thing.
Dude, but it's one of those things that like no matter how much I expose myself, I'm like, oh yeah, I can handle this thing now. And then if anyone watched me play Mortuary's Assistant knows, it didn't go very well. That game fucked me so hard, and like multiple ways, because things didn't appear where I thought they would be, and it didn't tell me they were going to appear in different places, and I yelled at my chat for like an hour running in a circle. That's a whole different thing. Anyway, the point being is that I think for me, horror games are, I don't like the direction that Airvan was talking about, where it's like Poppy's Playtime, Five Nights at Freddy's, because I feel like that's very much the jump scare tactic like style of horror. I don't even think that it's the fact of it being marketed towards children. I just think that's how a lot of horror games are right now, especially like indie games and stuff. It's all about like the whatever like noise effect they can use that like scares you the best, whatever like pop out image or whatever like thing that they can put in your face that'll like scare you in a moment whenever your guard's down. And I feel like that's not what horror to me is. Horror to me is like more subtle than that. It's like the eerie feeling of something being wrong, but like not being able to place what's wrong. The kind of like things of like walking through a hallway and like being like, have I been here before? Things like that, like things that feel unnatural. I guess more like unsettling than
there are games that nail that.
Like that.
So
yes,
I was just about to ask, is there any game that's like the whole experience is PT? Because that's the one game I would want to play.
Have you not played PT?
No.
I can get you access to it.
That's a weird. How?
Well, okay.
you know
Here's-
that?
okay, hold on. Before that sounds sketchy and illegal, there's a guy on fucking Patreon that has been working on manually remaking PT for PC, and I replayed it on stream not too long ago. It's not finished. The whole game isn't done. It's like half of the game currently, but it's like perfect. Like it is identical to the game almost. It's very close. Like 9.5 out of 10 close.
Like what Chunk just said, like reminded me that it's like that there was one game that I felt like I actually wanted, because like I actually don't even know how I react to horror stuff just because I don't play them enough. So I'm actually kind of interested to see how I would,
yeah,
like if I'm a little bitch or not.
Mortuary's assistant now.
So
Okay, I'm down.
unfortunately, the person that made the PT thing that you're talking about, for some reason, even though he doesn't own the license to PT, he didn't make the original game. He's just basically remaking the assets in Unreal or whatever. He put it behind a paywall.
Yeah, it is still.
There's ways to
paywall,
get
though.
around it. There's ways to get around it, and I have as well.
Put on the eye
but
patch,
like, yeah, he put it on. Yeah, little eye patch.
put on the peg
situation.
leg.
Aravand, I feel like you would probably end up liking and should give a try to specifically the Resident Evil 2 remake.
I've heard good
yes.
things about that, especially from
I
Pop.
think
I
that
agree.
you would probably, as a person that has watched this podcast quite a bit, I feel like you'd like that game. And I think that you would like this Silent Hill 2 remake that's coming out. Obviously, I don't know. I haven't played it. It could be trash. But yeah, they're remaking
I'm
Silent
excited-
Hill
I'm
2.
excited
You would probably like that.
Like honestly, like
Um,
genuinely, if it's like recommended by friends and if it has a gun in it, I will give it a try. Like money's no option. No
So
object.
with the games that you explained, that you pointed out were I forget, BioShock, and then you said two more. What were they?
Prey and Alien Isolation.
Alien Isolation.
So
That was a
every
good one.
single one of those games are what I would call, and generally the gaming industry calls, survival horror.
Mhm.
Oh,
and Dead Space. I forgot to mention Dead Space.
Also survival horror. Then the other games that you guys are talking about, like PT or Visage, or Amnesia, any of those, like pretty much everything else you guys talked about.
Those are probably like puzzle horrors, aren't they, or something like that?
That's where I'm getting to.
Yeah.
So those are
Interesting.
psychological horror games. That's what they're called. They're that because they're psychologically based. Outlast, which a lot of people don't like, is kind of like the modern day core psychological horror game.
That's the camera one, right? Like where you're running around with like a
Yes.
video recorder. or
in
something?
the insane asylum. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's kind of what formed the modern day psychological horror. But even beyond that, Amnesia, The Dark Descent formed that because
Mhm.
obviously, like Amnesia or Outlast is based on Amnesia, but now all modern games are, it's like Hollow Knight today. I would say personally, Hollow Knight is like my favorite game. I would say that Hollow Knight
Game.
Your
revolutionized.
favorite
It
game?
innovated. Yes, basically. It innovated on the Metroidvania genre to a greater degree that is now the Metroidvania. So any game afterward that's a Metroidvania, even something that came recently, like the second Ori game, majority of Metroidvania games that come out after are based off of Hollow Knight to some degree, because it especially with the map, it innovated to a degree.
I can
that
see
is
that.
crazy.
Yeah.
Hollow
I
Knight
would say
Mania.
that I would say that Amnesia did that for psychological horror, and then directly after that, only like a few years later, Outlast did that again.
Mhm.
And then every psychological horror game is based off of those,
Do
and
you
that's
think
why
it was
people like
Outlast
Fox,
was
who's
the
in
one that
chat.
did that, though?
I would say so.
Hmm.
And that's why people like Fox, who's in chat, probably isn't gonna like majority of games that are like that because they're probably based off of Outlast, or PT, because it's PT. So I think for me, how I define it, as the person that plays horror games here, I define it as, for psychological horror game, it's when you can't defend yourself.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
don't. You hide. You run. Maybe you have like a camera that like makes the ghost vanish.
Or
But like
stuns
overall,
the enemy in some way.
Yeah.
yeah. Overall, like throughout that, you can't. I didn't say it was a good psychological horror game, Fox. I just said that it was a psychological horror. Overall, you can't.
We're getting
can't
Fox
defend
on here
yourself.
someday.
Uh-oh.
That's what psychological horror is, in my opinion. Can't defend yourself, you just gotta run or hide.
Mhm.
Survival horror is the exact opposite. You can defend yourself. It might not be the best option, you know, in like the classic Resident Evil, you know, you avoid enemies. So like it might not be your best option to defend yourself in the moment, but you have access to weapons or abilities or something along those lines that can hurt the enemy and put them out of commission for a long period of time or permanently. That's what I think survival horror game is. I don't think it has anything to do with the inventory system that is like seen in Resident Evil 4. However, I do think that is something that is like very common with this like formula. But I don't think that's an integral point.
Yeah, I think all of the games I mentioned
Yes.
do have a crafting system, so it would make sense that they also fit into the survival category, considering we just talked about earlier, like all survival games basically have a crafting system too.
I'll reiterate,
Yep.
I think with slightly different verbiage this time. I think my unofficial personal categorization of horror games would be split between action horror and puzzle horror, with action horror being
That's where
the
I was going.
primary, yeah, the primary element of the gameplay is defending yourself against the creature, whereas the puzzle horror is avoiding the creature until you can proceed. So
That
I
is
think those are
exactly
the
where I
two
was going.
main categorizations, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the genres themselves are a composite game,
Mhm.
which in turn goes back to the original statement that the genres that we started out with don't work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like we haven't even talked about JRPG or Souls-like. Like it's these original definitions, these original genres, these fences that we put down when video games were formed. They don't work anymore. That gate is wide open, and all the cows are going out. All of them.
I think what this discussion has made me realize is that I really want a movement shooter survival horror game. I think that'd be hard to pull off, but fucking awesome.
A movement horror survival shooter, monster
I think
catcher.
the closest thing you would have to that is like Doom, right? Like, that's like the
MMO.
closest.
Yeah.
Doom. Yeah.
That's like the closest aspect you can
Or
get to that.
Ultra
'cause-
Kill, technically.
Yeah.
Well, they're the same thing. Boomer shooters.
Yeah.
Boomer shooters would be exactly that.
I love boomer shooters so much. My bread and butter.
Okay.
I
I
love
think-
boomer shooters.
I think-
obviously.
So
we
how do we
definitely-
feel about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we definitely still have several genres we can discuss in depth like this before just going straight into the conversation that I think is obvious now, which is what should we do about that?
It's up to
Should
you.
should we
How much hours
discuss?
we have left or whatever?
Yeah.
Wait, 2 or something? I can't see the time.
We have an hour and a
Yeah,
half
about that. Yeah.
ish. But like, should we try to come up with a system, us in chat, try to pitch our own idea for how to replace the genre system of games? Is that what our proposal here is today, or
I
do we just
think it would
continue
be-
to discuss the discrepancies in genre?
I think it's gonna be hard, but I think it would be fun to discuss it because I think it's definitely an outdated system that like needs to be updated in some form or fashion, right?
Personally, I think Steam's already nailed it. I
I
think
think they
Steam
almost nailed it.
almost, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think user polled, like everyone having the ability to contribute is close, but you know, because of trolls, it gets fucked up. But like,
I don't. Okay, so here's. I think that Steam and in turn the gaming industry as a whole, because Steam is very much the deciding factor right now. It's like the main storefront.
Yeah.
And Twitch both have the same problem. I think the fact that users generate the tags is bad. I think that developers need to generate the tag. I think, and I said this as a joke earlier, but I am fully serious. I think that every single one of these platforms should be like these hentai sites, like Hentai Haven, Haname, whatever the fuck you want to say, they all do it. Where you have these tags, you click on Big Mommy Milkers, and the creators of that anime or whoever the fuck
This guy
uploaded it
gets
to
me.
this illegal site,
they, hold on.
I mean, they tie it into that genre, right? They decided that that's the genre that it fits in. That at some point, a person pissed on another person, so it fits within piss. Like, they decided that,
Yes.
not the people watching it. And it should be the same thing for video games. If Miyazaki decides that Dark Souls is a Metroidvania, then Dark Souls is a Metroidvania, not some random fucking user on Steam. And in turn, if you are browsing Steam and you select that you want to browse specifically the Metroidvanias and it's in there, or you put it on a blacklist and it's not there. That's how it should work.
I have two problems with that.
I'm not embarrassed that I watch hentai. What the, like, you want, like, I don't care.
I have two problems with that. Problem one would be just purely with the fact of that is putting full control of all of the verbiage of labeling and titling games into the developer's hands, which can be good, but I feel like we wouldn't have ever ended up with better, or I don't know that I want to say better, because you don't like terms like Souls-like and Metroidvania, but like I do feel like those are very descriptive terms that, while not always accurate because of the people who assign them to those games, are very convenient terms for us to have in some cases. Like when you look at a game called Mortal Shell and you call it a Souls-like, it's Dark Souls but made by another company. However, there are some games that are called Souls-likes that probably shouldn't be called Souls-likes.
Okay, so I think that for me,
are we getting into the Souls-like barrier? Is that where?
Yes.
Yes.
If we're saying that Souls-like is like a thing that should exist, which again I don't think it is, I think it's stupid. I think it's disrespectful to Dark Souls. I think that Mortal Shell or The Surge or Neo, you know, anything that's in that vein, Code vein, I think that they are like Dark Souls. Meanwhile, I think Hollow Knight is a Souls-like. And I'm not going to explain what I mean because I want to hear what you guys think about the Souls-like stuff.
Interesting. Okay.
So
Debbie, you want to go get straight into your
Dark Souls? What do you think a Souls-like is?
Give me 10, 15 seconds, and I got this easy. In my opinion, hands down, easy peasy. A game should be considered a Souls-like if it is primarily focused on difficult combat with a system that the checkpoint system is tied into respawning enemies. I think that is such a clear and like blatant ripoff when games steal that system from Dark Souls that in itself is like we wanted to be like Dark Souls, so we're a Souls-like. And that's it. That's where I think that argument ends for me, is when the developer goes that far as to steal the primary element, in my opinion,
like
that makes Dark
basically?
Souls Dark Souls. Yeah,
Yeah,
bonfire system.
Okay.
So Metroid is a Souls-like. Because that's what Metroid does. Well, Metroid Prime at least does that.
Yeah.
I haven't played Metroid Prime, sadly. I haven't played a Metroid game since the Wii.
It is exactly what you just said.
Okay.
I can't remember if it's you go at the resting point to respawn enemies or you just leave the area. But regardless, like there is a checkpoint that respawns enemies.
Let me include one more caveat. So the two caveats I included was the checkpoints respawning enemies and difficult combat. I'm also going to include the enemies being a source of grinding for the point of progression. So I think grinding for levels and advancing your character on respawning enemies and a focus on difficult combative gameplay, and those three things are gonna be my witch's potion of what makes a Souls-like, in my opinion.
Okay.
Junk, you ready, or do you want to go, Airman? You look ready, Airman.
Yeah. I mean, like, I've always had. So I watch. I'm sure you guys have heard of them if you like Dark Souls and Souls-likes and stuff like that. You guys ever hear of Iron Pineapple?
Yep.
So he makes a series that inspired a series I'm working on right now called Grab Bag, but he makes a series called Steam Dumpster Diving, or it's essentially like he plays a bunch of Souls-likes. He's done like 18 episodes of it. He'll play like 5 to 8 Souls-like games. And I've seen all the different stretches at this point. Like I've seen maybe like 150 Souls-like games, like tons of them, like played and reviewed and seen through the eyes of a creator and stuff like that. And I can comfortably say I've seen like what is the furthest stretch of what could be considered a Souls-like still has that tag on stream and on Steam, and things that are like legit just Dark Souls clones.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that what is constantly confused for the Souls-like genre is the fighting. Like they think that if there's a roll, it's a Souls-like. If there's if there's a what's it called, like a flask, an Estus flask system,
limited
that's
healing
a Souls-like.
source,
And like all that nonsense is ridiculous. Because like if that's the case, then you can call fucking Dauntless a Souls-like, and games like that where it's like I don't know, that's really stretching the definition for me. But one thing I can consistently see across all the games that make it seem like a Souls game is, one, the bonfire system. There's like, I have two things that I need for it to be a Souls like. One, the bonfire system, and two, the shortcut system. As long as I see those where you can, yeah, the map design. Map design is huge. Like, to me, that is like so important for a Souls like, that if it doesn't have that shortcut system, I just see it as like a combat system similar to Dark Souls. So those two things are what I need.
That is a good point, though. That is a big part of what makes the Souls games is
because there's so many, like, there's so many times where people, like, I'll watch, like Fire God will be playing something, and he'll just be like, wow, this is just like Anne Orlando, and like because of the way something's designed. But no one's ever like, wow, this roll is exactly like Dark Souls 2 roll. It's just like,
yeah,
I've heard that.
Okay, yeah, well,
yeah.
I believe that with how Dark Souls fans are, but I
know I'm gonna get roasted for this. I like Dark Souls 2. All right, look, it was the first one I played. I'll stand by that to the day I die. It's fun.
That is a different conversation that I am willing to join in on, but I'm not doing it right now.
Yeah, basically those two things. The you know, the not Fire Lake Shrine, Fire Pit. What's it called? I just said it.
Bonfire?
Bonfire, yes. Bonfire and shortcut. Those are the two things I need. Because
I had to reread the sentence in chat 5 times because it's the first time that I've read these words together in a sentence. But someone just said Elden Rings was a bad game, kinda. I haven't heard anyone with that take yet. Honestly, ever since Elden Ring came out, I've met very few people that dislike Elden Ring.
Kind of agree to a
Really?
degree. I think that Elden Ring is a flawed masterpiece. I think
Joseph Anderson over here.
I think that Elden Ring is. I think that the big flaw with Elden Ring is the fact that I fought the same dragon 22 times. Does that, like, I feel like that encompasses.
I can see where you're coming from. I don't know that I would. I don't think that detracts much just because of how much of an improvement it was.
I have the same opinion with God of War Ragnarok in this. I think that if you have to reuse a boss, not an enemy, that's fine. If you have to reuse a boss, that boss shouldn't exist. That is very much my stance.
Now, see your problem with Dark Souls 2. Okay.
There's a lot more. I think that the fact that I fought the same tree 20 times is bad. I think that's bad. I think that the rest of the game is fantastic, and I think that it's still a 10 out of 10 for me because I respect that game is giant, and there's no way in hell any game studio, including FromSoft, or if you get even bigger than FromSoft, it's possible to make a game to that scale that doesn't reuse assets like that. But I still think it's a flaw. I still dislike it. I still wish it was a thing that it didn't do at least as much. If it did a couple times, then it'd be fine, but it's the fact that they do it 20 times. A topic that I'm talking about in that award show, obviously more in depth than I'm going to now. One of the awards is most memorable moment. That's one of the awards. And Elden Ring is in that. And the moment that I picked out of Elden Ring is the first dragon that you fight in the middle of that lake. The way that I encountered that is I came out of a cave from just like mindlessly exploring, because other than that one horse guy in the beginning, majority of like the beginner area is pretty easy. Not a lot of it is like super difficult. And I was just mindlessly exploring, doing my thing. I came out of a cave, and then I walked up to this fire that people were praying at, because I was like, oh, there's probably some like interesting loot here or something. And a big ass fucking dragon came out of the sky out of nowhere and swooped down on me and attacked me. That is a moment that I will most likely never forget, because it was so fucking epic. And then they reused that dragon 20 times. Like, yeah. So it's like, that's why that's such a flaw for me, of like, once you fight a boss one time, you've learned, like, if you're a decent gamer, you've learned the mechanics of that boss generally. And every boss that you fight, no matter how much faster it is or whatever, it's not going to be that much more difficult for you, because you know the pattern. You know when to roll. And that's a muscle memory that's in you. And that's why you can't play Dark Souls, any of the FromSoft games, other after Armored Core, you can't replay them a second time in the same way that you did it the first time, regardless of how bad your memory is, because that muscle memory will always be there. Always.
I was going to argue that they do kind of make some changes and kind of change the dragons a bit, and it is slightly understandable that they're dragons. So, there's going to be dragons with some slight variances, but overall, these are just the dragons, and I feel like you could get away with that. But I know that deep down behind that argument, there's also way more than just dragons that comes into play, so I'm not going to argue that. But
I think that it's completely reasonable that they do it because of the scale of the game, and that's why it's still a 10 out of 10 for me. But I still don't like it and wish it wasn't a thing in the game, so it's a negative. It's the same thing for God of War. I don't want to fight that same 2018 or Ragnarok. I don't want to fight that same fucking troll 20 times. That shouldn't be a boss. It should just be a thing that then later becomes easier, I guess.
So I was actually about to say,
I don't
hypothetically, there were enemies in Elden Ring. The number ones that come to mind were the dudes in the thick fucking armor that had like the draconic incantations, That is a good example,
Crucible
in my opinion, of
Knights.
an enemy that you fight that one very early on as a boss, and then later in the game, that becomes like just a normal enemy that you encounter. And there's a lot of enemies like that in this game where they go from being a boss
I think that
early
that's
game.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, I agree.
I think that especially if there's a thematic reason for it like it is in Dark Souls 1, I think that that's fine. It's when that is still treated as a boss. And it is like maybe buffed to like go with the area of like, oh, this one has more health because it's in a harder area. I fucking hate that so much. Like in my core, I hate that. I don't want to fight the same fucking thing twice. If you have to reuse a boss 2 times, it shouldn't fucking exist the second time. Put something else there. It doesn't need to be another fucking boss. Put an enemy there. Put something else there. It shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Unless,
I think that's why I
again,
hated the mini bosses and shit in caves that were just like small enemies but bigger. And I was like, what was the point of this? This felt weird to me. It didn't make any sense. It didn't add to like anything in the world to me other than just exploration. It was like cool little cavern systems, but other than that, like, I don't know.
unless, and this is the big asterisk, if there is a story reason for it,
Yeah.
then it's a little bit more okay. Like the fact that the god skins in Elden Ring were reused as many times as they were, every place that they were made sense for the story.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that's okay. Like it's a little less okay than okay. It's still like a little tinge of like, I wish they didn't do this, but like not as much as like these 20 dragons in a world where the
There's a
dragons were
difference in the
supposedly
enemies that
wiped
feel
out to a degree.
intentionally placed versus the bosses that feel like, oh, they just needed a boss here. I think that's the distinction. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Not a complaint
What were
I
we
hear
talking about?
often about Elden Ring. We're just having a good time. So
I mean,
Souls-like,
there's
Souls-like.
Talking about Souls-likes in general.
I think everyone but Aravan had gone into what they would define as a Souls-like. Do you want to? Or wait, no, Aravan went before
it
Chunk.
was
It was
just me.
Aravan. It was Aravan. Everyone
I mean,
but Chunk.
I think
We
y'all
skipped Chunk.
basically covered like every aspect of it. The bonfire-esque like portion, the difficulty scaling of like, if you know it's meant to be hard, and you can tell it's meant to be more difficult, especially bosses and things like that. I think the only other thing that I would maybe add on to it is that I think 90% of the narrative is secondary, like, or found through secondary means. I think it's not like it's all focused on gameplay and like how the game works in the world, and less about like the actual like story and lore behind it, right? Like obviously you get snippets of it here by like talking to people or like fighting a boss. They'll say something that's maybe relevant, but like other than that, you have to go dig through the weapons. You dig through like a lot of the stuff to find like things that happen to the lore of things. And so to me, I think that's a big part of what makes a game Souls-like. Because if it heavily like forces a narrative down your throat at every aspect, to me it doesn't have the same pacing as a Souls-like would.
I also wanted to clarify, Rosen in chat said a lot of other games do that too, just none come to mind currently when discussing like the story being hidden in item descriptions. I think the biggest difference
That's
between
vague
like a
storytelling.
Souls-like and most games putting item store in or like descriptions in items is like those item descriptions are flavor text in most games.
Yeah.
But in Souls-likes, that's the story. So
That's
like,
the story.
yeah, it's very different when that is your only exposure to plot versus being something that tells you about some guy that's dead and isn't relevant to the plot anymore who used to own this sword.
Okay. So now I'm gonna
Good.
shoot down why I think all of you are wrong.
Okay.
So
Fun. Go for it.
So, Devi,
Yep.
you said that it was the respawning enemies and the difficulty. That was like your two primary points. You respawn at a checkpoint specifically. Like you rest at a bonfire, you go to a lantern, you go to a saving point, and it respawns the enemies, and that's the only way that enemies respawn, really.
Yeah, for the most part. That on top of the fact that you can utilize this functionality to grind out your character stats. I think that inherently is also a major part of what makes it feel that way.
So let's talk about that first. Grinding out to level up stats and stuff like that. As we talked about earlier, and obviously we kind of changed to this as we went, but that is the core of what an RPG is. For the original RPG definition, the leveling system or the grinding or whatever, like Pokemon is a I guess it would be an RPG management or RPG tactics maybe, because you level up your Pokemon, you choose new moves, or I guess JRPG would be what it is because it's Japanese, whatever, it doesn't matter. But like that's the inherent like RPG system. So like if we're taking that away from RPG, and we're instead saying RPG is a narrative thing, then we need something else that replaces the leveling up system in games, in which we could just call it like leveling or character building or something like that, because we need something that replaces that if we're using RPG for something else. The enemy respawning stuff I'll get to in a minute. So Erevan, you said that one of the core things that you said, you also repeated the enemy respawning thing, and I actually agree. I think that is like a thing with Souls-like. I agree 100%. I think that even Metroid Prime doesn't fit that exactly because enemies respawn just by you leaving a lot of the time. So I do agree. I think that the checkpoint system is 100% something that should be considered like a Souls-like. Again, I think we need to come up with a different name for it because it's stupid. But I do think that that's. However, you also said that it had to do with backtracking and stuff like that. I opened this conversation with saying that Dark Souls is a Metroidvania. That's what I started this with. Like this whole podcast, that was one of the first things that I said. Dark Souls is a Metroidvania. But not in the way that you think. In Dark Souls 1, specifically, which obviously is the founding part of this. You could say Demon Souls, but I haven't played that, so we won't talk about it. In Dark Souls, the first mission you have is to go ring the bell by the gargoyle. Then after that, obviously it's open-ended, you can do stuff in between, but after that, you have to go down into the bad place. What's bad swamp area? Quelaag. You had to fight Quelaag. I'm just gonna say that. I'm moving on.
God,
You had to fight Quelaag in order to ring the second bell. After you ring that second bell, you then have to backtrack all the way up into Sin's Castle, or I think that's what it's called. Sen's Fortress. That's what it is. You have to backtrack all the way up to Sen's Fortress. That is Metroidvania. You're not getting an ability. You know, you're not throwing a spear into a rock and swinging on it, which, by the way, is a Metroidvania thing, but I won't say what that's from. You're not getting a wall jump or anything like that. You're not getting an ability that lets you progress. But it is a Metroidvania aspect of going down and ringing that bell. So, like I said early on, I don't think Metroidvania is like one of the two composite genres that makes Dark Souls. I don't think that that's the thing. However, I do think that that's like a subgenre. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because if we're saying that it's the backtracking, then even like God of War is a Souls-like, because that's a big thing. And actually, just another detail, they actually were inspired by Dark Souls a lot on the development of God of War.
Well,
I learned that recently.
the different types of backtrack, like the shortcut system is so. This whole time I've been trying to, since the beginning of the podcast, I've been trying to think of a way to recall. I was almost gonna say rekindle because I was thinking about Elden Ring. Recall like the.
I mean, it makes sense.
Use
the yeah. I was thinking of a way to not use Dark or Souls like rather. And I think that a good, like, it's not a quick genre, but I think a good like starting point would be expected failure. I think expected failure is a really good genre, like name,
Okay.
because that's what I feel like Dark Souls, like the things that I mentioned that make Dark Souls, I feel like those are, they all fit into expected failure.
Yeah. I'm gonna continue on because I'm getting there.
Sure.
But I it's the point. Chunk, I don't remember exactly what you said. I think you said
Basically, I agreed with Devi on the kind of bonfire experience, as well as like the story pacing, and basically not being interrupted narratively throughout the entire thing. So pacing was a big thing.
Gotcha.
How it plays out.
So you think that it's a story genre, not a gameplay genre?
I guess it's a better. I would say if I was to boil that down to, it has to have an action RPG basis, like of playability to it.
Oh,
so
right.
It's
you
like
said progression.
Yeah. So it's like
Gotcha.
basically like the progression, basically like not being slowed down and bogged down by narrative like tellings all the time, but things that are still there and can be found through like elements of the game.
Okay. Thank you. So again, the progression is just, it's what an RPG was. And again, Dark Souls, I would say if we were to boil down like the composite genres that Dark Souls is, it's probably action RPG.
Yeah.
But obviously it's the thing that makes Dark Souls different from other games, and the reason why it stands out, even among things that are trying to mimic it, is Dark Souls uses physics-based combat. Like, think about it. When you swing that greatsword, there's an impact, everything around you jiggles, like it's physics-based combat. And it's not the only game that does that, but it's, I think, personally, as a fanboy of FromSoft, it's like, that's what makes it stand out. I do not think that that's what makes a Souls-like, but that's what makes Dark Souls combat stand out. Amongst like other games like God of War that also has a dodge roll and same
Do we consider
concepts.
it physics-based combat? I mean, they're all like
That's just what I call it. I don't know what it is.
I was gonna say, I feel like it's not really based on a physics engine because they're all preset, like baked in animations and things. It's not like there's physics actually being. Okay, I just
think that that's what makes it different.
Interesting. Okay, yeah.
But so again, progression system, that's RPG. But we'll call that level based because we're calling RPG something different. For the storytelling, I don't think that has anything to do with the genre itself. I'm sure that I'm a writer, I should know this, but I don't. There should be there's like a word for like vague storytelling. Like it's just a thing that exists, you know. A lot of games do it, a lot of movies do it. I watched a movie recently that was all claymation, and it was just somebody's passion project for like years. And like in reality, it was like a story about like fascism. But like they never like labeled it or anything. They just kind of there was no dialogue throughout the whole thing. It was just kind of like you have to look for it.
I think that maybe I think that's not necessarily what I mean by. It's not necessarily the story itself that I'm saying and how it's like told that makes a Souls game. I think it's the lack of intrusiveness that allows for the pacing of the combat and gameplay. I think that's more what I meant as comparison to other games.
I think that. So this is where I was leading. I think that the non-intrusive storytelling and the difficulty aren't what make a Souls-like. I think they're a side effect. I think that they're a thing that is often attributed with them, but it is not the thing itself. Because if we were to make it just those two things, then like that's a lot of fucking video games. I don't think that those are things that are exact. I think that it's a side effect.
I am unconvinced yet because I feel personally that the mere existence of a genre so specific that it is referring to a specific game or franchise implies that it will be very niche and specific anyway. So I feel like the fact that we have narrowed down this description to what I would say at least 3 of us communally agree would be 3 or 4 points that make a Souls-like game for sure. I mean, obviously this is just a matter of subjectivity anyway. I feel like it would be hard to argue against such a specific genre being used to describe what it already is being described.
So, I think, for me, and I've thought about this a lot coming up to this podcast, I think, for me, what a Souls-like is, and again, stupid fucking name, I think that it's the checkpoint system. I agree. The checkpoint system that respawns the enemies. And none of you mentioned this, and it surprised me. The fact that you drop your currency when you die.
I thought about bringing that up later,
or
but decided
your
against
XP.
it.
Or
I thought that was
I
thought that was involved with the bonfire respawn system. I thought that me saying that was assumed.
I'm sorry, but I think that they're 2 separate things.
Interesting. Okay, why is
I
that?
would also separate them in my mind.
I think so.
Because that's why
Caravan, you're in game development, so you know this more than me.
Mm-hmm.
A large degree of video game development is overcoming problem. That's why we have video games the way that we do. The reason Mario exists, just to go all the way back to when I started this conversation, the reason Mario exists, and it didn't happen before that, games came close, but that kind of game didn't exist until that, because technology couldn't do it until the NES existed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason Mario and in turn composite genres exist. A lot of innovation in gameplay or gaming. I don't know why I'm saying specifically gameplay. A lot of innovation in gaming comes from solving a problem. The problem that Dark Souls solves with the dropping the items is inherently difficulty. So to take it to a different game that also solves the same problem. Did any of you play Sifu?
A little bit, yes.
Fantastic. It's so good. So good.
I liked the prequel that wasn't actually a prequel, but
You liked Absolver?
I loved Absolver, yeah.
I also liked Absolver. So in Sifu, when you die, you age. That's like the whole thing behind it. You age when you die. That is also solving the same problem of difficulty, or more specifically, punishment.
Yep.
So again, going all the way back, Mario, or I guess more specifically Super Mario Bros, or like really any of them, they deal with the lives. Like you have a certain amount of lives. When you run out of those lives, you restart the game. That's like the whole thing with those games. Same with Donkey Kong Country. Pretty much any NES game or SNES, like pretty much any pre-PlayStation game, is that. You die, you have a certain amount of lives, you have a certain amount of chances. When you run out of chances, you restart the game or restart the map or the level. You go back to a checkpoint that's so far behind. Or a different one is like, again, The Legend of Zelda, which I keep bringing up because I'm a fanboy.
It also
you die
defined
in
almost every genre at some point. So
you die in The Legend of Zelda.
You die in real life.
and you die in real life. You go back to the beginning of the dungeon for most cases, or you'll go back to the last entrance or something along those lines. So the problem that Sifu is solving is, instead of punishing you by making it so that your gameplay is interrupted, it adds on age, and you're aiming to get a low age before the end of the game so that you have more chances, you have more lives, in order to beat that final boss. It's the same thing with Dark Souls. The way that Dark Souls deals with punishment, because its difficulty is so high, and again, that's why the difficulty is a side effect, I feel, is when you die, you drop your currency or your XP or both, and you have to go back and collect it. In turn, giving you a second chance every single time you do it. You have to pick that up, or you lose your money, you lose your whatever, you know? That is that. So in my opinion, what I think is a Souls-like is I think it's the checkpoint system that respawns the enemies and the picking up your currency or something like that. Now there's exception to this, because if you say that it's just these two things,
Then
Minecraft is a Souls-like.
Yeah,
exactly. So like there's
And then
exceptions to
Terraria.
this. Yeah, there's exceptions to this, definitely.
Does that make
But, like,
old school
those are-
RuneScape a Souls like? Let's go!
Those are the two primary things that I think makes a Souls-like.
So you're another person who doesn't think that map design is important to Souls-like.
I think that the map design in Dark Souls, one specifically, is possibly one of the best designed maps in history. I think that map, the whole thing, is so fucking smart. The fact that it all comes together. And Hollow Knight does the same thing, where the whole map comes together. Not only is it fun to explore, not only does it make sense to explore it in the way that you do and having options, but it makes sense thematically why it's formed that way. And the fact that it makes sense thematically is one of the reasons I don't like Dark Souls 2, is because it doesn't make sense thematically. So it's like, it has the same thing where it's fun to explore, like there's looping paths that loop in multiple ways, but thematically Dark Souls 2 doesn't do that. Like there's lava on top of the map. Like it doesn't make sense. And that's one of the many reasons why I don't
That's
like Dark
fair.
Souls 2.
No, that's
But
fair.
again, my conversation in surrounding Dark Souls 2 will have to be a conversation for a different podcast, because my thoughts on that are way too in-depth. I could go on for 30 minutes just on my own talking about why Dark Souls 2 is not a bad game, but worse than Dark Souls 1, 3, Bloodborne, whatever the fuck.
Let me just like a really quick 2-second interjection, just throw in there. Bloodborne is still the best game From Software has made, in my opinion. Just please give me a PC release. I'll give you $100 for it. I just really want a PC release.
$100?
I would pay $100 for a Bloodborne copy of PC.
Dude.
I disagree, but it's art and it's subjective, so that's fair.
That game hit
it
me
was
in
like-
every right fucking way.
I
dude.
feel
oh,
like
man.
you really like the aesthetics of that game too.
I do.
It's
I
like
love
a big
the
part of it, yeah.
aesthetics. I love the trick weapons. I love the leveling system a lot more. I love the PvP a lot more. I loved everything.
I think
about
that
it.
game definitely has the best world design. Not world map in general, because again, that, in my opinion, that goes to Dark Souls 1. But I think that the world design and the themes and the story of Bloodborne are better than all the other games. However, in my opinion, again, subjective, I think that that game has half really fucking good and quality bosses, majority from the DLC, and
True.
half really shit bosses. Like, you point to me to somebody that likes that Rom spider boss. You're not gonna find a lot. There's gonna be like 3 people, because like, no. Or the 3 snake people at the end of that swamp. Nah, it's
Hey,
like,
that
you know,
boss
it's like,
was very memorable to me. Thank you very much. Not because I liked it, but it was very memorable
Yeah.
to me.
so I think that Bloodborne is a good game, and I'm not saying that it's not. I just think that half of that game's bosses, which are the focal point of Dark Souls or FromSoft, are good, and the other half aren't, and that's okay. You know, again, you can Forgotten is disagreeing with me right now. That's okay. Like, it's okay that you like this game. It's okay that you love this game. That's the reason why it's art, because it's subjective. Like, it's all opinions.
Can we please have a moment to talk about Sekiro? Because I feel like Sekiro is a very unique addition to this whole line of games that I don't think fits in with the rest of them, exclusively because of the lack of character.
Do you drop your
Leveling
currency in
up?
Sekiro?
I can't think of it. I don't know if. I don't remember.
I don't think
if
you do.
I don't think you do. You also
definitely
don't,
respawns
like,
enemies
have
at the bonfires.
Normal traditional level progression like you do in all the rest of the Souls games. Not that that's a bad thing. They just went a different route. That's totally fine. I didn't like it as much exclusively because of my expectations going into it about what I expected it to be.
I liked it. I think that I think that
It took a second playthrough for me
It's
to
a
fully
different game.
appreciate it. Yeah.
It's
the
a
first
different
time I
game.
went in, I was expecting Dark Souls, but Japan, and
Yeah.
that's not what it was. So I didn't like
No,
it.
not
And
at
then
all.
the second time I played through it, I treated it differently, and I loved it.
I think that the fact that Sekiro exists is why people are gonna like this new Armored Core game, because people are gonna look at this new Armored Core game and be like, okay, they don't just make Dark Souls.
I'm waiting
Yep.
on Assassin to let me know that the ad is done, so I can one sentence summarize an answer to the. Was Sekiro
But
an
again,
example of the use of Souls-like and as an advertising tactic failing? I don't think so. I think it was
I
so
actually,
successful.
it was successful, especially in initial sales, but I don't know about like how it did over the entirety of
for
its
me.
run, right?
For me,
I think
yeah,
that-
I would say so. For me specifically, just knowing the company that made it, they didn't
Yeah.
even advertise it as a Souls-like. Just the fact that From Software had their name on it immediately drove my mind to a certain conclusion that was wrong. And
I think that the same reason why people, not all people, obviously this is generalization. I think that a large degree of people didn't like Sekiro or Bloodborne for the same reasons. You have to forget Dark Souls. You
Yeah.
can't play those games like Dark Souls.
both of
you have
those
to play
games
it in a completely different
intentionally,
way.
like, were designed to fuck with you if you had Dark Souls muscle.
Yeah.
Like,
You have to forget your muscle memory and learn something new. And as we grow older, fun fact: as you grow older, you grow more and more conservative. Like that's a fact. So it's like you start not learning. You
so
start
far, so
not
far
being willing to
millennials
learn.
are the first generation to go against that curve, apparently.
good.
Also,
Hate
Assassin,
learning.
let me finally sum that up for you. You said no love for Sekiro, and then you got an ad. Basically, in summary, I adore Sekiro, but it took a second playthrough because the first assumption, assuming Sekiro would be a Souls-like, was detrimental to my experience. The fact that it wasn't as much of a Souls-like as I expected threw me off, and I didn't
You
enjoy
drop
it as
your
much as I
currency?
should have at first. So yeah, I saw that you drop EXP. I don't even remember leveling up in Sekiro. What do you level up?
You level up your prosthetics. in certain
Oh,
moves.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that was meant to supplement for
No, you
like
don't-
your
you don't drop
entire
anything.
character customization, and it didn't feel that way to me. I just didn't use it. I just played a rhythm game and parried everything the whole way through.
See, so like, I think that, so going from my definition of Souls-like, I think that Hollow Knight is the gray line. Because in Hollow Knight, oh wait, no, you do drop your currency. Never mind, I'm wrong.
Cool. I'm
Fact.
glad we got there.
Yeah,
Well, that's the end of the
Anyway.
conversation. Have a nice night, everybody.
Hollow Knight. So what I said in the beginning was, I think that games like Code Vein and stuff are like Dark Souls, but
Wait.
Hollow Knight is a Souls-like. What?
Did you like Code Vein?
No.
Okay, go on.
So I like to make my character in Code Vein.
Yeah, me too. That's the best part because it was an
Yeah.
anime waifu simulator.
So I think that in this currently, because it's a new genre that again isn't defined, which is the whole reason why this conversation started.
Yeah.
I think that games that are majority and not all, I would say that Neo doesn't really do this exactly. Games like Code Vein, Neo, The Surge, Mortal Shell, going down the list, they are like Dark Souls because they looked at Dark Souls or Demon Souls or whatever, and they didn't create a game surrounding a genre that defined Dark Souls, but rather just copied Dark Souls and made their own game surrounding them. Does that make sense?
So you
Yeah.
mean they took
Meanwhile-
the concept of the game and built a game around it, as opposed to having a game and then putting Dark Souls in it? Is that what you mean?
They looked at Dark Souls and they were like, let's do that.
Okay.
And then they
yeah.
just copied it word for word, but put their own like spin on it, be
Weirdly
that
enough,
anime,
I
be
really
that
like Neo.
Japan.
I haven't played Neo too,
Um,
but I really enjoyed Neo.
Neo is like the furthest away from this, mostly because it's Team Ninja and they have such a pedigree behind them already, where they were able to put their own like RPG. Neo is much more RPG than Dark Souls. and that's the reason why it's the furthest separated. But it definitely is still guilty of it in a lot of places. Meanwhile, Hollow Knight is the only game that comes to mind, but I'm sure there's more. Is a Souls-like because it looks at Dark Souls. It takes those some mechanics from it, but it doesn't define itself as we're like Dark Souls. Like it's not, and they didn't copy Dark Souls. They were just like, here's a couple mechanics from them. Let's use it
It's inspiration
to make our
versus
game
replication.
difficult. Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like that way.
That's fair. I think there's a lot to be said about the Souls-like genre as a whole, and like, so you say you are very hardcore against like that comparison or giving any kind of genre that name, right? Like Souls-like, or if there was a different game that was like fantasy-like, like Final Fantasy-like or whatever, right? Like you don't like those comparisons.
We didn't even get to JR. I think
Well,
that
stay up the segue.
I think
I'll leave it
I
alone.
think any game. I think basing a game. Sorry, I think basing a genre off of a game is inherently negative. For two reasons. One, it's vague. Like until you get to where roguelikes are, where that genre's been around for like 20 years at this point, more than that. Until you get to that point, it's vague. It's not defined. You don't know what that means because you're basing a genre off of a game that is already multiple genres. In a way, Metroidvania
Which comes down
is
to
the same,
people
is guilty
having
of the same thing.
experienced that game before to even know what you're talking about, basically.
Metroidvania is kind of guilty of the same thing. What's up?
I'm going to say the opposite of what you said earlier. I'm going to say that in some cases, I think that there are genres game developers shouldn't be able to use. And I think I'm going to argue in favor of what you're saying with Souls-like and Metroidvania. I think that those should not be a thing that developers should put on their game. If you as a developer put those titles on your game, then by like inherently you are like openly admitting that you like stole from those games, or like that you took so much inspiration that basically decided the entire direction of your game. Whereas I think it's fine if the community, like gamers, once we get that game, go, yeah, this is kind of like a Souls-like or a roguelike or something like that. But I think that's where I might draw the line in this conversation, is if the developer starts using those terms, I think that's detrimental.
I think God of War is a perfect example of how to do that right. Where God of War 2018, not the originals, God of War 2018, and in turn Ragnarok, took inspiration from Dark Souls with their rolling mechanic, with their difficulty, with their combat in general, and took inspiration from Dark Souls and Bloodborne specifically, and the world design, to make God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. They have directly pointed to Bloodborne for the reason of why the world design in God of War is so alive. They have directly pointed to Bloodborne for that inspiration. Nothing else inspired that. Directly Bloodborne. And I think that that's the right way to do it, of pointing to like, hey, this inspired us. Hey, this inspired us. We were inspired by Clash of the Titans, and that's why God of War original games exist. Like that, that's okay. But like making that a genre that defines your game, I think that's negative to the game that you're making, because now you're comparing yourself to this game.
You're like pigeonholing yourself.
Yeah, you're comparing yourself to this game right off the bat, which in turn, if I think Dark Souls is one of the best games ever made, which honestly I do, then instantly I'm going to think negatively of your game if it doesn't meet that caliber, which is nearly impossible. And I think that because your game doesn't meet that caliber, it's then in turn disrespectful to Dark Souls for what Dark Souls did to boil down Dark Souls to those one specific mechanics that you stole from them, and it is stealing, that you stole from them, instead of thinking of Dark Souls as a whole. I think that Dark Souls should be its own thing, and we should instead create different words for this. Like maybe these words are separate of dropping the currency in the checkpoint system. There could be words for that, like a respawn system, like a respawn genre, or for the dropping of currency, it's Erevan said like sacrifice or something. Like I think
I
that's
think it adds impact to your life in a system where we used to. For the people who don't know, the reason that games used to have that life system was just because it was arcade cabinets and they wanted you to put another quarter in to buy more lives. But as developers started making games for home consoles, that didn't really make sense anymore. You bought the game up front, so they had to slowly start shifting away from that. And I think Dark Souls' answer is like the most interesting one that we've got so far. But
that's also where composite genres came from, because originally with games like Galaga or Space Invaders or whatever the fuck, originally it was a linear scale of difficulty. The game would just get faster, or I don't know. Today, enemies would get more health, like because that's all that happens in God of War mode. Enemies get spongier.
It's spongier and staggered by fewer of your hits.
It's a linear difficulty curve. When composite genres got invented and brought in, it created it so that instead of being a linear, it swaps back and forth. So the platforming gets more difficult, the action gets more difficult, and it just goes back and forth. So instead of being linear where it gets really hard really fast, that difficulty curve is more like that. What's it called?
A bell curve? Is that what you're going
yeah,
for?
kind of like it. Yeah,
Parabola?
This is where you put the 2 at the top of the math equation. It's the 2. You know what I'm saying? What's that called? God damn it! Fuck.
Everyone here's an
whatever,
English
Doesn't
major.
Doesn't matter. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
we're
saying?
all fucking. I'm in
not
linguistics.
swear.
And
right
I'm
now.
a college
Shut up.
dropout 2 times. So
Starts with an
like, what do you want
E.
from me?
You dropped out
Starts
twice?
with an E.
Yeah.
Equation?
you
Is
got
that
me
what
beat,
you're not
bro.
going for?
Equation. No, not
Equations.
equation.
Okay, I was about
Not
to say.
equation.
I was like, what the fuck?
Exponential. There's the word. It's an exponential difficulty.
okay.
It gives
That makes a lot
the
more
player.
Were you looking for the word
more time.
exponent?
It
He was.
gives
He
the
was.
player.
Yeah, he was.
It gives the player more time to learn the mechanics, which in turn makes the difficulty more of an interesting scenario. And that's what composite genres or composite games started. And we've gone with that forward. And I think to this day, I think that there are certain game mechanics that we have not learned how to do properly. One of them is punishment. I don't think even the Dark Souls system is perfect. However, I think it's pretty fucking close. But obviously, I'm
Definitely a
biased
good
because I
step
like
in the
these
right
games.
direction.
Or I don't think that the Sifu thing is perfect, but I think it's pretty fucking good. I think it's an interesting take. Another is like maps. I don't think we've perfected maps. I think Elden Ring comes pretty fucking close to it though. I don't think that we've perfected a big one. I don't think we perfected third-person cameras. I think third-person
no.
cameras are so fucking bad still to this day, and we need to work on that. I think that accessibility and I've heard you guys have talked about that before.
Massive
I think
progress in that field, but
we've made massive progress lately. But accessibility is the huge question of things that we, as a gaming industry, both gamers and developers alike, have not figured out how to do well. And I stand by the fact that I don't think a difficulty choice is the way to do that. I think that there's other answers to that question that we just haven't found yet, and we need to work on that. We need to figure that out. All of those things and more. There's way more that I'm not thinking of that we haven't figured out. I think that at the point that we're at with graphics, we haven't hit a ceiling, but we're pretty fucking close to that ceiling where video games are starting to
graphics
look
have
better than real
improved
life.
to the point of ridiculousness, while mechanics themselves have kind of fallen behind. I also attribute that mostly to this current trend in the gaming industry at the moment, where it's starting to feel like developers are realizing that they don't have to waste a bunch of time and money on games. Like, they realize that they can stop making their game at 60% and sell it for the same price, and they do that now. Yeah, but
A large degree of the reason why we haven't figured that stuff out is technical constraints. So, like I said earlier, a large degree of innovation in the gaming industry came from technical constraints of the time. Be that graphically, which obviously we've improved a lot upon, or any other technical constraints. And a large reason why we're seeing less and less innovation year on year, not just in video games, but in television, in movies, in anything, is because there's less and less inventions in relation to this stuff. Obviously, not everything's been invented, just nobody's thinking about it because it's such a vague thing.
See, I wonder if it's just shifted to where we went through a period of time where the inventions that were happening in gaming was so iconic and noticeable. This is a major big deal that's happening, and that became first and foremost. And now we're at a point where it's the inventions that are happening are yeah, the dogs actually leave realistic paw prints in the snow, and the player base is yeah, my sled walked right over those. I didn't see those for a frame. So I
don't remember what video game it was, but I do remember the feeling of the first time I played a video game and I walked upstairs and they actually stepped on the steps instead of just walking up
yeah. when their
slide.
feet actually track to the steps instead of just
I think
vaguely
it was
going
probably
up.
like
That's such a big
Uncharted or
difference,
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Did that.
Wait, it might have been. I think it might have been Last of Us 1. Maybe, I don't know. It was something like, it was probably Naughty Dog. But it was something.
I remember the first time I played a game where they actually had proper zero G three dimensional movement. That was the moment I was like, holy shit! Like these game devs like actually give a shit. Like it was in Prey. I don't know if you guys have gone outside the ship on Prey.
The new Prey?
Yeah, new Prey.
Yeah, my favorite part of that game was the first time I went outside the ship and Prey.
Yeah, proper zero
I need to
G
replay that game.
three-dimensional movement is so hard to do in video games. And I've played a bunch of games where they did it properly. Prey was the first. They did it well in Outer Wilds. They did it well in like a lot of fucking games now. And like there was a point where like you just couldn't do that. There was no zero G three-dimensional movement whatsoever. It wasn't possible.
I think that this is another podcast topic that you could go for, is like technical constraints in video games or technical advancements in video games. I think that's another topic that could be interesting.
Really
and
cool.
something that chat could go into a lot with like the accessibility stuff. Because like for example, an accessibility setting that I really want, two things. One, I think every single video game should have an option to turn off flashing lights. I don't have epilepsy, but people in my chat do. Every single game should have an option to either disable flashing lights or do what anime does, where they just make the screen darker so that it doesn't trigger epilepsy.
I have a dumb
I think that needs to be a
accessibility
thing.
I want. I don't think this is much like physical needs requirements or anything like that, but I really, really want games to start giving me a toggle off mini map option.
I agree, that'd be awesome.
I don't
think that's exactly accessibility, but that definitely is an innovation.
It's not exactly
that we should
accessibility. I would like that as you mentioned earlier that you said difficulty is not the option, just as like an option of a way to customize your experience. I feel like minimaps are ruining a lot of video games for me because I stare at a circle with a bunch of icons on it for 7 seconds and then spend 2 seconds matching up what's in the real world with what I see to make sure I went the right way, and then that's the only thing I do. Yeah.
Another that Dumpling just said. I think motion sickness needs to be a big focus for accessibility going forward, especially in first-person games.
First thing I said, I played High of Life on stream like a week or two ago. The literal first thing I did was like, wow, this field of view sucks dick. And I went into the settings and there was no field of view slider, and I was like, okay.
It literally got
on
so
90
bad
by
that
default.
part of Devi's chat left and came to me and was like, "Hey, Devi's game was making me sick. I have to be here now."
Prior to High on Life,
same thing
I
happened
have
to me.
had one person ever in the 2.5 years that I've streamed tell me that they could not stand to watch the game I was playing for a reason other than they didn't like it. And then when I played High on Life, I played it for 3 hours, and I had 10 people tell me that they had to leave because they felt physically ill watching that game.
Nearing the end of my last session of High on Life, I threw up in my mouth a little bit. I didn't point it out because it's gross.
Yeah.
But like, I do not get motion sickness. That game made me sick.
It was bad. Yeah.
I actually mentioned this on the podcast previously. Like, the first thing I do when I turn on a game is I max out the FOV and I turn off the music. Every game I've ever played. And if I don't have those options, I just turn the game off.
I do
like,
field of view to 103 and then turn off motion blur. Those are my that's my 1-2 checklist.
That should be a base level, like bottom of the barrel. Every single game in existence should have as long as it's first person, should have an FOV slider.
Well, I think the issue
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say Rosen pointed out. He said the field of view could have been fixed if they didn't prioritize a single mission. I'm not sure specifically what they're referring to, but my guess while I was playing through the game was that there's really 2 ways to work the camera in a first-person shooter. You either have the camera physically attached to your model and what you see is really part of your model, or your model doesn't exist and you have a 2D image that they portray on your screen that looks like a model. And when they put the camera really in front of your model, they're limited a lot more by what they can do, because then changing your field of view will cause clipping issues with the character model. It causes the limbs and the gun to look really strange and like oblong and stretched out. And for a game like High on Life, where staring and making eye contact with a gun that was talking to you the whole time, I really think they had a very specific image they wanted for that and didn't want you to like skew your view on your hands.
Interesting.
It's like a bad basis. Like they started cooking with fucking salt instead of flour. And it's just one of those things where because they want to have this like perfectly procured scenario, anyone who can't adhere to that is instantly turned off. And it's just like, that's cool if you want to tell a story, but not so cool if it's making people sick and like changing how you play the entire game. Because it's not like you're starting up QWOP or I Am Bread, where it's purposefully an awful experience and you know what you're getting yourself into. When you jump into High on Life, you're expecting like some Justin Roiland shenanigans, not to get sick off of like trying to play a first-person shooter.
You know,
I think that part of the reason it happened is because majority of the thing, I don't think it's all. I think they made one that wasn't, but they'd made VR games. That's what Squanch Games did. They made VR games. They didn't make one that wasn't VR, and because of that, they didn't know what they were going into. And what they ended up going into was a pretty good game that made people throw up. Like,
isn't that really fucking ironic though? Like you're going from a VR game which is infinite FOV to then like a 45 degree.
Yeah,
like,
you're not wrong.
How the fuck how do you go from one extreme to the other?
To be fair,
like
they didn't have to think about field of view in the first one, right? It's kind of handled by the headset, so that's not something they had to concern themselves with. It's just handled.
I again think that this could be a big topic for another time.
I agree. My last
even beyond
on,
like accessibility, there's a lot of things that like are innovations that could be made in gaming, or innovations that have been made in gaming.
High on Life, in my opinion, well, actually, I can't even say this is my opinion. I stole this from a YouTuber. I saw a YouTuber who made a review of the game, and I think he phrased it perfectly. He said that High on Life is an incredibly impressive game when you really think about all of the like humor and content that went into it. But the really big difference between like High on Life and an episode of Rick and Morty is that High on Life was as long as they wanted to make it, but Rick and Morty has a very specific airtime. So when you're deciding which jokes to cut for specific airtime, you pick only the best ones. But when you're just making a game, you put them all in there because why not? It's more content. So like it felt
That's
like most of it was so 50-50, and I've been told that the side content was the real good humor.
It was. The producers are usually the one that say no. The problem is that Justin Roiland was the producer. So like,
the guy making the jokes was the producer. So you know.
I think that High on Life did a lot of cool stuff. I think that the comedy is really the one point that High on Life is good.
Oh, for sure.
I think that the gunplay is all right, but like everything else surrounding the game.
So weirdly enough, I had this moment while I was playing High on Life where there's a scene where you enter this building and you become an office worker. You sit down at a table and you start checking off papers and you're like sorting through documents and stuff like that. And it's like a little mini game. And the whole time I was playing that scene, there's also NPCs in the background that are at their normal 9 to 5 having funny improvised humor conversation. And I was like, this should have been the game. Fuck the whole shooting element. It should have been stupid mini games to basically halfway entertain your brain while they feed you jokes in the background. I think that is what the game should have been. Yeah.
I agree.
Anyway, really quickly, before we go further, whichever direction we take the conversation, chat, I wanted to go ahead and prompt you now. Highlight your message if you have one, but please give us games that you think would be interesting for us to argue about what genre it falls into. The intention is that we decide and discuss first what genres we think, and then we'll look it up on Steam and see what genres they're tagged as. But while chat has some time to think about games, we have 2 messages that I kept on the backlog. One of them was about fighting games. Drew, I don't know if you play fighting games much.
I played like 8 hours. I paid $80 for Guilty Gear Strive, and I played it for 8 hours and then never booted it ever again.
All right, well, if you want to play it again, let me know, because I fucking stayed.
Nah, I'm good.
How did you pay $80 for it?
Because I bought the collector edition thing to get the skins, and then I played it a couple times, and then just never touched it ever again. I don't like fighting games.
Well,
like, you guys can.
Best name ever. Yeah, Strive is pretty big in my community. We have a bunch of people that come.
The kid from the Wild Thornberries.
No, I know that you guys are big on it. The other one that I've played is Smash, but like not really a lot.
Yeah.
Well, Best Name Ever asked me to bring up, when we're talking about genres, fighting games specifically, when people would classify fighting games as like an anime fighter versus a different type of fighter. Although the only reason I'm gonna like kind of halfway shoot down that conversation topic is because the only other person that would normally enjoy that topic with me is currently sleeping on their podcast.
Yeah.
So I feel like that would just
I can say for a fact that Smash Smash Brothers is a fighting platformer.
Well, yeah, it's
But
a
I don't know what, like,
stadium
Guilty Gear would be.
fighting
An
game.
anime fighter.
That's what it's called.
People would call it an anime
Is
fighter.
Is
I've never
anime
heard
a
of
video
anime
game
fighting.
genre, or is anime
Yeah.
an art style?
Yeah,
genre?
that's a genre of video game now. Is anime
Because
fighting. So
I
like
feel
Dragon
like
Ball
it should
Fighter
just be
Z,
a true fighting game.
Dragon Ball Fighter Z, anime fighter.
I feel like that's just a true
The
fighting
Demon Slayer fighting game,
yeah.
anime fighter. That's what they call it now. It's based on
gotcha.
art style. It's a pure genre
guess.
decision based exclusively on art style.
game. All right.
I guess, but it feels unnecessary to me.
I agree.
But fair
Yeah.
enough.
I think a lot
I
of
think
people
I would
would
just
annoy
call
about it.
them. I think I would just call them Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, all of them. I would just call them fighting games
Yeah.
flat. Like I wouldn't put any additive thing. If you want to like go anime fighting, I think that spectacle fighter would be the better word,
I like that
rather
too.
than anime fighter. But I would
think-
just call them fighting games personally.
I think
But
the
again, I'm outside of this.
only- Yeah, I think the only thing I would ever like break apart different things is like whenever you have the games like Dragon like Fighter Z, where it's like you have multiple characters that like tag team battle kind of like style of gameplay,
Tag fighters.
and then tag fighters, and then you have like the actual like pure like Tekken and stuff like that, where it was like more like one-on-one kind of stuff, or like more some of the Mortal Kombat, depending on which one you played, had like the tag fighting.
I definitely
esque
prefer
mechanics, but-
standard fighting games, but
Yeah.
sadly, Project L will be a 2v2 tag fighter, so I guess I'll have to get used to
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Airman,
excited
any
for that,
opinion on the fighting games discussion? Or I know it doesn't have guns usually, unless you play Happy Chaos.
No, everyone plays Happy Chaos.
True.
But I don't know. Fighting games are weird because it's like my first experience with a fighting game was on the Nintendo 3DS. I played God, what's it called? It was like a booby fighting game. But it wasn't like
Dead or Alive.
Dead or Alive, yeah. It was like Dead or Alive like 6 or some shit. It was like, but regardless, it was
like
like
we said, buoy physics means you're like, oh,
yeah.
I know.
But it wasn't like 2D. It wasn't like side to side. It was like 3-dimensional fighting. So when I first got into like what would be considered fighting games, it was always like that 3D circle around each other type style. So like that's what it is to me. So when 2D fighters, I consider like that fighting games, and then 2D fighters are what you play, which is like you know Dragon Ball and stuff like that. So those are like the two to me. There's like fighters and then 2D fighters, and then that's all I really like. Because
I think it's the opposite. I think that fighting, like a true fighter game, is 2D.
Is 2D
I think
exactly.
I think the fighting games you're talking about are called, and I could be wrong, I think those are called arena fighting.
Yes.
Arena
Technically,
fighting
whenever
games.
you have 3-dimensional movement, they refer to them as arena fighters, and that does include being as limited as Tekken's like slide ability to strafe upward, away, or toward the camera, and also games like the Demon Slayer fighting game where you could just sprint around each other, anime Naruto running in circles, and have like a whole circular arena to fight in. So yeah.
So what about like For Honor?
Fuck that game.
Yeah, well, that's the best way of putting it. But to answer that question is like,
War Sim?
I don't
Medieval War
really-
Sim?
I think that honestly, I think that For Honor is
Souls-like.
kind of unique. I think that For Honor is kind of unique. At least I've never played a game like
Warhaven.
it, where it's a rock. It's a rock paper scissors. That's what it is. I think that probably the closest to it is
Overwatch.
probably like
It's
Chivalry.
Chivalry, yeah.
but that's not even close.
I
I think that,
yeah.
that For Honor's combat is unique.
I think For Honor I would classify
Maybe
as
Mountain Blade.
a hero fighter, as where Overwatch is a hero shooter.
Oh, like Republic Commando, or not Republic Commando, Star
Maybe.
Wars Battlefront.
Chat says For Honor is categorized as a sweaty cesspit. Sweaty cesspit. Interesting. Okay.
For
the
Honor
dead
is one
cesspit.
of the 2 games that has caused me to rage quit. It's only 2. The other one, weirdly, Hyper Light Drifter. I don't know why.
Interesting
Really?
choice. What is?
Yeah, I don't know
let
why.
me think of the games that have caused me to rage quit. There's a lot. So
I've only
let me
ever
just-
rage quit one game, and it's the new Far Cry.
yeah.
I
I didn't
spent
play it.
I spent literally
Don't.
yeah.
I'm not gonna. I liked Far Cry 3. Far Cry 4 was okay. Far Cry 5 was hot garbage.
Far Cry
I don't
5
play
was
Ubisoft
even
games anymore. I'm done
good
with
compared
Ubisoft.
to
I give up.
6. So Far Cry 5 was
the
like
last-
great compared to 6.
I
The
lost my
last
shit.
last
I'm sorry,
Ubisoft
what?
game I liked was Rainbow Six Siege. After that, everything's garbage. I hate them all.
Oof.
I like
Every single
Ghost Recon Wildlands. That game with a few buddies was like, that was you can't really get that experience with any other game.
I have that game. I've never played it.
It's like if you had like a modern day, more tactical version of Metal Gear Solid 5, with Far Cry style base attacks, and you do it all with your friends, and like you got people going in, like sneaking in through like certain parts of the base. You have people sniping. Some people like can like help get you out with a helicopter. It was just really fun. It was a really unique. It's sort of like casual Arma, I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I think Tom Clancy is partly separate from Ubisoft as a whole.
Yeah,
honestly.
I can second that. Yeah.
Partly, not entirely, because like the Division definitely is guilty of some of Ubisoft's shortcomings.
Division
but
2 is definitely, but Division 1 I feel like was really
Division
well
1's pretty
done.
good.
Also,
Yeah.
Debbie, do you have the second question you were wanting to ask? I don't want to
Yes.
get too far off.
And
Yeah.
4 other games lined up that people have suggested.
Okay.
The second question was actually from Rosen earlier, specifically aimed at Drew. And the question was, it said answer this later, but what would you call Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and games like that? I think this was when we were in the what games are and aren't considered roguelike, or Souls-likes, so...
I don't think do you drop your currency in Star Wars?
I have no idea. I've not played it yet.
I
don't remember.
think so, but I don't remember either. Okay, Benny says yes.
Yes. Okay,
game's
then
not
yes,
really
it's a
like
Souls-like. I think that Jedi Fallen Order and hopefully fucking Survivor is the best Souls-like game to come out of it. And so far, obviously so far, I think that it's the only game that I truly loved that has come out of that genre, other than FromSoft games. So I would call it a
High
Souls
praise.
Yeah, that is high praise.
because again, the thing that I like about Dark Souls that games don't do is the physics-based combat. Again, that's not exactly what it is, but I don't know what else to call it. I just nothing can nail that. All other combat, because I grew up with Dark Souls, all other combat just feels rigid in comparison. Not bad. I can still play games that are like rigid combat, but it just feels bad in comparison.
Like kinetic hitboxes.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, because I know that
Because
like the mace in Elden Ring is like entirely movement and physics based. That I think that is the most physics based weapon I've seen ever in a melee game. Have you used the mace in that game yet?
Not really.
You have to like actually move your body, like move your character to be able to use that thing. It's really cool.
For Dark Souls 1, I very much focused down on the Zweihander.
Yep,
Big
it's
sword.
classic.
Yeah.
I used the hammer that required 60 strength to wield.
Classic. That's a classic build.
And you'd
Two-handed.
hold down the heavy
definitely,
button and do a front flip in the air and use your flipping momentum to pull the hammer down.
I think you're talking about the demon tooth or the dragon tooth or something.
I think that was one of them. I think the one I ended up using near the end of the game was like it was just called like the Giant's Hammer or something. It was just a fat
okay,
fucking hammer I picked up, yeah.
Actually,
I definitely
thought it was
tried
the
other
Dragon's
things,
Tooth, but
I didn't intend on going full heavy build, but then I found a rusty anchor very early on, and I thought it was just comical enough that I stuck with it basically the whole way through and just made a big two-handed build.
I did Twin Blades in Elden Ring, but I'm gonna do something strength next time I play, just to swap it up.
Thinking about doing another random Elden Ring speed run, just like one.
Ooh.
Without, I don't know if we knew each other back then, Drew. I don't remember when we met, but
We did.
okay. I have a really hard time with time because people come in and resub. Usa resubbed for 27 months today, and I was like, that's a lie. I haven't even been alive that long. That's bullshit.
We've known each other for a while. July 2021.
Did you go look at our how'd you know that? Of the
I
follow
typed.
date?
Because I followed you around when I met you. I probably met you a little bit before that, but
Fair enough, fair enough. I probably could have done that. That would have been easier. All right, I'll go into our
Year and a
games.
half.
So from this point forward, we'll probably get sidetracked 1 or 2 more times, but we have 4 games
Oh,
recommended.
absolutely.
The chat wants us to determine the genre of and compare it, our decision to like Steam. So the first one is Warframe. We've actually talked about that one a lot on stream today.
Yeah.
I think the first thing is FPS. That's definitely gonna be on there. I'm gonna start making like a list.
I would say movement shooter.
You think that would be on like Steam?
I think it's gonna be
for sure.
I think it's probably gonna say platformer shooter,
Platformer shooter.
Well, that's what movement shooter is. It's like platforming.
which is why I separated it.
He just thinks that the tags are gonna be different, maybe on Steam,
Oh, I see.
which is
All
a
right,
fair point, honestly.
I think sci-fi will be
Crafting.
thrown in there.
Sci-fi.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Oh yeah, but
Spaced?
again, now it's like genres are separate. Like sci-fi
Yeah.
is a setting, not a
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Now we're tagging it. Sure, yeah.
Okay, true. Let's not think tags. Let's just think genres. So do you think
Yeah.
a movement shooter or platform shooter is something we would consider a tag or something we would consider a genre? Like, is that something that a developer would apply to their game and say, this is officially what it is? It's a movement shooter. Or would they just call it like an action shooter?
I don't know, because
I think-
I'm conflicted because that's what I want them to do, but I don't know that's what they would do. You know?
Yeah.
Games
Yeah, fair.
like Gears of War or something like that is probably cover-based shooter, so maybe it's that because that's. But I feel like you don't really take cover in Warframe.
Yeah.
You just kind of run around.
Not that
So
I've
I'd probably
seen.
say-
I've never played Warframe, honestly. I've only ever watched Devi play it, so.
Well, it's also
It's kind
in
of
a
limited.
sense kind of hero-based. Not really, but kind of hero-based, where you select a character that has pre-made abilities. Unlike Destiny, instead of
played
having like
Warframe
3
for-
characters, there's like 40. So
I played Warframe for 18 hours in like 2-hour chunks each time because I was trying to get into the game and couldn't.
it's hard. I
Interesting.
have about 1,100 hours on Warframe.
I've
Yeah,
wanted to
how
get back
many?
into the
And
game.
those are baby
1100.
numbers.
Yeah, that's baby numbers. Actually, let me
Have
double
we
check.
said
Let me get
looter?
the official one. Looter shooter is probably a really good one. Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's probably
even
what it
think
is.
about that.
I'll think like looter shooter, space, movement
1,087 hours. That's what I have on Warframe.
I'm sticking to platformer shooter, but looter shooter is probably
I'll
what
add
it is.
looter.
I just shoot shooters. All I got is I would say that or like I don't know. Would it be? I don't
Massive
really know.
multi- like
Action
a MMO?
adventure, action
MMO
RPG maybe.
will probably be in there.
shooter, MMO.
I've got
I don't know.
FPS, platform shooter, movement shooter, looter shooter, hero shooter, and then sci-fi MMO. I'll add.
I don't know. It's
crafting.
probably some RPG. I feel like RPG's on everything.
Did
I'm
you
gonna
Yeah,
throw
it's
action
based, I
RPG out there. I think action RPG is gonna be in there.
All right.
Because it's like I know that Destiny is considered a space game, so Destiny for sure Warframe is.
Yeah, right. Wait, it's just called space. Like, there's a thing under it that says space.
Yeah, space. Space.
Well, that's-
Space. I mean, like
I mean, it's not wrong. It's
it's
just
in
funny to
space.
me. Yeah, it's just fair. It's just. Oh.
All right.
Oh.
We got.
True.
Actually, I'm gonna read through our list one more time. FPS, platform shooter, movement shooter, looter shooter, sci-fi, hero shooter, MMO crafting. So we have 9 things. The ones that
Okay.
pop up are free to play. Is the first one that we
Oh,
missed.
I didn't even think about that.
That's so obvious.
So
It is so
obvious.
obvious. We should have seen.
The
God
second
damn it.
highest tag is action RPG. That one
Hey.
actually surprises me. I don't know. Action RPG seems so vague for Warframe for it to be this
Dude,
high
but
rated.
it's
up
just
there.
like RPGs slapped on everything nowadays on
Yeah.
Steam. It seems like, so I just threw it out there because I assumed it would be on there.
Then we have looter shooter. RPG again. Action again.
Just action.
Yeah, just action. Then
What?
we have third person and third person shooter separately. Then massively multiplayer, online co-op, normal co-op. Lore rich is a tag on Steam apparently. That's kind of cool.
Who's rich?
I'm about to get him.
And then they actually have single player tagged on here. And then hack and slash ninja parkour.
Okay, I can see the you.
Hi,
I'll
Drew.
tell you what. Drew is just going places. The last few minutes, he's just been. Oh,
Told
I
you
tried
guys.
to say-
So
I tried to sit down, but as you know, I'm a perfectionist and my mic wouldn't fucking stay. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'll stand back up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm parkour. All right. I didn't see those in
Yeah.
chat until after it already read them. I think we were pretty close on Warframe. That one didn't seem too hard. The only ones we missed out on were things like free to play, action.
free to play, I
RPG.
think, is the biggest one. I mean, I said action RPG. Don't put that on me.
I'm sorry. I apologize. The next one I think will be a little more tricky for me, anyways. Payday.
Heist is probably on there or something
Yeah,
like that.
is heist a genre? I would think heist is a
Well, I'm
genre.
putting it on
You
there,
would
put it
think
out there.
so, right?
I'm putting third-person
Um,
shooter on there.
You obviously got like multiplayer, co-op, things like that.
Co-op.
I think that's as
Uh,
literal as a looter shooter gets, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
say looter shooter because that's what it is.
Fair, honestly.
FPS.
Yeah, FPS.
Wait, which payday? I don't know if there's a big
Let's
difference.
do Payday
but-
2.
Payday
Let's do
2.
Payday 2.
Payday 2.
Payday
you think-
1 doesn't exist.
You think there'd be like? You think strategy would be included in that? Maybe.
Maybe. Stealth.
Stealth?
Oh, I was about to say
Stealth,
stealth.
stealth,
Stealth
yeah,
would make
stealth
one.
is a good one.
I'm gonna put
Uh,
strategy with a question mark.
Wait,
on
do
it.
we already say FPS?
Yeah, we said FPS.
Okay. Action, obviously.
I think when we say shooter, that just encompasses FPS, TPS.
Yeah,
whatever.
fair. That's fair.
Villain? No.
Sir,
Let's do it this way. Let's
Yeah,
agree on a top 5.
Criminals
Let's
is a
try to
good one.
let's
I
try
like
to
that
agree on what we
criminals.
think will be like the 5 highest rated.
5
ones.
highest. I think it's easy
Oh,
to be
Bad
like
boy.
FPS
it's gonna be
co-op,
co-op,
heist,
looter shooter.
shooter FPS, crime,
Yeah, heist. Would have been that.
murder, money,
Money.
masks.
Money. Joker from Dark Knight. This is just one of the tags over there.
Payday 2 is not free
Society.
to play.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No.
Yeah.
No.
True.
It's not free to
might-
play, and it has 5 million DLCs that all cost
True.
money.
True.
All right. I think
Co-op, FPS, heist, and looter shooter. I don't know what the fifth
I
one is.
put
But that's mine.
looter shooter, FPS, co-op, multiplayer, third person.
I'm gonna say criminal is my 5th one.
That
Criminal?
was 5. I don't know if criminal would be a.
Hee-hee-hoo era.
Looter shooter. I guess that's 2 things: looter shooter.
It'll be one tag on
Uh,
Steam though.
Then it's a looter shooter. Shooter as an FPS. Strategy.
I'm gonna. Yeah.
Rosen has
Oh,
Payday
Strategy
2. The
Strategy could
label
actually be the fifth
changed
one.
in Steam from Payday 2 to Hee Hee Money.
Co-op. Co-op.
Yeah, definitely co-op FPS,
So far, those
Heist.
4 I have on here, not heist.
stealth.
Do you really
Stealth.
think heist would take over like third person or
Yeah.
stealth?
I think it
it's
Because if I don't know if
heist
it's
is,
a
heist is
genre,
up there.
but if
Yeah.
it is a genre, I think it's like
I don't know
Payday
if it's
is
a genre, but it's a
the
tag.
heist game. It is like
Yeah.
like when you think of heist games, it's like that and then
That-
GTA 5 Online.
Yeah, that's
about
it.
it.
Those are the ones. That and like heist simulator or whatever. You know, the game that we have or whatever.
I guess. I don't feel like that's a tag that people are like, oh, this is a heist game.
I don't
Hey,
know,
yo, man,
like-
I've been looking for a new heist game fix. You know, you can.
I got just
I
the
think,
Where's
I
my
think they
Ocean's
do, dude.
11?
Here's what, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I think people like will watch a lot of heist movies. I think heist movies are fairly popular, so it would surprise me if people go looking for it in games.
Well,
I mean, like
what's
that's what
that-
all the Fast and Furious are.
Yeah, what's that game that
Yeah.
we thought was gonna be a Rockstar game from the Game Awards? It was like Mafia City or something like that.
Oh
Crime
yeah.
Boss.
Crime Boss.
I thought
yeah.
Mafia City was like a Facebook
That
game.
no,
I'll be
yeah, that's
honest.
a mobile game. You're right. It's called Crime Boss Rocket City. Yeah, that's what it's spelled. Crime Boss.
I love my favorite thing about
Crime
that
Boss.
that trailer is that they actually showed gameplay, but if you squint, you miss it.
It's true.
Like it's just like in the corner.
It's the celebrities who are more important.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna say the ones that I've heard amongst everyone the most. I'm gonna swap out third person for heist. So our top 5, go ahead and post them, Rosen. Are looter shooter, FPS, co-op, multiplayer, heist. So we got co-op, action, FPS, heist, looter shooter. Those were the top 5.
Okay.
Show me the money.
I think we got all those except action.
Yeah, except for action, we got all 5 of them. Not bad, not bad. Action's
Oh, wait, did I not-
also so fucking generic. Do we just
Oh,
throw that
true.
one in there and just automatically?
I
win
think I
everything?
said action at the beginning, but I don't think I ever put it in my top
But this
5.
is the ones on Steam.
That was the
on-
last
only
game.
on Steam.
Yeah, these are the Steam.
Wait,
tags.
is there a tag for criminal though? I want to look at the expanded sheet.
Payday 3?
Payday 2. Yeah, they
2.
announced Payday 3.
Oh shit! Check this out.
They
Oh my
announced
god,
Payday
Payday
3 like
2 is
20 years ago.
$1 right now.
Add to
Oh
wish
my
list.
god.
Yeah, Chad, if you're trying to play a good heist game for 2023, you can get
Payday 2
Payday 2 for
Hey.
99 cents right now. 90%
Also,
off.
if you want a good tag game that's just crime, there you go. It's got the tag crime under it, so you know, have fun.
You know
If
my
you buy
favorite.
it, you commit crimes. That's how it works.
My favorite
Oh, I
heist
do.
game. It's fucking GTFO.
True. You steal the baby
GTFO slaps.
and inject
Steal
the
the joy.
chemicals.
I do.
Are we doing
you want a game,
GTFO
gamer?
or none? Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
you wanna
saying
play
we play
GTFO
GTFO.
Unironically, let's do that.
I've been having the itch lately to play GTFO.
Really?
Same, like a lot lately, yeah.
It's a good game.
We made that comment I think last week or a week or two ago about having us like coach groups of new players through the game and speed run getting a group of beginners through a level.
Oh,
faster
dude, my
than one
group's
another,
fucked,
so
but yeah.
that sounds fun. All right. Anyway,
is
next
something.
game. This one was clearly a very serious one.
Oh, wait,
I won't
hang
be
on.
able to. Okay, go on.
Before we move on, GTFO was actually made by Payday 2 devs that left, and then they
Yep.
made GTFO.
That's right. I remember hearing about that.
The
Okay,
original
anyways,
game was
I
made by
decided-
9 dudes, and now the development team has gone up to about 90 because Tencent bought them.
That's knowledge that I had in my brain that I had to regurgitate. Okay, now we can move on.
Okay, the next one I will not be able to input literally at all because I know nothing about the game other than memes and its title. But Honeypup.
Porn.
NSFW.
Porn.
Porn.
Match
NSFW.
3.
Wait, did you
Puzzle?
say Hoonie Pop?
Yeah.
Yeah, puzzle will be up there.
Match 3. Puzzle.
Women.
Anime. It'd be my other one.
Sex. Rock and
Probably
roll.
maybe sexy. I don't know. I think
You think sexy's
NSFW
a
definitely. Puzzle
Yeah.
definitely. Match 3 definitely. Anime.
Bejeweled.
All right, hold on. Hear me out. Action.
I'm down.
Action RPG.
So far, that's been the thing. I'm
Dating
gonna
sim.
wait.
Dating sim.
Oh,
Anime?
dating sim's a good one.
You think anime would be in there?
Mature. Yeah, anime would be in there.
We put
Mature,
anime
I'd
in
say
there.
is probably.
Mature.
Mature.
I think mature is probably the like official like term.
Big,
that we
big
use.
honkers, big, huge honkers.
Yeah,
Mommy
anime
milkers?
badonkers,
Milkies,
honga dongalos, you know,
steppies, even. If you will.
honga
So there
cougars.
was a point in time where I stopped writing these down, but these are great suggestions. I just want.
Okay, thank you. But somebody in chat's got that down, right? Write that down.
I have 7 written down, so we need to get rid of 2 of them. But I have
So what do we
I
have?
have porn, NSFW, match 3, puzzle, anime, mature, and dating sim.
The anime
Imagine-
mature.
I
Imagine
think-
Puzzle is
sitting
probably
at
good.
like a. Imagine being like a game dev and sitting around like the council table and like an intern's like, what if we made a game surrounding mommy milkers? Give that man a ring!
And they're sitting there playing like Bejeweled on their phone. They're like,
Now hold on, listen. We
What
make
if-
it.
what if I had
Hold on.
boobs behind it, guys?
What if on top of making it, because there's been games about mommy milkers before, but this time we market it specifically at anime watchers and VTuber communities.
So someone's like,
Oh man!
Promotion!
someone's watching fucking Demon Slayer while playing Bejeweled and drinking a glass of milk, and he's like, everything's coming together.
Dude, there's something about drinking a glass of milk that just really seals the
Yeah.
I think I want to. Whoever said a dating sim, I think I want to. I think I want to do a more broad thing to that. So can we do like romantic? Or
Romance?
romance?
Romance.
I feel like that's a genre, you know?
Romance. Yeah.
So yeah, I think.
And
so
kill
we-
porn. I was kidding about porn. I don't think that's I don't think that's even allowed to be a
I
I
term.
think it's NSFW. NSFW will
Yeah,
be in
NSFW.
it.
Yeah,
It'd be NSFW or nudity or something along those lines.
Yeah,
right?
I think I
Or
wanna-
actual
nudity.
porn.
I think I want to get rid of either anime or mature and replace it.
No, I don't think so, man.
I
think
think
I think if we
I
replace
honestly think
mature
both
and anime
mature-
with nudity.
I think both.
Mm,
True.
Yeah.
mm,
I
I think we
think-
keep anime.
I feel like mature,
Keep anime.
nudity, and NSFW will all be in the top 5.
Yeah.
Like,
You think it's just all porn? Just like oh, it's
I mean, like,
boobs.
what
more
the
boobs,
first
titties,
when I think of
honkers.
Honey Pop, the first thing I think of is anime titties, not the Match 3 game that leads you to the anime titties.
Oh,
I think
know
people
one
have
more thing about Honey
feelings
Pop.
with that, and people will like hide it behind like puzzle.
So here was
and
my
things like that.
my
Maybe I'm
experience with
crazy,
Honey
but-
Pop. Okay, this was at the very end of me being a VTuber, like the end days of VTuber days. I was
The
playing
end
a
of
rhythm
days.
game called Musings, and in this game, they just had a bunch of random music that I'd never heard of. Some of it was from animes, and I'd never heard of it. Apparently, one was a Honey Pop song, and I played it, And I didn't think anything of it. I just played the song. And when I finished the song, someone in chat pointed out, oh, it's a song from that game. And I was like, that game? And they were kind of like, yeah, it's a game called Hoonie Pop, and it's about porn and blah, 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 and it's like a really NSFW game. And I was like, oh, okay, so nothing I'd be interested in. And I scrolled down 3 or 4 songs, and I was like, and I went back up and looked at the artwork for the song, for the Hoonie Pop song, and I went, but those are children. And then I had a really awkward moment with my chat when I had 2 or 3 people that were defending that because technically they weren't. And I was like, oh, it's one of those games.
So I've been watching JoJo's during my break because like I just want to know what all the hype's about. So I've been watching it, and there is a scene in one of the parts where they very much sexualize a 12-year-old, like showing butt, boobs, like all of it. And I cannot believe in this anime that gets so highly praised, nobody talks about this sus shit. Like, how has nobody pointed that out and been
True,
like,
there's 700 years old, bro. It's not weird.
It's not.
Taylor
No,
said the
they
same
point out
number.
that she is 12. Like
She's
is in.
she's
Like,
a
she
god?
Is 12.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying. It's not the truth.
It's just like it's just so.
Oh
It's just so
my
sus. And then there's another point where
What
like
part was
third,
that in?
like
I'm trying to remember because I've seen judges. I genuinely don't remember this. Part 3?
part 3. Yeah. And then there's another part where like somebody that looks like a 30-year-old man, but they all look 30, so he could be like in his 20s, I don't know, is smooching like a 16-year-old, and they very much make it a point that she can be married. Like they make it a vocal point that she's old enough to get married. And what popped in my head was the shitty Mark Wahlberg Transformers movie where Mark Wahlberg's daughter is like with like a 20-year-old dude, and he's like calling this dude a pedophile, and he pulls out his wallet and pulls out the law that is the consent law. That is a thing that is in Transformers that did not need to fucking be there.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about JoJo's.
Holy fuck! I didn't know that was even there. I don't remember. I don't remember that Transformers. I think I blocked this out of my memory on purpose.
You can have like it's not. I don't think it's a problem that there's the 12-year-old in the show. I think
No,
it's
I was
fine,
going to say Debbie
like,
is the
it just
king
bothers me so
of
much.
loving content that just so happens to have lolly stuff in it.
Yeah, it's just like convenient. It's one anime. My favorite anime. I hate every character in it. I hate the plot. I hate like everything about it except the world building is so good that it like carries me through it. But the whole show is like notoriously bad for like weird lolly shit, and I'm like, but listen, that doesn't matter. Okay, the world building is so cool.
Are you talking
Like,
about the one with
okay,
the hole?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm like a huge fanboy of that series exclusively because
Yeah,
I
I've
love
heard you
how
talk about it.
unique the world is. I do not give a fuck if the main character dies at some point. I don't care. I just
You
want to know what
yeah.
else is in the hole.
Yeah,
Whose hole?
You very much sold me on that a long time ago. It's one of the things that I need to get into.
Snaps on glove, airman.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
Okay, well, so I'll reiterate the 5 tags we have, and Rosa will finally post our tags for us. The ones that
Yeah,
we
sorry,
ended
I
up
got
on
sidetracked.
before we got sidetracked with a very strange topic. We had NSFW, Match 3, Puzzle, Anime, Romance. Go ahead
Why
and
is
post it.
why
Rosa.
is match 3 in there?
That is the game.
This is the match 3 game.
That's
It's
the whole
Bejeweled.
game.
I've never heard that as like, is that a tag? I've never even heard that describe something.
I think
Nudity
that's the
would
genre.
have been the right choice. Keeping mature would have been the right choice. Sexual content is a phrasing we didn't pick. Anime is
What
the
did I
one that we
say?
did choose to keep, and dating sim we didn't have. So we got 2 of these.
I said that both mature and
Wait,
Yeah,
what-
but
what-
we
what's
tried to
the
narrow it
there.
down to 5. What was
Yeah,
it,
we
Chuck?
did. I said, which one are we doing? Which one was it? I just know Hootie Pop,
This
right?
was Hootie Pop, yeah.
Yeah.
and
I don't
Rosa
there's more
posted
than
the
one. I
tags.
don't know if it matters.
Oh, I didn't know
okay.
there were more than one.
I just assumed you were like looking them up because that's what I've been doing.
Oh
after
no,
we've done
Rosen's been finding them for me and making it really easy.
Wait,
since
how
I-
many honey pops are there, or Hoonie Pop?
this. There's 2 at least, and it looks like there's an additional one that's like there's
I think they're
Hootie
making
Pop,
3.
Hootie Pop 2
I didn't
Double
play 'em.
Date, and then there's Hoonie
I don't-
Cam Studio, whatever that is.
I don't like porn games. Like I don't want to work for my porn. I just want to look it up and wink my pud and then move on.
I just take a picture of
I'm,
myself.
I'm there to jerk my
I'm looking at it like
gherkin
that.
and go to bed, dude. I'm like,
I'm not here for a
Dude.
good time or
Also-
a long time. I'm here for a good
I
time.
just
I'm
want
not
to
here for a
say,
good time. I'm here
pull
for
my
a long
putt.
ass.
Pull my putt is such a fucking like 30-year-old man thing to say. It's like an
5
old
hours of
like,
edging.
Boston man.
Drew, how old are you? Actually, don't tell me. 25.
I'm going on 25 this year.
Oh,
Yes.
close.
We're
All right,
the
I
same
want to
age.
make a suggestion. Just in case there's people who don't know me very well, I'm Ace. I don't really talk about sex stuff very often. I don't really care about sex stuff. I'll make the jokes from time to time, but it's not something I make a big deal of you know, thinking about or talking about a lot. There's one porn game that I'm gonna highly recommend to everybody,
my
and
God,
it's
every
like 50
time, bro.
fucking cents on Steam,
Every
and
time.
it's called Deep Space Waifu, and it's just a stupid fucking Galaga game where you control a ship and you get upgrades and you shoot little things, and the whole gameplay is just that you shoot clothes off of space girls. But the game itself is so fun that it is purely heterosexual porn, and one of my closest friends is very gay, and he 100% of the achievements on it. Like, it is just a fun game that happens to be like a 50-cent porn game. I have 100%ed all 69 out of 69 achievements.
It is currently
that
half
they
off
Oh, beautiful.
at 249.
249. Okay, so it's a little more than 50 cents like I thought, but that is genuinely a porn game that I unironically enjoyed. I thought it was fun, and I got it on sale for like $1. Anyway, now that we've gone to this topic and stayed here for a
Yeah.
while, I'll move on to the next one. We have 3 games left, and then we'll I'll let Drew decide who we want to raid if you want to take some peeks around Twitch while we're discussing our last couple games.
I mean, it's gonna be Poppy Eric. I mean,
You
that's
gotta.
fine. That's
Yes,
fine.
sir.
You got it.
But
Oh, you just woke up.
Oh, you just woke up.
He's
Oh,
on
perfect
stream.
timing.
He's on stream right now.
He lives.
Couple more game. What the fuck? What is that? Drew?
I mean, you can show that on stream
I'm
if you
going to,
want, but
yeah.
like, it's a very strange game that is a space shoot 'em up. That is like very highly sexualized. You're probably not allowed to stream it on Twitch, but like this one doesn't have anything bad in it. So you see the little circle on the top of that orb that's connected to that man. That raises up like a penis. Things come out of the bottom that I guess would be his butthole. The whole game is like this. Like there's a bunch of levels that are like this. His leg kicks up and down
no.
like one of those
Show dancer?
dancers.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Is that Arnold
it-
Schwarzenegger balding?
No, I think it's just a random Japanese man because it's definitely a Japanese game. And it's just the whole game is like that. I forget what it's called. I literally looked up weird video game shoot 'em up to find that because I remembered it, but I don't remember what it's called.
That is
Apparently-
definitely a weird video game shoot 'em up. Holy shit.
Deep Space Waifu is actually considered a strip 'em up, not a shoot 'em up. Says that in the description.
Thank goodness. I was worried.
You said a fully hetero one. I gave the exact opposite.
I think
Yes.
I want to say, just based on Airman reading that Deep Space Waifu is considered a strip 'em up, not a shoot 'em up. I think this whole conversation was pointless. We didn't need to have this podcast. Game devs have it under control. I think it's fine.
Yes, I agreed.
Nailed it. Nailed the fucking
Yeah,
job.
just nailed it. Just absolutely nailed it.
So now a strip up, which is now shoot 'em down is actually the correct title for the other one.
All right. 3 more games. We'll kind of go quickly through the last 2, I imagine. But the last one that I want to hang up on is The Division. Do we want to cover the first one or
Oh.
the second one? Because I've played them both.
This is probably about the second
Is
one. The
it-
first one is very obviously a looter shooter, but the second one is more subjective on exactly.
As in like
what it is.
MMO, it's pretty like
It leaks into MMO a lot.
yeah.
I think they're
I
both
would
going to be looter shooter.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Looter Shooter on there regardless.
Yeah, for sure.
MMO for sure. I think as well.
think so?
Maybe that's
MMO?
just me.
Massive multiplayer at least.
Yeah.
I think.
Or yeah, massive
third
multiplayer.
person.
I think both PvP and PvE are going to.
Wait, I'm gonna throw in action RPG.
Okay.
Honestly, probably not the worst idea.
Co-op, definitely co-op.
Co-op, yeah.
Yeah, I think those are it. Like looter shooter, co-op, first person, massive multiplayer, action RPG. I think that's literally if it's not those, I'll be surprised.
I think action RPG.
Wait,
would
wait.
run separately.
Yeah, I would say action. Wait, but
Could
there's
be
also
cover
just the
shooter?
action tagline. It could just be action, right? Like, would we be
Yeah, it could
that
just be
far off?
action. It could be like cover shooter could be in there instead of looter shooter, or
Oh,
as well
sure.
as
That's
looter
probably
shooter.
on there, but lower than 5.
Grab Division 2 for us, Rosen.
So my guess is, did we already say third-person shooter? I assume so, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's on there. My dumbass typed first, but it's on there.
Okay, cool. Besides that, I think that's it.
Honestly, I thought that would be a little more tricky. I think we just kind of narrowed that one down real fast. I think we're good.
So what's the final 5? What are we going with?
Looter shooter, massively multiplayer, action, co-op, third-person shooter.
Okay.
I like how originally our first pitch we had like 10 options and they were all very specific, and then immediately after the results of the first 2 we're like, okay, vague, got it.
Yeah, because they're probably all there. It's just the first 5.
Div 1, open world, looter shooter, multiplayer, third-person shooter, action. All right, we got action, we got multiplayer, we got third-person shooter, we got looter shooter, everything but open world for Div 1.
Let's see how we do with Div 2.
Yeah.
Also, just multiplayer is so weird to me because that's like, I feel like that's.
I think most people think of that as an MMO.
Shooter. Action, adventure, shooter, third-person shooter, multiplayer.
I guess my perspective of that game is skewed because I would have thought that most people, like from the outside, think of that game as a MMO.
Yeah,
I did too.
That's kind of what was advertised as, right?
I guess that's just the echo chamber that we're in.
3D tag? What do you mean
Yeah,
3D? You could tag something as 3D? That's ridiculous.
Controller support tag 3D. I think
technically
Sailor's
true.
making jokes about how vague we're being with these tags.
I mean, I think it's technically true.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Okay. The next one is another one that I have never played, although I do think I own it now thanks to Chunk, which is Worms Ultimate Armageddon. Is that the one that you bought me?
Ultimate Mayhem, I think, is the one. Yeah.
Ultimate Mayhem. Sorry, Mayhem. Is Armageddon a different
PvP?
Worms game that I just like
actually,
my brain
PvP.
pulled out?
Battle Royale.
Armageddon is a different one, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, I bought you Worms Armageddon. Worms Ultimate Mayhem's a different one.
Okay, I put PvP
Crafting?
on there. Crafting. Okay. Yeah, I don't have
Definitely
any
like
idea.
it's definitely like multiplayer.
Action?
Like action.
Yeah, we got to throw action.
Honestly,
there.
always is probably a good
Throw
one, man.
multiplayer in there.
Destructible environment?
Ooh, you think that one would be like buried down the list instead of like top 5 though?
Probably because it's just more
I thought there was like a
words.
big allure of it.
One we haven't talked about,
I mean,
that I
yeah.
feel like we probably should have talked about in the main topic, Brawler.
Mm.
You think that would be in this one? In Worms Ultimate Mayhem?
I mean, I call it a Brawler.
I don't know. Whenever I think, I mean, I'm probably
Arena
wrong. I just
Brawler,
think
maybe.
I would say whenever I think of like brawlers, I just think of fighting games for some reason. Maybe I'm
I
wrong.
think
It's probably the bad way to think of it, but
Brawlers are like, or more specifically, party brawlers are like gang beasts or party
that's fair.
animals.
Oh,
Stuff like
turn-based. Turn-based is definitely one of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
turn-based
turn-based
is probably one of
That's a
them.
good one.
Yeah, that's a really good
That's
one.
a good one.
That's 5 right there.
I mean, we could like comedy or something like that because it's a goofy game. I don't know. If we wanted to replace one with that.
What are our 5?
We have PvP, crafting, action, multiplayer, and turn-based.
I didn't even know there was crafting in the game. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Like, build the
that's like
weapons.
That's cool.
yeah, you like find basically like parts from like little drops that happen on the map and you grab it.
Okay.
Wait a second, I'm trying to think. Is Ultimate Mayhem the 3D one?
I don't want to look it up.
Well, yeah, I was about to look it up and I was like, we can't do that yet.
One of them has
maybe-
vehicles and the other doesn't, and I don't know which one is which.
Vehicles, really? Okay, wow.
Yeah, the
I really
vehicles
Yeah,
is
that's
the
on the
2D
later.
one, and
It's
then
on
the
the later
3D one
ones.
doesn't. I think the new one is Ultimate. Maybe.
Then
I think.
maybe I honestly don't know anymore, man. There's so many Worms games honestly at this point. I would say yeah, we could just keep it at that. We could either replace it with like funny or comedy, but that's one of them with funny there or something like that. That's fine. But
Yep, go for it, Rosen. Oh, you were right. I pulled it up. Funny was one of them.
Funny.
was it funny? Okay,
Yeah.
I knew that comedy or funny was gonna be one of
The
them.
answers are
3 of them.
strategy, multiplayer, funny,
What the fuck?
turn-based, and turn-based strategy.
What the fuck? See, this is why this whole conversation exists.
Yep.
Why do we have so many things that are just turn-based or strategy? Just have
Yeah.
to be one thing
That
or
should
two
just be
separate
one thing,
things.
yeah.
You do like strategy, turn-based,
Like
turn-based strategy.
This is why why I
It's
brought
insane.
this whole thing up.
All right.
Also,
next
funny
one?
is crazy to me. That's a tag.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
been
The
funny.
fact that funny is a tag is wild.
Ooh,
Like,
ooh. Yeah,
Like,
worm
just
go
thinking about the
boom.
subjective of that, like
Yeah. Well,
just
that's
in
true.
general, like just
But
having that.
I think you could put like comedy or something when it's meant to be lighthearted and kind of
Well,
goofy.
that's
over
what I'm
the
saying.
top, right?
Comedy's fine, but funny being like an
Yeah,
official.
that's fair.
That's
fair.
crazy.
Worm
to
say
me.
fart joke. Ooh, hoo, hoo.
Funny joke. It's a turn-based game, a strategy game, a turn-based strategy game.
all right.
Yoda, is that you?
I am going to show you guys a 15-second trailer for the next
Okay.
game. And I'm just
cow
working
game?
under the assumption that hopefully you guys don't know what it is beforehand, and this is your first time being exposed to it. Let me
on,
share my screen
me.
in Discord.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, there you go. I'll turn off the music real quick.
Pop you up on the big screen. Boop, boop.
All right,
Okay, you turned up.
we all ready?
Yep.
You guys are gonna try to genre this game as well. Oh, it
Okay.
went away on the stream. Oh, right, I can't full
So
screen it, I
far, it's
forgot.
terrible.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
far
Jesus
it's off
Christ.
to a strong start. One
You know,
second.
you know that one meme that's the horse with the saxophone and it's like congratulations. You know what I'm talking about? That's what this
Yeah.
reminds me of right now. Just this one still. It looks
A
like
shit
this.
post.
Yeah. I like
Hold
the recommended video of who is my dumbest friend.
It me.
It's like Debbie's trying to figure it out, you know?
Yeah, I don't know
Daddy's
why
like, I'm gonna
it's-
figure it out who it is in another world. One of them's a dumb motherfucker though.
I full screened it and now it like doesn't want to pull up
Maybe.
this browser anymore. It like won't show the
Oh.
browser on stream anymore because I full screened it once. It's very strange.
Display. Oh, it's probably because of hardware acceleration.
You
Google
think so?
Chrome is weird. Or Firefox.
I think I
either.
have that
All of them
turned
are
off.
weird.
I'm on Opera.
I would just do display capture poisonally.
Display capture. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to. That's fine.
And then just remember to turn it off because you know it's scary. You might tab over and it's be like, ah, fuck my porn.
Yeah, no, I don't
Yeah.
want to. I don't want to accidentally show off all
Classic.
my deep space waifu I have on the other monitor.
Ah,
We do
shit,
not want
my
to see an
homework folder.
asexual porn, bro. It's
No,
weird.
It's just people. It's just people fully dressed, just standing there.
Just like oh, that's a very nice wine cork. Yes,
All
it
right,
is a very
this
nice
will
wine
have
cork.
to work. I got it to work. I got it to work. Okay.
Okay.
Huh.
So that was 15 seconds of directly drink milk from cow. I'm now going to leave it up to you guys to decide what genre that game falls into. So just like before, you're gonna have 5 choices to make.
I'm sure someone put funny in there.
You think someone put funny in
Simulation.
there?
Funny.
So there's a dude playing Bejeweled in his phone. He's drinking milk, right? No, I think unironically, like milk and cow will be on there.
You think
Now that I know
milk and cow
funny
will be
is
on
a tag,
I think
everything's
it'll
off
be
the table.
farm. I think it's farm. I think it's simulation. I think it's
Simulation.
funny.
Oh,
sure.
simulation's probably in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think
there? Mr. Fig in chat says definitely a Strand type game.
Yeah, true.
Definitely a what?
Strand type game, like Death Stranding, the first Strand game.
Oh yeah, of course.
I saw a car, so let's say racing. This is so fucking clueless.
Yeah, so like I don't know, fucking. Is it open?
NSFW.
I don't know anything about it. Is it? You know what?
There's too much cow titty.
Porn.
It looks open world. So I'm gonna see sandbox. You know, something
Yeah,
like that.
There you go. That sandbox is a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
That's all I've got. I've got farm sim and cow titties now on my mind instead of the actual thing I said. Sandbox.
Udders.
All right. Chunk says hard on
Nice.
Sandbox. Does anyone disagree?
No, I
All right,
Sandbox is
No,
good.
Sandbox
It's a good
We
idea.
need
Yeah,
4
100%.
more then.
So sandbox.
Sandbox simulation
Endurance.
farm.
Simulation should or
Farming?
farm sim should definitely. Farm
Funny.
sim should.
Funny.
Funny.
That's 4.
Funny.
That's 4.
Yeah. So we need one more. Japanese.
Action.
He was speaking
Anime.
Japanese.
Action.
You know what? I'm gonna go opposite. What's relaxed, casual.
Chill.
Casual.
Casual. There it is.
Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
know
So
what the
your
tags are
5,
anymore.
you said sandbox, simulation, farming, funny, and casual.
Yep.
All right, hit us with
Agreed.
it, Rosen. I already
Concur.
have it pulled up, and I'm pretty impressed. Not gonna lie.
Oh really?
Yeah, you didn't get
Hey,
them
we're
all,
Is
but
funny?
we
Is
getting
funny
good at
on there?
simulation, casual, sandbox, farming sim, and collectathon. Yeah, those are the 5.
Collectathon.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Immersive sim. Immersive in a what?
Drink-
Chaos?
Into-
directly
into
drinking milk
milk.
from a cow. What do you
And
mean?
you're
You can
immersed
use
in
it
the
to-
milk.
That sounds kind of lit.
Endurance.
Let me also
most
go
of
ahead and
this.
say, since I've made several game recommendations, what's one
I think
more
we
to
got
throw
all
on
those
the
except
top?
Collectathon.
Don't play directly drink milk from cow. Okay,
Why?
that's my it's
Why not?
That's
it is-
spyware right there.
Is
the
it that
worst
game?
experience in a video game I've ever had, and I will remember it positively because of that, because it was like a gag gift as a video game. Basically, it was abysmal. It did not work
There's
as a
a
video
part of me that wants to buy it and play it. How expensive is this game? Hold on.
game. Yeah, I still have it up. It is $5.
Probably
You
exists for
recommending-
people to get Bitcoin. It's probably a Bitcoin mining game.
You recommending against it?
Yeah.
Is doing the opposite to me right
That's
now.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
same.
That's fine. I'm being perfectly honest. I don't think it's worth it. But if you guys want to play it, I'll gladly watch from chat.
It's
'Cause I
like
only
a
played it for,
little
like, an
lower
hour.
than Weed Shop.
But I wanted to die. I was like, I can't play this game anymore. I
can't believe Poppy
physically
played Weed Shop
cannot
for,
do
like-
this anymore.
Do you think drink milk directly from cow would be better if it had Twitch integration?
Yeah.
Yes.
To be fair, I think every game would be better.
Each time you just pour out some milk, he just has his person's name in the milk, and you're just like, here you
Coming
go.
out of the cow.
There's a
all the
sailor's
cows are
milk. Here
named
you
after
go.
chatters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the, I want that. I want that, but that to be the only integration.
Stand
Just
next
the
to the
cows
cow,
are named
like-
after chatters. That's
Let
it.
me go milk ugly
All right,
Yeah,
Rosie.
yeah, time to go milk Benny. You know, just another day of the life.
The tier of your sub changes the color of the milk.
Oh my god.
If you're a mod, it's just
Did
green.
he say probably
bio
gonna
milk.
destroy your PC for Dogecoin? What is it?
Nah, I want to be a cow.
Nah, it would be a cow.
All right. Well, I think that is going to wrap everything up. We went about 15 over where we normally go, but we had a fun time discussing cow games, so that was vital. That was of vital importance. Before we move on to raiding Jamie, which I think has been our pre-selected raid target, who's doing an incredible fun subathon. Sadly, he couldn't make it on a topic that he basically helped come up with as well, which really sucks that he couldn't be here. But we'll be able to support him on his own subathon here in a moment. But I wanted to give Drew an opportunity. I know, Drew, you're kind of in between. You're taking a break from content right now, but I wanted to give you the option. If you had like a thing you were planning or anything you wanted to like soft advertise, or you just want to shout out your own channel or anything like that, feel free. You have the floor if you want it.
In 2 days now, because it's Tuesday now, but I guess technically 3 from the beginning of this stream. I'm doing a 12-hour stream. It's my yearly stream anniversary. It's gonna be on the 5th at 11 p.m. EST. Convert that to your own fucking time zone. I'm not your dad. That's Thursday. Yeah. Any more than that, just go to drewsun.com, spelled just like that. I guess some people are listening. Drewsun, no spaces, 2 N's.com. It's all my shit. It's everything.
That's sick.
All right, cool, easy peasy. I'm
He
curious.
literally
I wanna
shits
pull
out
up the
his
website.
username.
I want to see your
I
website.
want to see the website, yeah.
All right, hold on. 2 N's, no spaces.
2 N's, no spaces.
The U.S. government is suing Xbox. Oh, that's a great thumbnail.
Oh.
Such a good thumbnail for the video.
Thank you.
Chat, go follow Drewson. Drew's been an incredible guest. He's a really great guy. I lurk at his streams all the time, but I'm one of those notorious people who never fucking types anything until like I
That's
go to
fine.
bed and I'm like, hey, I'm leaving. Bye. But yeah, don't forget to follow. There's a link in chat. We're gonna be rating Poppy Eric, Chunk, and Airman. You guys don't have anything important you want to announce, do you?
Not necessarily. I just want everyone in chat, everyone who's listening right now, keep bothering Devi about playing Doom Eternal. I need this man to play this game. Just but every time you're on stream, just bug him, just once.
Hey
Once per
Debbie,
stream.
I have this really cool game that you should play. It's called Doom Eternal.
Sure, yeah. What's it like?
Every stream, I want that.
Well, you know, Ultra Kill. It's kind of like that, but like Doom.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I played that, but it was also a rhythm game. It was called.
Metal Hell Singer?
Yeah, that game was really good. It wasn't quite what I was hoping it would be, though, to be honest. I like
can't play rhythm games because I have wireless headphones.
Oh, the latency. Oh, miserable.
I can't do it.
Oh, I probably should have pulled up Jamie's stream at some point.
Oh my god, Drew, these fucking thumbnails are killer, bro.
They're so good.
I'm scrolling through YouTube right now. They're crazy.
Thank
All
you.
right, chat. My final thing that I will say is I wanted to apologize. I haven't been streaming a lot lately, and I haven't really given much of like a public reason for why. But I wanted to make it clear, just in case anyone's concerned. I'm in perfectly fine health. I'm in perfectly fine mental health. I am just in a weird spot right now between graduating college and starting officially trying to be a full-time streamer, where I like don't want to do anything until I get back from vacation, which is in a couple of weeks. And it's a really bad mind space to be in because I'm being so unproductive, but I feel like to an extent I earned my temporary freedom by finishing college.
Yeah,
but that's
absolutely.
my excuse for why I haven't been streaming. I do intend on playing more doing more streams soon. I really am excited for a stream I'm planning on doing shortly where I will be drinking, and I am going to be playing Microsoft Flight Sim, where I've changed all of the settings from the default, which is easy, to true to life. And my goal is to actually find out how to fly a plane and get it off the runway. So we're gonna see how that goes. While drinking,
Yeah, as most pilots do.
So realistically, it'll be 4 hours in. I'll crash into a mountain for the 12th time, or not get even airborne, and then go, okay, we'll try again another time, and then end stream abruptly and go to bed.
Yeah.
But yeah, chat. I just wanted to get that out there that I'm not ending streaming. If anything, I'm gonna come back and stream more. It's just a matter of when I get back from vacation. So I appreciate you guys for having patience. I hope you all had a happy holidays and an amazing New Year's. I'm really looking forward to what 2023 is gonna bring for everybody. And let's go raid Jamie and see how 2023 has been treating him on his subathon. One final time, thank you everyone for showing up. Don't forget to go follow our guest Drew. He was an incredible guy, very fun to have on the podcast. And have a nice night, everybody. All right, there we go. And
Thank you for watching. I love you. I have to do it. It's a requirement.